They check, I say it all the same. Okay, thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the Kings of Tallinn 2019 final table. This is the main event and the final 8 players. We started with a 375 total entries in the main event. 375 entries, this is the most we've ever had for the main event in Kings of Tallinn. So big thank you to you players for that. With a prize pool of well over 350,000 euro. 375 total entries. Let me introduce you to
Hello boys and girls and welcome to Kings of Tallinn main event feature table coverage, the final table coverage. This has been the biggest main event of all time, biggest Kings of Tallinn festival of all time. 375 entries are in this 1100 euro tournament and only 8 of them remaining. We are playing until the winner today. My name is Christian Laas. I will be with you all day today and I have a good surprise for you. I am joined by my own good friend and a very smart poker mind, Karl Jonathan Metz. Say hello.
Hello, my name is Karl Jonathan. My online name is Paiha Karu. I've been playing mid-high stakes online entities for a bit over a year now, but I've been playing poker for about 9 years now. And I also used to stream on Twitch myself a few years back. I used to stream Spin and Goes for about half a year, so I guess I'm a pretty cool guy.
Perfect, man. That was great. As we get our players seated, we get ready to play out this final table. We're gonna start with the blinds being 20 and 40,000 and the ante another 40,000, hosted by the big blinds. This is Luca over at seat 4. He is our chip leader. He's from Italy, and I guess a couple of the players are seated now. I mean, I'm ready. I'm excited for it. If yesterday showed us anything, I think we should get ready for a very crazy, very action-heavy, and mostly fun final table. One of our other chip leaders here, Juha from Finland, joining us at seat 5, trying to give Luca definitely some hard time having position against him. And here's the Cinderella story. This guy over here, look at him. His name is Andrei, he's from Estonia, he's a local guy, and he's in this tournament for 3 euros. He played a 3 euro satellite, satellited into a 20 euro satellite, then got into a 100 euro satellite, and now he's in this one, he's in the final table. He has guaranteed himself 9,200 euros, well, sorry, even more than that. He's guaranteed himself about 10k euros, and he's playing for the first prize, which is 85,300 euros. That's a sick story. That's a pretty sick ROI, coming in from 3 euros all the way to the final table of the biggest ever Kings of Tallinn. And Bahadir, my man from Turkey, the loose cannon, definitely gonna mix this table up and bring a lot of excitement to this one. I'm super excited to see this.
That's my scarf.
Is it really? You have the same one?
That's my scarf.
he's a very exciting player to watch. I'm very excited to have him on the final table, and I can't wait to get these cards in the air. Teresa Noisiainen here, the tournament director, doing a fantastic job for 5th year in a row, I think, already. And Kings of Tallinn, it's been growing under her guidance, under her lead, and everybody's been doing a great job as we get ready to put the cards in the air.
One day JR asked if there are any Estonians in final table.
Yes, seat number 3 and seat number 6 are local players. Seat number 3 and seat number 6, they both have about 20 to 25 big blinds, so not super deep stacked, but you know, one double up can change everything. So 2 Estonians, 2 Finns, 1 Italian, 1 player from Slovakia, Vladimir, seat number 1, he's from Slovakia, and one from Latvia, seat number 7 is from Latvia, seat number 8 is from Turkey, so very international final table.
So the interesting thing is that the only guys wearing sunglasses are the Estonians.
Yes. And you see the red sunglasses, these are the OlyBet sunglasses, the swag you get from for free from the OlyBet stuff. I love them. And we can start it off. It's folded around to Luka from under the gun plus 2, he will fold. Over to Juha and Luka, Jari, I'm sorry, not Juha. Jari and Luka, 2 of the biggest stacks.
And now it's the Cinderella.
Yeah, the Mr. Cinderella, 19.5 big blinds for him, and he's limping in with ace-5 offsuit from the guts off. He's definitely, you know, usually you want to see a raise there, I would guess.
It looks like he's limping most of his hands.
Yes.
Because I saw yesterday as well.
Yes, yesterday he limp shoved 8s once, right before the final table, and then he limp folded 10s once. So he's limping almost all of his range, and he does flop but not flush draw here. Vladimir doesn't have anything. Vladimir is the player from Slovakia. He got to see the flop for free with queen 4. Checks. Andrei is gonna, if I know him, he's gonna put in a min bet. Exactly, that's a min bet, and he takes this one down. And very good start from Vladimir here. Andrei, Vladimir. For Vladimir it sucked, but for Andrei it was awesome. And here are the chip stacks. Jari, 65 big blinds. Jussi, 64 big blinds. And then there's Luka with 2.2 million and 56 big blinds. Then there's Big Cap. And then there's Bahadir, Vladimir, and Andrei with about 20 to 28 big blinds. Vitalis from Latvia, he has his word cut out for himself. He's the shortest stack.
So is Andrei limping everything, or did he raise anything yesterday? Or?
At least for the last couple hours, I didn't see him raise any hands.
So just
he's
limping
everything. 100% of his range, yes. Unless one hand, he had ace king, which he shoved for about 25 big blinds.
I mean, it's if he's limping everything, then that's definitely a lot better than just limping weaker hands. So it's not that exploitable. If he was just raising the very strong hands and limping the weak ones, then it would be much easier to take advantage of him.
Consistency is the key here. You know, you have to play all your hands the same way, and Andrei is doing exactly that. I don't know if limping should be the way to play it, but you know, it's been working for him. He's made this final table. He's in his 5th in chips at the moment, so he's doing fine. And it's folded around to Bahadir from the button with queen 10 offsuit, and I expect him to come in with a raise, and a bit of a bigger raise. Yesterday at least he raised for bigger sizings, but right now it's actually a small one. It's a bit over 2 big blinds and takes down the blinds and antes, and we're off to a cool start here. 2 hands, Bahadir takes 1-1, and Andrei takes down the second one. So interesting chip dynamics as well. You can definitely tell more about it. So everyone, I expect, is waiting for Vitalis with 6 big blinds to go all in and ladder up there, yeah?
Yeah, I guess if he has 6 big blinds and the second to last guy has 15, then that's quite a big gap, so it's probably smart to,
wait for the seat number 7 over there to just hope to see him bust, or at least go all in. And
either double up or just
yeah, so there's 3 hands left until he's in the big blind, where he has to put in the ante and the big blinds, meaning he only will have 4 big blinds behind, which means he's most likely gonna be committed to a lot of the hands there.
But also what we talked about, then the pay jumps are really small right now, from 8th to 5th. So I guess the 15 big blind guy shouldn't really be super tight.
Yeah, so if you're tuning in from Facebook and if you're tuning in from Delphi, then you should know that we are live on twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. If you want to join in the conversation, then definitely come on over to twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club as well. I will post the payouts in the comments right now. Everybody has guaranteed themselves 8,460 euros at this moment, but as you said, the pay jumps are very top heavy, so it makes a lot of sense to try and gamble it up and play for those 1st to 3rd place.
Yeah, not very too much right now about pay jumps.
And if I understand correctly, Gaupo was defending his big blind with queen 8 against Bahadir's ace jack and flops a pair of queens.
Was check on the flop, right?
Check through on the flop. And let's see if Kauppa is gonna try to go for some protection and some value with his pair of queens now. He should go for something like 80 to 100k, somewhere in between that line. I expect to see something like that. Let's see how much he goes for.
I would say 2/3 spot is the better sizing, but live players definitely have different sizes.
So he does go for 80,000, leaving himself with 420k behind, and takes down this 330k pot. Bahadir just doesn't fire a continuation bet and lets this one go. Sniffs out that maybe Kauppa got a piece of that one. Live tells, man, live
It
tell.
could have been live tell.
Yeah.
But if he didn't have that live tell, then it definitely should have called. I think it was just 1/3 pot on the turn.
But I think like the most common way is to just try and continuation bet this one pretty small, and you know.
It depends on how much the player on the big blind is check raising, and how much he's really defending. So if he's not check raising much, you can just see bet pretty much everything there.
I guess you're right, and Kauppa did have quite a small stack behind him, so it's very possible that he's gonna get check raised.
I think it was a queen 3 deuce flop, so considering the ICM situation, then probably Kauppa doesn't have too many 3x or 2x there, so he should be folding like a lot there on the flop.
Meanwhile, Jari finds himself some red checks. He does raise it up to 90,000 from under the gun, folded around to Vladimir, who I think lets this one go as well. You see the photographer, Natalie, in the back doing a good job. I can't see who's the second photographer. So you can check the pictures, all the images and stuff from Kings of Tallinn homepage, kingsoftallinn.com, as well as the Facebook page, OlyBet Kings of Tallinn. Pretty good ones. Fold around to Jussi with ace-9 offsuit, and he's thinking about it from the button. Against an under the gun raise, usually you want to see a fold there with ace-9.
I guess Jari is the chip leader, right?
Yes.
So since he's opening super wide, then I guess it. Well, we don't know right now how wide he's gonna be opening.
Yeah, I mean it's still the third hand, and Jari does show his pocket checks, and I'm pretty sure the dynamics are gonna like. In the first hour or two, we'll figure out who's trying to take that table captain role, who's gonna open up more. At first, I think everybody's kind of trying to get the feel of everybody, you know, playing pretty standard ABC poker. And then once some like big hands start to happen and so on, then we're gonna see maybe someone going a bit more crazy and so on.
Yeah, there's 3 people, first, second, and third. They're all pretty close in chips, so they can all be pretty aggressive. There's not one single like a big chip leader who can abuse others.
Yeah, and Wacky Jackson in the chat here at Twitch letting us know that it's René Velli who's taking the pictures for the Facebook page. And Andrei, let's see how Andrei plays his ace-king suited. With 22 big blinds, is he gonna come in with a raise now? He does. He opens it up for 80,000. Okay. So a min raise from under the gun, from ace-king suited. And that should bring in like some alarm bells for everybody else. If Andrei, who's by far the tightest player of this final table, if he's coming in for a raise from under the gun, then it's something, you know, you should be afraid.
Who knows? He might actually be mixing it up. If he has some friends who tell him that his image right now is like super tight.
But look who's mixing it up. It's Jussi, my man from Finland. He was by far the most active player yesterday, and he's gonna continue that today as well. Queen 5 offsuit, and he's going. He doesn't care about the hand. He's going against Andrei. He knows that Andrei doesn't want to
snap all in.
He doesn't want to play too many hands, and thinks he can push Andrei around a bit. But
if we see Andrei just raise so few hands, then it's a pretty. It's not really a good spot.
And it wasn't a good spot because Andrei did snap it all in against Jussi, and Jussi is trying to pick on Andrei. At least on this time it didn't work. I think you can choose your spots against Andrei, like when he doesn't come in for a raise for the first time in 5 hours.
Maybe yesterday he saw that he raised some weaker hands also. It was maybe just not the ace-king.
Yeah,
maybe he's raising some weaker hands also, who knows.
But as it was, Andrei did snap it all in against him, and Jussi got punished there a little bit. But you know, we got to give it up for Jussi for at least trying. He's definitely he's the one who wants it the most. Like I can say.
Jari is even more of a Cinderella guy because he won the ticket from live free buy on Monday.
You kidding
So
me?
he got in for free.
Holy shit!
Andrei, he paid 4 euros or how much was that?
Yeah, 3 euros.
But he's in.
So we
for
have
free.
one player in for free and one player in for 3 euros.
yeah.
But the free buys, they're a scam. No, they're not a scam.
That's a good thing to say.
But in free buys, yes, you can re-enter for free. But the rebuys and the add-ons, which give you like the most amount of chips, they still cost like 50 euros each. So
But
it's not.
I'm sure some people don't take them.
Yeah, of course, I wouldn't take him. But, you know, we don't know how much money Jari actually put in. But if he's in for free, I mean, it's still a good story, man. Even if you put in the 50 euros, it's a sick return of investment here. Vladimir here raising it up from under gun +2 with ace-2 suited. Folded around to Jari. So, the same guy from the free buy, yeah? Thinking about it with queen-9 suited. He has the bigger stack. He can definitely push some people around. Let's see what he decides to do here. So what do you think? Is it a 3-bet or a fold situation, or can you sometimes
you
call?
can definitely flat there, but considering the situation, how the ICM plays, I don't know how loose Vladimir actually is, but he's raising from early position. But queen-9 suited is a nice connector, so...
The purple chips, they are 50k each, the orange ones are 1k each, so it seems to be like a 3-bet, and it is a 3-bet to 240,000. Meaning that he wants to put the pressure on Vladimir. He's telling to Vladimir, you're playing for it all, or you have to fold.
I mean, I guess there's the one guy on like 6-5 big blinds, so he's just taking advantage of that.
But that's a very smart play. I love that raise, I have to say it, because, you know... Vladimir, he doesn't want to go all in a situation where exactly now is Vitalis from Latvia. He's gonna be big blind. That's 1 in already. He's gonna be the ante 2 in already, so he's putting in 1/3 of his chip stacks this hand, so he's like almost committed.
He's
here.
on the big blind now.
Yeah, he's in the big blind now.
Yeah, it's a very good timing.
Yeah, so well played from Jari there.
Yeah.
Famous or pro players on this featured table, man. I mean, famous after this one for sure. I don't know for what reasons though, but I don't know. I expect most of these players to be recreationals. I know that seat number 3, Kaupo from Estonia, he's definitely a very well established poker professional. Don't know too much about other players, so we've seen that Luka is very capable player. Vladimir, he's playing very decently, and as we see Jari, then he's at least above average as well. I think most of the other players are recreationals, just, you know, having a good time and having a run of their life here. And all of them have their like strong points, and everyone like is playing decently well. And look at that. Jari's coming in for a raise with 8-7 offsuit, and Andrei is defending the small blind with ace-2 suited. Andrei is mixing it up. He's loosening up his image here. Maybe he's got some coaching.
This is like a really awkward situation right now. It's a very interesting thing that the button will do. I think the button should be... he should be shoving any 2 cards right now. Because Andrei will be folding like everything. It's like dead money in the bot.
So Jari, you think, should isolate Vitalis all in here, yeah? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, because when the small blind flats and then there's this one guy possibly out, then okay, you can just call and try to get this guy out, but I think if you're a bigger stack, then you actually want those small stacks to stick around.
That's what I'm wondering as well. Do you want to maybe just try and get a player out of it? You know, get a money ladder and then just...
I think it's just because it's just dead money on the small blind. I think you have to just jam it in.
This is why it's even more interesting from Andrei, the call that you see a player pretty much pot committed.
That's inexperience, because Vitalis gonna shove so many hands and
then he's gonna
the button is gonna be able to... Yeah, that's what he's doing right now, so it's...
Button is isolating, putting another min raise in there, so...
That's why you shouldn't really be... With those stacked Fs, you shouldn't really be flatting anything from the small blind.
Yeah, I guess with ace deuce is a perfect time to actually 3-bet there as
probably well. On small blind only call with aces. Or just really strong hands that you're gonna call shove with.
And Wacky Jackson lets us know that Jussi is actually a high stakes regular player, so not a famous or pro, but he's always playing playing some high stakes poker. So that's well, that shows that Jussi has been the most aggressive, most active player. So he's definitely not scared money. We have the first all-in. We might lose Vitalis here. He's in a very good situation with Queen 10 against 8-7. It's 71% to actually double up and survive. 520k in the middle. So if he should win this one, he still has he's gonna have 13 big blinds, and all of a sudden he's gonna have some blame room, and you know, he's not in that all-in or full territory anymore. He's still gonna be shortest, but it's way better than 6 big blinds. So Jari needs an 8 or a 7, and that's a 7, but that's also a straight draw, open-ended straight draw, as well as the backdoor flush draw and 2 overcards for Vitalis. So Vitalis is equity-wise still ahead of Jari's pair of 7s, but that's an action flop if I've ever seen one. 5 of spades means that Jari is still ahead. Vitalis is gonna need an ace, a queen, a 10 or 9, and that's a 10, meaning that Vitalis will actually double up. We will remain 8-handed, and Jari gets a small dent to his stack. Nothing too big, it's 5 big blinds he loses, but for Vitalis this one was super important, and maybe he's gonna look back at this spot at some point, and this is where it all turned around for him.
And Andre is probably gonna learn something from that hand. That you shouldn't just be flatting anything when there's a B blind is pretty much all in.
So we still 8-handed here. We don't lose the first player, but the blinds are 20k, 40k with 40k ante, so we are not that deep stacked. I think 4th place is at the moment with 28 big blinds, so not everyone is like short-ish, but not super short yet. The blinds are gonna go up very soon, because when we started this final table, it was 14 minutes left on the clock, so next blinds are gonna be 25 and 50k, which it looks like is gonna actually be now, maybe, or maybe not. So it's either this hand or next hand where the blinds are gonna go up, or somewhere soon at least. So about the chip stacks, who do you what do you expect to happen? We have 3 players like capping themselves from the rest of the field, being the bigger stacks. Should they be more careful against each other, or should they like, what's the dynamics? Who should be the one leading the action here? Or is it just about trying to get rid of the short stacks and then go from there?
It depends on how aggressive the short stacks are gonna be. If they don't really 3-bet all in too much pre-flop, then yeah, it just depends on how loose the short stacks are gonna be.
So are we gonna expect pretty much for the first, like at least first until the first few people bust out, pretty basic ABC poker, and see how it goes from there, seeing how things develop? Or is there some people who can like take more advantage of other players? Or because Kaupo here raising with ace jack, having 15.5 big blinds behind, pretty big raise from Kaupo actually. Almost 3 big blinds. Wants to increase that pre-flop fold equity. Doesn't want to play too many.
It depends a lot on who is on the big blind. If that Bahadir is defending a lot of hands, then you should be opening larger size. And if he's gonna be defending Queen 6 off, then I think that's specifically why he raised bigger. So because he knows Bahadir is defending to a min raise like any 2 cards.
So you think Kaupo just it's player dependent for him, yeah?
It's actually player dependent, yeah. It depends mostly on who is on the big blind.
Bahadir flops pair of queens here. 2 pair of queens and 4, 6 kicker for Bahadir. Kaupo, it looks like a safe-ish flop for Kaupo, because it's a paired board, you know, it's less likely that your opponent has the 4. And he can c-bet this one pretty small. He's gonna put a c-bet of 80,000 in the middle, and now Bahadir is gonna raise him up to 200,000, so that might confuse Kaupo actually. It's a very small raise. It looks like he's trying to push him around a little bit.
It's a really dry paired flop, yeah.
So it's not an easy situation for Kaupo here. I mean, what do you do with your ace?
I would not be too... I guess he doesn't have any backdoors, or maybe if he had like ace-king or some ace with a backdoor flush draw, then he could call, but...
As it is, you expect Kaupo to just let this one go, yeah? He does fold, leaving himself with 540k behind, and that is 13.5 big blinds. Bahadir outflops Kaupo here and adds pretty decent size pot to his stack. So things are going well for Bahadir from Turkey as well. 34 big blinds for him.
Yari is apparently a semi-pro player. He plays almost all the big Helsinki casino tourneys and all in Estonia.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen him around here in Estonia. Like every time I've done commentary for these events, I've seen him around here. So I guess he's at least a regular in these live meat stakes tournaments. How many of those have you played? You don't play live that often, right? You play live like maybe twice a year, I guess.
Yeah, I just played the Estonian championships, and
have you thought of like? Let me know why you rather not play live, or because it's I don't think it's a matter of having buy-ins.
Because I'm poor. I can't afford it.
Okay, yeah,
That's good. That's good.
Sorry for asking that. I didn't want to bring in that issues. I didn't.
It hurts a little inside.
Do you need money for food? I didn't know it was that bad, bro.
I played the EPT for two times in my career.
Oh yeah, you played the EPT pretty recently as well, right? Was it?
Yeah.
It seemed I remember something. Yeah, it was in Monaco, right? How did it go for you?
Well, it didn't go well.
Well,
but
let's just say that I had to not come home, not go out from home for a couple months after that.
I got the 4th place in the Sunday Million. All the good stories start from that. Hitting something for a Sunday Million and then going for the big games. So I went to Monaco and just lost like a quarter of it.
That's awesome. That's a cool story, man. That's a success story if I've ever heard one.
So I guess I'm a high stakes player. That's why I played it.
Hello, Wanas. Good to have you here again. Wanas was here all day yesterday. I hope everything is good in United States of America. Also, I have to say, today is how do you say it in English? A good holiday for Estonia. Estonia's very important holiday.
Independence Day.
Independence Day, exactly.
Estonia's Independence Day.
So it's a party. It's all the Estonians are partying and celebrating Estonia's independence, and we are all in good mood. So since this tournament is being played in Estonia, we can all take a moment and celebrate Estonia's independence. But
Andrei limping from the hijack. Now that's way too loose.
He does limp from the high check with ace 4.
Well.
And Jussi flops a flush draw. Andrei's ace high is actually still good here. Check on the flop. That's a 7 of spades on a turn, meaning that Andrei's ace high is still good. And Jussi, he can't make anything happen against Andrei. Like, Jussi can push everybody else around, but he hasn't been able to push
definitely has to bet here to fall out some ace highs and better king highs. I mean, even some small pairs, possibly.
He does bet 70k, and Andrei actually calls him with ace high.
That's pretty...
Andrei does not believe Jussi, and Jussi makes his flush draw, but it's a double pair board. Jussi checks it over, and Andrei is bluffing this one. But I don't think Jussi is gonna go anywhere. It looks like a very small sizing. It looks like 87k, no, 95k maybe, 90k. And Jussi does snap call it off.
And bet 90k into 400k, right?
Into 400,000 exactly.
He also
into 310,000.
Wow.
So a bit less than 1/3 of the pot. But Jussi does call him with his rivered flush, and finally Jussi makes something happen against Andrei. But that's an interesting bet on a river from Andrei, because he has quite a lot of showdown value there with his ace. Or not? Or do you agree with me?
I guess you want to have some bluffs, because on that river, what are your bluffs really gonna be? So you have to probably turn some showdown value hands into a bluff.
We got another update on Andrei, by the way, guys. So you know Andrei is the dude who's in for 3 euros. I'm kidding. We're outdoing that. He's in for a free roll. He got the 3 euro ticket from a free roll. Then from a 3 euro ticket he got to a 20 euro ticket, 10 to a 100 euro ticket, 10 to the main event. Now he's in the final table. What? This is one of the sickest stories I've heard. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to like upsell it, but it's pretty weird to be in for free and like for all these steps. And I mean, he's doing something right if he's winning all those satellites as well. And if he's in the final table now, and he's doing fine. Bahadir with pocket tens now. Blinds have gone up to 25 and 50,000 now, so Bahadir has 25 big blinds to start the hand with. Raise it up to 125, 2.5 big blinds over to Kaupo, who has a bit less than 9 big blinds left. Queen 9 suited. He's thinking about
Definitely
defending.
should just call and not go all in. Just call.
Yeah, I don't think Kaupo is thinking about going all in. He's
But we
thinking
have
either if he should fold it or still defend the big blind.
Definitely defends.
Call.
And why is that?
Because Queen 9 suited is sweet.
Alright!
It's professional commentary.
Alright, but
Looks
I
nice.
think he's worried about having only 365,000 behind. We have 9 high flop. That means that we are gonna see an all-in. There's no chance of this is not going in. Bahadir, however much is gonna bet, Kaupo is gonna reach M on this board. It's 9-4 deuce. It's a bet of 310,000 from Bahadir. Kaupo shouldn't even think about it that much, and that's part of the problem when you defend there. You have to go with it. He still has 22%.
He should be really happy to get in.
He does go all in, and we might lose one of our most experienced players of this final table. Maybe not experienced, but maybe tournament strategy-wise experienced. He needs a queen or a 9 to survive, but at this moment Bahadir is in a super good spot. He has got Kaupo right where he wants him. And that is all in with only 22% to win the hand. 1.1 million in the middle, so it's a very decent sized pot as well. It's not like super small pots. Like those 22 big blind pots, they add up, especially since we're pretty shallow in this final table. Let's see. Very important pot for both of these players. Bahadir would be left with 850k should there be a 9 or a queen. That's a 3 of diamonds on a turn, so meaning that only a 9 or a queen will help Kaupo on the river. That's an ace of clubs, and we're gonna lose Kaupo from Estonia. One of the 2 local players. We're gonna lose him in 8th place. 8th place for Kaupo. Very good showing. Definitely a little bit disappointing, but what can you do? He's gonna take home 8,460 euros, meaning that all the other players have guaranteed themselves 11,600 euros.
And he also has a great beard.
Yes.
Yes, that's
That
the,
was
that's
a
the most important thing.
That was a fantastic beard, and it went well with his sunglasses that he was wearing
And
yesterday.
the haircut was really modern as well.
I mean, he looked like a modern lumberjack. Maybe that's what he does for a living, actually. Maybe he's not a poker player. Maybe he checks lumber. But you know, it's still a very good payday. I mean, he came in as one of the short stacks. The one more player who had less than him, seat number 7 from Latvia, he doubled up. So nothing you can do there if you're Kaupo. And sometimes defending your big blind is gonna end up sadly for you.
I mean, just the standard hand, no way he could really fold.
But we remain 7-handed now. We lose the first player. We have our first casualty. So, meaning there are less players left on the table. We can see someone open up a bit more and take more aggressive routes. Less people to get through and so on. Vladimir now, King Jack offsuit, trying to make something happen for himself. He's pretty short stacked himself. 13 big blinds to start the hand. Raising it up to 120k from the cutoff. Fold it around to Luca from the big blind, and Luca might have a couple of options here. I think it's either gonna be an all-in or a call. So what do you think with this dynamics?
With
Should
this,
he go all in there?
Definitely not, I would just...
He does go
defend.
all in. He does go all
It
in.
depends on how wide Vladimir is opening the cutoff though.
And Vladimir is raise folding with 13 big blinds, King Jack offsuit
He
there.
also picked a 3x sizing.
No, that was the blinds have gone up to 25 and
Oh, okay,
50k, so it's
2.4x,
2.4x. Yeah.
2.2x, I think.
120k was the raise. But still, he has 10.5 big blinds left. And Luca is putting some pressure on Vladimir.
How many big blinds did he have at the start of the hand?
13.
So that's mostly gonna be just a jam there.
So I
King
think
check.
from the cutoff, I
Should
think
be a
maybe
jam.
Cham would have been a better option, but as it is,
I mean, you can do both. You can
That's
do,
what
definitely
she said.
do both. That's what she
but now it's folded around to Jussi with pocket 7s, and Jussi still being one of our biggest stacks, 2.6 million, and he's definitely gonna come in for raise, and that's 125k. Now it's Luka. Luka actually has a decent hand from the small blind as well.
So this is where the big stacks
Might
dynamics come in, where you shouldn't really be 3-betting at all if there's such a big chip gap from the other players, like 3 really big stacks, and then the other guys are just quite short, so should be flatting a lot.
And Luka does just call. Luka seems to be a very decent player. Like all day yesterday he was the shortest stack, and now he was moved to an outer table, and he came back with a pretty big stack, and he's been playing very decently. And I told you guys yesterday, like the whole time, that once Luka gets stacked, he's gonna be very, very.
That's 2 pair and the really good top pair.
And yeah,
Luka.
Luka's call is gonna bring in Jari as well. And then Ace King 8-8 board, meaning Jari has filled up. He has a full house, and Luka has a strong looking ace as well. Like he has aces and 8s with a king kicker now. But it's going check, check, check all the way through. 10 of diamonds is not the best looking card for Luka either. So
now Luka's gonna bet, and he's gonna be really surprised to see the raise.
we'll see. We didn't see any action at all. Like it's. What do you think about those checks on the flops and turns and rivers?
Is the king 8
Maybe not rivers.
hand gone now?
Oh, maybe yeah, maybe the king 8 didn't call. Maybe it's a graphic error. So it's a heads up pot between Luka and Jussi. Still, so yeah, the big blind ended up folding. So small graphical mistake, but it happens. Luka is gonna bet for value now, 225k, and Jussi is gonna think about it, but it's an ugly board for Jussi 7s. It's all of the cards are overcards. Like a board like that will definitely hit the small blind calling range. Like there's gonna be a lot of king queens, king jack, queen jacks.
Broadway hands.
Broadway hands.
Actually, since they're big stacks, they're gonna flat their whole range. So
yeah, but pretty much
have
every hand you're beating is like 6s, 5s, and 4s. Maybe that's calling
small
there.
pairs, suited connectors.
But there are not many. I don't think there's many suited connectors that miss there. 6, 7 suited maybe, and you're blocking that with 2 7s.
9, 10, jack 9.
And that's a 9, 10 on a river, meaning that you lose against those as well.
It's still it's a really good flop to see, but
Oh yeah, definitely should have c-bet like ace high boards there, but didn't.
no,
didn't
not just
take
ace
that route.
sideboards, but ace king 8 specifically. Usually, since the caller can't really have hands like ace king, pocket aces, kings,
Kings
then actually
of Tallinn.
the solvers, if you know the bio solver and solvers, basically they see bet that flop very frequently, like almost 100%. But since right now probably the small blind is gonna be flatting their whole range, they can actually have aces, kings, and ace king. So it's a bit different than usually.
But Jari, who ended up folding the king 8, which would have made a full house, is going all in, and Andrei, he's raising, Andrei is going all in, and Jari is gonna snap him off with 10s. We might see Andrei is in a very bad situation here, and he's the one all in. He's gonna need an ace or diamonds or a straight or something. He's gonna need something to happen. An ace would help him a lot, but Andrei all in, playing tight as a rock for a while, and now he's all in, blind versus blind with ace 5. I like the move actually from Andrei. I think Andrei can expect
I think
Jari
the
to...
percentages are a bit off.
I think they take account to folded hands and stuff
okay,
like that,
yeah.
so this is why it's it shows 59% against 41%, but it's still 1.6 million pot, and Andrei's gonna need ace. That's a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw for him as well, but the 10s are still good. He's gonna need an ace or a diamond or 2 or 3 or something to happen here. That's a 9 of spades. That's a very good card for Jari. Now an ace and only an ace will help Jari. Last card to come. Is it dire straits for Andrei? And yes it is. We lose Andrei in 7th place. The Cinderella story has to come to an end at some point, and this is the point where it comes to an
We
end.
had both of the Estonians eliminated first.
Yeah, that's
That's because of the sunglasses. That's the only reason. Because you can't see through them.
and you have to feel sorry for the Estonians here, but what can you do? I mean, Kings of Tallinn, all the side events have been dominated by Finns, and it's only with like it's only right that the main event is being dominated by Finns at this point as well. Jari takes down the last remaining Estonian in 7th place. The coolest story for a while. The dude in for €0. He got himself 11,600 euros for a 7th place finish, so he's gonna be happy with that no matter what. I mean, 11,600 euros for nothing is a sick run. He's been at the feature table for a while. I mean, he has to be proud. And you know, cool thing about him, he went to the same class as Tatiana Mihailova's sister.
That's the coolest thing about him.
That's the coolest thing ever. So now he can go back to his classmates and let them know that, you know, I'm coming home from Tallinn, back to Kohtla-Järve with 11,000 euros. I'm buying the drinks and I'm getting all the girls. But as it is, we're 600 all of a sudden. We lost 2 players already. Things are going like pretty fast and heavy here.
Getting all the girls. You're just suggesting he's gonna get some high-class prostitutes. Is that what you're saying?
No, because
because all women are gold diggers.
Wow. I mean, where's the mute button when we need it?
We need to hit it.
I respect all females.
Me too.
And obviously we are joking here, but Jari is not a... He's a male that has 3.4 million chips, and he might be the one to run away with this one. Like, that was a huge one. That was a very important one for me. My name is Christian Laas, if you want to sue me, and I'm joined by Karl Jonathan Mets here.
I have autism, so I can say things. It's a disease.
And Luca is moving on. Luca is racing for 125k from the cutoff, and Jari is thinking about it from the button. And we have no idea what they have as of right now. But we're gonna. It looks like Jari is actually 3-betting him, and it looks like a small 3-bet. 3-bet to 250,000 it looks like, so almost like a min 3-bet, or is it 300,000? Yes. So there's a raise from Luca to 125,000, a 3-bet from Jari to 300,000. And Luca is thinking about it. To Twitch, so if you're joining us from Facebook or Delphi, come over to twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. The chat is lively, the chat is keeping us entertained, and hopefully we can keep you entertained as well. To let us know who you're rooting for, let us know who you think is gonna take this one down. As it is, Jari is 3-betting Luca, and Luca ended up folding the hand. Jari is gonna show the Queen of Clubs there, so implying that he has something like Ace Queen suited or pocket queens, but he had Queen 4 off. So talking about running away this one, now Jari is actually the biggest stack with 3.4 million. Luca is second in chips, so he's pushing around second in chips. So that's pre-flop race. We don't have a lot of data here. We've only played about 10 hands, so obviously
10 hands.
Well, maybe 10 to 15 hands.
Oh, jeez.
So not that many amount of hands. So that's something that's gonna change more often. But it's gonna give you an idea how things are right now. So it's gonna be Jussi and Jari coming into the pot with raises mostly.
Okay.
The 2 Finns are the ones who have dominated this event the most.
Hello?
Then there's Luca, who is always lurking and somehow accumulating more chips, like quiet. He's like the quiet assassin. Like all the time we see him, he's like unnoticeably increased his chip stack somehow. And then there's Bahadir, who has been the darkest of horses, and you know, he can mix this one up. There's a pretty big chance that he's gonna end up winning this one if things go right for him. Vladimir and I keep on forgetting seat number 7's name. Andres, I think it was, yes. So Vladimir and Andres are pretty short stacked.
Exactly.
They need to make something happen soon. So for them to make a deep run, well, they've already made a deep run, but for them to go for the win, they're gonna need a double up or maybe 2 to make something happen at least. We have guaranteed ourselves 15,200 euros, so everyone's guaranteed themselves 15k right now. First place takes home 85,300 euros, so that's the biggest Kings of Tallinn main event of all time by far. It was 250,000 euros guaranteed. We have a prize pool of 360 200k euros. So that was smashed, absolutely destroyed. Folded around to Luka now with ace-9. He's gonna come in for raise one more time. This time he's gonna get rid of Jari at least. He's gonna get rid of the small blind as well. Vitalis was... Yeah, I'm gonna remember that name now.
That's my scarf, actually. That has to be my scarf.
Did you lose it somewhere?
I don't like that he's sniffing into it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna have to take it back later.
But he's trying to sniff out a king or a 10 on the flop by defending his big blind here. That's a 3, 5, 6. That's so pretty much a whole bunch of nothing for neither of these players. Not even a backdoor flush draw. Luka's ace high is still good. 300k in the middle, or 295 to be exact. And the check from Bahadir. And Luka is most likely, it looks like he wants to c-bet this one. 110,000 is the c-bet, and Bahadir is just gonna fold. And Luka takes down another one. Like, those small bots is how Luka is staying up there. Like, he manages to win all these small ones. Just playing pretty decent ABC. I know you don't like me overusing that word, but GTO poker. So, tell me about GTO, man. You know about this shit, so tell me about, like... I
don't know.
Because you are, like... Can we say for sure that online...
Definitely not.
You play mid to high stakes tournaments, right? So you play those 200s, you play those 500 sometimes, and so on. So... The style of poker you play, would you describe it as a GTO style of poker? Like, do you play the dark polk style of poker, or do you play for reads, or what's the style of poker you play for?
No, you don't play on reads online.
Why?
That's gonna end bad. Let's see if you're gonna just play on reads online.
But you can read.
You can definitely, even online, you can read some things. Like timing is actually a thing where people give a lot away.
So, but still, do you describe your playstyle as GTO or not?
No, I wouldn't describe it as
really?
GTO.
So what do you describe it as?
Just winging it.
Just winging it.
It has to be a mix of everything. So.
Oh, meanwhile, Jari is raising it up against Vladimir, and Vladimir is going all in with a bit less than 10 big blinds, and he finds pocket kings. And Jari might be pot committed here to call, actually. He has to call 385,000 with a pretty decent hand as well, Queen 10 suited.
And blinds are 25-50.
Yes,
okay.
So in a pot of 660 he has 385k to call. So he's gonna need about like 39-40% equity, right? Maybe a bit less even. So I think Queen 10 against Vladimir's 10 big blind shoving stack, I think it's gonna get it. I think it's gonna be like on the line, but good enough.
When the big blind shoves, it should be pretty polarized actually, but which means that since he has an option to just call, he should be shoving like some really strong hands.
People on the Twitch chat are very excited to know who are you, who is the guest commentator, Karl. People who are joining us right now, we have more and more people joining us. Maybe you can tell a bit more about yourself. But yeah, let's do it after this hand, because Jari does end up calling. Vladimir is all in. He's way ahead. He's miles ahead. He has 84%. But everything can happen. But Vladimir is in a very good spot to double up right now. 1 million chips in the middle. He's gonna have 20 big blinds should he win this one. But let's see the flop. For Vladimir, it's very good to see that he has the King of Diamonds as well, just in case for a bit more extra crashness.
It's something.
So, but that's another all-in, but that's 10 high flop as well. So that brings Jari a bit closer to a win. He needs a 10 or a queen, and it's gonna have to be the river to bring the 10 or a queen, unless Vladimir is gonna double up, and that's an 8 of diamonds on the river, meaning that Vladimir's kings hold up. A bit of scary flop for him, but in the end it's gonna work out just fine for him. He's gonna take down the 1 million chip pot, and we remain 6-handed. What do you think about the call from Jari?
Yeah, it's
Pretty
10
standard.
big blinds, a little bit less, so I guess you have to call. But I would say the big blind is definitely going to be shoving a lot tighter than he would from the small blind, because he has the option to just call. So it actually makes sense why Jari was thinking for so long.
Wow, and Jari was thinking for a while, but he does end up calling. He loses a small one. Like, Jari is still the biggest chip stack. He's gonna lose 10 big blinds there, but you know, he's at least giving himself chances to take out players. And Vitalis, he's already... again, one more time, he's left with only 6 big blinds. Vitalis needs to make something happen soon as well. Vitalis was really hoping for the queen or 10 on the turn, right? He wanted to ladder one more time, because when you have 6 big blinds, like, the more ladders you can get, the better. Because the next money jump is gonna be 6,000 euros. That's like pretty much 6,000 euro river card for him. Yeah, so right now they have guaranteed themselves 15.2, and 5th place takes home 21.15. So quite a big difference already between pay champs. So, but we were talking about you. Let the viewers know who you are, because I think most of the viewers are already familiar with me, but just go one more time. What you do here? What are you doing here? Who are you? What do you play? Do you play online? Do you play tournaments? Do you play cash games? And so on.
My name is Carl Jonathan. I'm actually Christian's childhood friend. He's the one who made me play poker 10 years ago. So we played actually, started at the same time. But I've been playing it for a living now, for the whole time as well. But I started playing mid-high stakes tournaments online a bit more than a year ago. And doing pretty good in those. But before that I was playing like heads-up sit and goes and mid-stakes cash.
Oh, and that's a flop if I've ever seen one, because Jari has flopped a trip 5s here. Trip 5s with an ace kicker, and we
Now
actually
we're gonna
saw
see
the player with 6 big blinds fold deuces here as well, actually. So he would have flopped the full house here, but he folded deuces with 6 big blinds.
What position did he have?
I cannot remember at this moment. We can see that Bahadir is in the button, so he was under the gun +2, I guess. But Jari has trip 5s, and Bahadir has an overpair of 9s as well, so Bahadir might not get away from this one. Or at least not now, because Bahadir is the one.
Oh, he went for a
in.
check there. He went for a
Jari,
check,
yes.
yeah.
Jari
Okay.
checked to an opener. And let's see if Jari's gonna raise this one, and what is Bahadir gonna do against the raise? Is he gonna shove? Is he gonna call? Is he gonna fold?
Didn't Jari open? Jari is from hijack.
Oh, we can see pre-flop. Yeah, Jari raised it
the
up to
graphics
100,000.
right?
Yes. Jari opened it to 100,000, and Bahadir
I think
called.
actually Bahadir now can get away from the hand because he went for the check raise. Or it seems really strong.
It looks very strong, and it is, as we can see, it is very strong. So,
that's the reason why it looks strong, because it is strong.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, if you're Bahadir, you still have pocket nines.
You have to call because you're like at the top of your range.
He's going all in,
That's
and Jari's gonna call, and Bahadir is going all in, and he's dominated. He absolutely crushed. He only has 2 outs, and it's a massive pot as well.
Yeah.
It's the biggest pot we've seen in this final table. And look at Vitalis here. He's so happy, smiling, because that's extra.
Yeah.
That's extra 6,000 there. That's just Bahadir going crazy there, thinking that Jari is bluffing him, but unfortunately for him, it's Jari who flopped absolute nuts. And look at sit number 7. Vitalis is so happy. No 9 is thinking, and 9 is not gonna do it, because that is a full 4 of a kind. That is 4 of a kind. That locks this one up. And do you remember me telling that the player with 6 big blinds folded deuces? He would have lost this one. Yeah. And also, now he actually ended up laddering 1 more spot, so we only have 5 players left. We're gonna lose Bahadir from Turkey, and the Finns are scooping this one. Jari is taking out another player. He's up to 5 million now.
So the flop went the original razor check raised. So what Bahadir should have done, he should have just called the flop, because the under the gun either has him crushed like queens, kings, aces, or maybe those rare trip 5s, or he has like bluff some like ace king or some Broadway hand.
So against that,
he should have
no
just
point.
called and seen what his opponent does on the turn, not just jam it in.
But the thing is, that's our Gives are actually telling a very right thing in Twitch chat, that against a player like Bahadir, maybe you should be check raising, because you know that Bahadir, we've seen him go all in on like very marginal hands before. So if you want to play for all the chips, then it's pretty much playing your opponent.
If
there.
you know that Bahadir is betting a lot on the flop, if you check to him, then definitely check raise is the option. But I don't have that information that he's gonna be betting a lot.
But yeah, like on standard, maybe you shouldn't take that line, but I think maybe it is a player-dependent move from Jari as well.
It depends on how much the opponent is going to be betting himself. But obviously deuce 5-5 is such a dry flop as well that mixing in some slow plays against many players is actually...
Yeah, and 7-7 says the right thing as well, that the Latvian dude Andris is very lucky because he's... Remember yesterday when we were 9-handed, he was with 3 big blinds for a while. So he's been between 3 and like 8 big blinds for the most of this final table, and all of a sudden it's 5 players left. He made himself extra 15,000 by just surviving with 3 to 10 big blinds pretty much. So and one more time he only has about 6 big blinds, but he's laddering, he's making money by just surviving, and I mean there's definitely a method to that, like just folding and getting some extra money that way. And right now there's one more player pretty short. Vladimir is pretty short as well. Well, he did double up once, so now he has about 20 big blinds. So I mean, he needs to make something happen, and something happen soon. But as it is, it's Luka with pocket checks against Jussi's limp from the small blind. Luka is gonna raise it up to 180,000, and Jussi doesn't want a limp call 6-4. So we move on. So 5 players remaining, and all of these players have guaranteed themselves 21,150 euros. First place takes town 85,300 euros. So we're getting in that big money territory now.
It takes a while and you are in heads up.
Ton is saying that Luka is going to win the event. I think Luka is a very strong candidate to win this one, but at the moment it looks like a Jari show. Like Jari has the way by... Look at that chip stack. He's by far the biggest chip stack. He's running well, he's playing well. I mean, it's gonna be tough against him, but Luka is definitely is the most stable player of this of them all. It's like you can make sure that something is gonna happen, and Vitalis is making the all-in move finally. Bit less than 7 big blinds going all in with King 7 suited. Gotta like it. 5-handed, I think it's a fine shot.
Yep.
Especially when you're the big blind next hand, when you have to put in the ante. And Jari has him dominated. Does he want to call? If Jari's gonna call,
how many big blinds
that's 6, a bit less than 7 big blinds. And should Jari call here, he's gonna be way ahead of Vitalis' King 7 as well. So Jari might make back-to-back hands, take out 2 players. All he needs to do is press the call button.
Yeah, it's a pretty close decision.
It's 5-handed, it's King 9 against a bit less than 7 big blind shot. I would be making that call.
You said under the gun, but what's the position actually?
So it's 5-handed under the gun.
No,
but Jari does fold.
Okay.
Jari does fold.
So it's from a hijack.
So yeah, maybe it's a high check then.
No, because under the gun, you just think that it's...
Yeah,
you shouldn't actually call it under the gun when it's so few players.
So it's high check, cut off, button, small blind, big blind right now, since it's only 5 players. If we're gonna lose one more player, then the ante is gonna be half the size. Right now it's still full size ante, but once we lose one more player, the ante is gonna be half the size. As it is, blinds are 25k, 50k. Jari does not call with the King 9, so you think it's is it a close decision there with King 9?
I actually use this poker app that I don't know if can I say.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's a poker app called Snapshot. So you buy this app for your phone and you can just type in those stack sizes and things, so you can actually see what the right answer is.
Alright, so pretty much poker is played by robots, and there's nothing done by yourself anymore. Everything is solved.
That's true.
Jari is
pre-flop shoving, actually. Yeah, that's solved.
And Jari doesn't go all in here against the Vitalis. He's just gonna raise to 100k, which I don't think I like this one. I think 7-5 suited against what is it? 7 big blind stack. You wanna shove there, right? No, or limp?
Yeah, he should be shoving.
He should be shoving, but that means Vitalis is gonna call. Vitalis is gonna leave himself with 320k behind, but is 225,000. Let's see the flop. That's 1 diamond at least. Ace King 3 means that Jari has a good chance to steal this one away, because Vitalis doesn't hit anything here, and it's gonna end up working out fine for him, the raise. He bets for the minimum 50,000, and that's good enough. Doesn't need to bet more.
Because yeah, the big blind just doesn't have any aces in his range, so you can just.
And one more time, Vitalis is left with only 6 big blinds. Then it's Vladimir with 20 big blinds, Jussi with 45 big blinds, Luka with 51 big blinds, and then the runaway chip leader, a player with about 42-43% of the tournament chips in play, Jari with more than 100 big blinds. And look at that massive chip stack in front of him. That's compared to Vitalis' 6 big blind. It's just. That would be sick to watch if I'm Vitalis. So, 500 still. And look at that, I think the ante has gone down. Yeah, the ante has gone down to 25,000 actually. So we're not playing full antes anymore, since we're 500. So it's not 400, I thought it was 400, but since we're 500 now, the ante is 25,000. So not full antes anymore. Jari is gonna come in with another raise it up with ace-4 offsuit. That brings along Vladimir from the big blind, who's gonna defend it. 250 in the middle, we see a flop, which is queen 9-4. Pair of fours for Jari, but most importantly, pair of queens with a 10 kicker for Vladimir. Vladimir checks it over to Jari. Jari's gonna bet 50,000. Vladimir is not gonna go anywhere. He's just gonna call. And we will see a turn. 3 of clubs. Pretty safe card for both of these players. Check, check.
Actually, the interesting thing on the flop is since Jari just min bet the flop, then you can tell that his strategy is gonna be c betting super wide there on the flop with, like, as you can see here, any pair. Just on the sizing, then the big blind should be raising like pretty much all their top pairs for value. Just put your opponent in a difficult situation if he's choosing to c-bet any 2 cards there on the flop.
That's
he bet just 1/4 pot there on the flop, so you should just make his strategy difficult, because he's obviously gonna be betting like every pair there.
But if you're raising your top pairs, then what else should the big blind be raising there to balance it out, or do you even need to be balanced there?
I pay all 3 streets.
I mean, you can definitely raise some bluffs as well, but you should be raising most of your top pairs there.
If you're
it's also like 20 big blinds deep, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
if you also know that he's not going to be barreling a lot, then definitely you should.
Then how are you going to make your? For me, it doesn't make sense. As we see an all-in from Vitalis for 6 big blind. Let's see if he's going to find a call. That's not going to be a call from the small blind, but maybe Jussi is going to find a call, because it's only 5 big blinds more to call. It's 10-9 offsuit. He would be pretty much flipping, but. Let's see if he wants to make it. Let's see if he wants to make it 4-handed, or he wants to keep Vitalis short. What do you think? Is it a call against 6 big blinds?
This shouldn't be a call.
So then 9 should be a fold against B6 big blinds. All
yeah,
in from the button.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should be a fold.
And I would have made the call again for the second time already, because
you would have made or not made.
I would have made a call.
Okay,
because I always tend to take those like close ones.
Minus EV decision.
Like if it's a close decision, then I always like go for the call, or like higher variance route if I'm the bigger stack. So that's my fish way of thinking about it, because I wanna close out the tournament.
Actually, I think the way to think about it is Vitalis is like super short as well, right?
Yeah.
So that means the other players are going to be playing really tight. So actually, you want to keep Vitalis alive so you can steal more.
No, I don't agree with you at all. Because if I'm Jussi, that means as long as Vitalis is in, everybody else can push me around, because I'm the middle of the stack here. I cannot do almost anything against 2 players at least.
Jussi is second in chips.
Jussi is third in chips. Luka is second in chips, and Jari is the chip leader. Luka and Jari have position on Jussi, so if I'm Jussi, I'm thinking I want to get rid of that short stack so I can actually play poker, not wait until the short stack busts.
No, I thought he was the big chip leader. He's not the one. If he was the big chip leader, then he should.
Then
keep
definitely,
him
yeah. This is where I agree with you.
Yeah.
And Luka is gonna call. Luka is definitely gonna call from the big blind, and finally Vitalis is getting called. Vitalis has been super lucky in these situations, but that doesn't mean anything right now. Only thing it means is that Luka has 70% against Vitalis 30%. Jacks against ace 6, 5 players remaining. Vitalis is gonna need an ace and an ace only. What a fast-paced final table it has been up until this point. We have lost 3 players already. We're on a verge of losing 1 more player. Vitalis all in, and he's gonna need some help. He's gonna need some diamonds, some hearts, or an ace. Let's see if he's gonna find it. 840k in the middle. He's doubled up, I think, at least 4 or 5 times during this feature table already. He's been surviving. He's been surviving. Can he do it one more time? I think the cards will show.
Wait, I can actually go to the other room and just write in the chat what happens. Wait.
No.
Wait, I can, wait,
you
wait.
don't do it. Yes,
No,
we are streaming with a 30-minute delay, so we are somewhat in the future. Should we want to be there? But no. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna spoil anything.
Let's do it. Just one time. Let's just spoil it.
7 thinks that the ace is coming as well. We saw that none of the aces are dead, so there are still 3 aces left on the deck. And can we see one here? That's a 7-7 ace, and one more time Vitalis is gonna get super lucky. This man is
Oh my God.
indestructible. He cannot be
Check
destroyed.
on the river.
Can we see the
I
check
actually
on the
saw
river?
that it's a check on the river.
Stop it. And it's a 4 of clubs on the river, meaning that Vitalis is going to double up one more time. This man is running like God in all-in situations. He's been all-in for like 5 times. Every time he's been behind and every time he has won it. He's still gonna be the shortest stack, but now all of a sudden he has 17 big blinds to play with. Everything is possible.
By the way, actually the 6 big blind shove from the button, then the big blind, yeah, 10-9 off, you can call there. So my little poker app told me that.
Your little poker app told me that you can actually call there with 10-9, but I guess it's very much on the line. It's a marginal decision, yeah?
Yeah, 10-9 off is the weakest offsuit 10 you can call there.
So it's not gonna make you a lot of money anyway, so it should be a matter of like, do you want to get rid of that? And now, as we see, he doubles up one more time, and I mean, if I'm Jussi, I'm not loving life here. If I'm anybody, I'm not loving life. Everybody would have liked to see him bust out this tournament, but everybody besides all the fans Vitalis has, and of course himself. 16.5 big blinds now for him, and we're still 5-handed at this main event.
I guess that at live tournaments people actually, they shove a lot tighter than
Yeah, that's
online,
true.
so
But why do you think that is?
because they don't have those little poker apps.
To let you know exactly what you have to do, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, whatever. I mean, they're allowed to use, and if you
Just more recreational players play live poker, so
yeah, that's true.
probably don't.
But
Don't
I
look,
mean,
don't look at Nash
for me-
shoving charts too much.
for me as well. Like, I've been a recreational player for a while now, and I just enjoy live poker in that sense more because it's one way it's easier, it's more social. It's like there are many merits to playing live poker. Like in online poker, it can be pretty lonely.
I don't like social events. People make me anxious.
And that I know, but still, I understand why some people do like live
don't.
events. 3-2 for Vladimir. He will hit the muck. Let's see if Jussi wants to come in with a raise with 5-3 off. No, he doesn't. But Luca definitely wants to raise the button with King Queen offsuit here. Luca, after losing this hand, he has 2.1 million left, so 42 big blinds for him. And he's gonna raise against Vitalis here.
Lemari says that they shove lighter because they don't have the chips in hand. The psychological thing in online, it's just numbers. That's definitely an interesting thing if it has any.
I think you
merit
can
to it.
choose. Yeah, definitely. Because like, if I
yeah.
think about it, it's just more real to playing live. If you
But
have to.
if you play live, then it's just one tournament. If you lose it, it's gonna be over.
Yeah,
So you
exactly.
can definitely, some people can have that psychological effect.
Yeah, because whenever I play like live poker, I'm like making myself goals. I want to make like top 30 so I get value. I can actually play some cards for the money I paid in. Then I want to make final table, and yeah, it is a bit more difficult to go all in because you have to do it yourself. You can actually see the chips go in, and you can actually see your opponent crush you should you lose. Then so it's not a good feeling to bust online. You can just take another tournament and you just don't give a shit.
But also the great says that I'd rather be online. Me too.
Yeah, I know.
I'd rather upload myself online and just stay there.
That's like, wasn't there a South Park episode where Stan was online? I'm pretty sure it was. He was like taken in with Facebook. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. But Vitalis has ace jack now at 15 big blinds. Is it a shove? Is it a raise? And it's a shove, and Vladimir, he might call. He's gonna snap call, and we're gonna see another all-in. So it's either Vladimir gonna take out Vitalis or Vladimir gonna be super short stack himself. Because should he lose this one, he's gonna be left with 7.5 big blinds. But it's King Queen against Ace Jack. It's the classical Swedish flip. Let's see if Vladimir can win this Swedish flip and hit a king or a queen. And if Vitalis is gonna win this one, which he's gonna have 59% of doing, then all of a sudden he's one of the bigger stacks now. 5, 3, and a king! That's a king that crushes Vitalis. Vitalis is gonna need an ace on a turn, or a river, or at least running deuce on a 4.
I guess it's a king, cause
and that's a deuce on a turn, so one more out for Vitalis. Sorry for interrupting you.
Sorry, I
so
wanted
force.
to make a joke. Guess it's king because it's Kings of Tallinn.
And that's an ace on the river for Vitalis. One more time Vitalis is getting lucky on the river. And 1.6 million for him. All of a sudden Vitalis has a lot of chips to play with, and if I'm Vladimir, I'm not loving life here. Vladimir is left with 7 big blinds, 7.5
How many
big blinds.
all-ins has Vitalis?
That's like,
one in a row.
I think that's like the 7th all-in he's won in a row, and he's been ahead on one of them. Wow, and Vitalis' run good continues, and now maybe we can see what Vitalis is made of when he actually has chips to play with. Because now he's gonna have more than 30 big blinds, but this run is something that legends are made of. Vitalis has been running like a proper god in these all-in situations. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I thought this is gonna be over for him. I thought that this was gonna be the hand where Vitalis' run good is gonna end, but no. He's the river, ace on the river, the Barry is gonna do it for Vladimir. Vladimir is still gonna be alive, still left with 7 big blinds, but that's a sick comeback from 3 big blinds, and maybe if he's gonna end up winning this one, then that's another great story for him. I mean, just staying alive for that long, winning so many all-ins, that must be annoying for everybody at the table. Everybody expected this guy to be out at 9th, but here he is fighting, still alive, 5 players remaining, and now with 30 big blinds. So Jussi and Luka actually have very similar stacks to him now. So definitely cannot push him around that much anymore. Let's see what Vladimir does with his short stack now. But none of these players did nothing wrong here. I think Vladimir's call is fine against 15 big blinds on the big blind. I don't think that's nothing wrong with that. I think the shove with ace jack is fine as well.
7 always coming says that he's the happiest person in this tournament. I think it actually means that he's the luckiest person in this tournament.
Yeah, and the luckiest and happiest.
Because we as poker players, we're pretty dead inside.
Well, maybe recreational poker players are not that dead inside. Maybe the online mid to high stakes tournament crushers, they are dead inside. But I think those guys, they seem to be pretty happy, like mixing it up and having a good time.
Yeah.
But Yari comes in with a raise with king 3, and Vitalis 3-bets him to 340,000, and look at that. Once he's getting the chips, he's gonna make things happen. What do you think about that sizing? More than 3x against Yari's open, 3.4x against the min raise, and he's gonna take this one down, and he's here to play now. He has some confidence, he has some chips, you know. I think Vitalis is actually, he's not gonna go down without a fight now. He's pretty much separated by second place only by 8 big blinds, so almost nothing now. So he can finally feel it a little bit. Super Mario thinks that now the Latvian is gonna win the tournament, you know. I mean, it might happen. It might happen. It looks like it's gonna. I mean, Yari is still the massive chip leader, and Yari is the one to beat. But I mean, coming back from 3 big blinds, you must be feeling good now. You must be feeling like you actually have a chance here to win this one. For a while it was only about laddering, only about getting a couple of bait jumps, but now you feel like, you know, you can start making moves for the win. Yari raises one more time with pocket 8s this time, has a decent hand. Folded around to Luca from the big blind, who's most likely gonna make the call with Jack 10 suited.
Call.
Which he will. He will call, and we will see a flop heads up, 250k in the middle. 7, 5 and a 3 is a fantastic flop for Yari actually. He still has an overpair with pocket 8s, which is pretty rare. He's gonna c-bet for 100,000 and I don't think Luca can continue here, not even a backdoor flush for him. So just a ugly board for Jack 10 of diamonds to see. And Yari takes this one down. And we see Vladimir left with only 7 big blinds now. Yari is our runaway chip leader with 98 big blinds, and then Luca, Jussi and Vitalis are very similarly stacked. So the name of the game should be for Yari to push around those 3 stacks. Am I correct?
What?
The name of the game for Yari should be to push around those 3 middling stacks, right? Since we have one player with 7 big blinds, you can really take advantage of those 30 to 40 big blind stacks, and you know. And
yeah, always abuse others.
Yeah, okay. So, but can you like go a bit more into that? Why is that a good idea there? Because I think those like 30 to 40 big blind stacks, they really want to see that 7 big blind stack bust, right? So
actually, when you have close to like 40 big blinds, it's not a critical situation. If someone would have like 20 big blinds, then he would have to be much more careful.
So 9-8 offsuit for button for Jussi.
Thank Moody says you should bring friends often to commentating booth. Good job, lads.
Oh, thank you very much.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I don't. I'm. Well, we'll see about that.
Friends.
We'll see about
real
that.
Friends.
If I had friends, then definitely they would be here more often. But I've been talking to Garl about coming here for a while now, and I'm so happy that he finally has time. Yeah, exactly, has time to do it. So I'm excited about it as well. So if you're tuning in from Delphi and Facebook, you know, we're reading those comments and we're having this conversation over at twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. So definitely come and tune in. Let us know who you're rooting for. If you have any questions for me or Karl, because Karl is the one who always makes jokes, but he's a very smart poker dude. So if you want to know like some poker information or like I don't know, whatever like poker related question, then Karl can actually answer those really well. And usually they're gonna come with a couple of jokes which you're gonna have to get through, but you're gonna find an answer anyway. In the end you're gonna get that answer. Meanwhile we have a little bit of a setup here. Jussi finds pocket 7s, 500 from the cutoff.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting when he 3-bets.
And Luca has pocket queens, and those are the 2 very similar stacks here. So
that's the situation where yeah, the button should be 3-betting really tight.
And he should.
So I wouldn't be too surprised if Jussi just folds to the 3-bet straight away.
But yes, that's true. But Jussi has shown that he doesn't want to give out those hands. He wants to at least see the flop with hands like king queen, queen 10 suited, pocket 7s, 8s. He doesn't like make those pre-flop hero folds. He's willing to fold those hands post-flop pretty easily, but he at least he's one of those players who wants to see the flop like more often than not. But maybe you're right. I mean, it's definitely scary to see a 3-bet there from Luca. But at the same time, you see what I've seen from him is that he's a player who likes to see flop with semi-strong hands.
I guess it all depends on how much Luca is really 3-betting. You saw more of that yesterday. Was he 3-betting other bigger stacks? Or
no,
not?
no. Luca hasn't had any history of like randomly going after somebody or so. Luca has been playing
no light 3-bets.
Very ABC poker style.
Yeah. So that's what makes it 7-7 really difficult there. So.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure that he's sniffing it out. He doesn't like it. Look, he's not happy about it. But only
he's really showing it. Just
yeah.
Look at me. I don't have aces or kings here.
But it would be sick if Jussi actually is gonna come in over with a shove now after all that Hollywood. Then I would be disgusted if I'm Luca. But Jussi, it's gonna end up folding. It's gonna end up folding, and you're correct. I mean, that's a very like big sizing from Luca as well. That's more than 3x. That's 3.4x sizing. And look at that dude in the behind there. Is that Andrei? No. I guess so, but yeah, it
nowadays
matter.
It's pretty standard to make it a little bit over 3x in position as well.
No
just not to give it. People used to give way too good pot odds
Fold.
Jussi
few years
shows the pocket sevens.
That's so bad, just to show that, hey, I'm gonna be folding like a lot of hands. So,
That's what we were talking about yesterday as well. That why do people do that? Why do they like show the hands? Like mostly we see it when like players have aces and everybody folds, then they show like. But whenever you show the aces, then pretty much you show the hands that you don't show as well. That then every time they know that you didn't have a good hand.
This was like a medium strength hand, so right now it's just showing that, hey, go ahead and
You
free
can
bet
push
me
around
light.
me.
I'm gonna just give you chips. Not sure what that.
Maybe
point of that
it's
is.
maybe, but at the same time, maybe it's showing Luka that
Yeah,
I think
he
that
was-
you're such a nit that you're never three betting me.
Actually, since he was thinking for so long, then
Fold.
it's probably not gonna show that he's gonna be a one to be pushed around, because 7-7 is, it's decent hand, but it's not really
Fold.
it's still a medium strength hand. So actually he can't really push him around because of that fold.
Yeah, I
But
think
if you would have showed like ace jack suited, then that would have been like.
And Vitalis is trying to put in the final nail in the coffin of Vladimir. All in from Vitalis from the small blind, getting called from Vladimir. Jack 9 suited against ace 4. Jack 9 is gonna need some help, but it's pretty much still a coin flip here. 47% for Jack 9's against ace 4 there. Let's see if we can see Vladimir double up here. He's gonna need a queen, jack, or a 9 on that flop. Turn is a 4 of hearts, changing pretty much nothing. River is a king of clubs, and Vitalis is taking out Vladimir here. Vladimir is leaving us in 5th place, taking home 21,150 euros, and we are four-handed. Like Vitalis, the player with 3 big blinds at the start of this final table, he now has 42 big blinds and 2.1 million stack. He's second in chips.
Okay, one also says that Luka did 3-bet light yesterday, like king 4 suited, but it depends a lot on the situation. 'Cause right now we have 4 people, there's big pay jumps, so not gonna be sure how light is gonna be really 3-bet
And
right now.
This situation, we have to talk about a deal as well. We have 3 players with a very similar stack and 1 player who has a bigger chip lead. It would make a lot of sense for this player to start at least discussing a deal here, because they are like 2nd to 4th place are separated by only by a couple big blinds. And if I'm Yari here, do I wanna
Did
like?
you say one guy has a really big chip lead?
So 3 players with about 40 big blinds and 1 player with about 100 big blinds.
Oh, okay.
So for Yari it doesn't make sense to at least make a regular ICM deal, but he can. Once these players are talking about a deal, then Yari should try to at least get a better deal for himself, because those players with 40 big blinds, they really shouldn't want to be busting next, because the difference between 2nd and 4th place is actually massive, right? So it's about 30k difference. But we are gonna go on a break now. The players are standing up, so don't go anywhere far. We are still four-handed. First place is gonna take home 85,300 euros. We're gonna go on a short break. Maybe these players are gonna discuss a deal during that time, maybe not. We will never know. Well, we're gonna know right after the break.
Just gonna answer one question. No, there's no shot clock in this tournament.
Yeah, no shot clock. And we're playing peak blind ante. Those are the special rules. I think the players are gonna discuss a deal, and then we will be back soon. We're gonna have a timer for you for how long we're gonna be on a break. I have no idea myself right now. I expect the break to be about 15 minutes. So about 15 minutes. Let's see if we're gonna see a timer on the stream. Anyway, on the bottom right corner, you're gonna have a timer once we know how long the break is gonna be. 15 minutes. 14 and a half minutes. So I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere far. Ciao.
OlyBet, kõik on võimalik. OlyBet, kõik on võimalik.
Thank you.
And we are back from our scheduled break. We have made some chip ups, and the situation, what you need to know is that 4 players are remaining of the biggest ever Kings of Tallinn main event. 1100 euros was the buy-in for this event. All of these players have guaranteed themselves quite a lot of money. And we are playing for the first place prize of 85,300 euros. I will post in the Twitch chat right away the money chumps as well. All these players have guaranteed themselves 27,600 euros. The players did not agree on any deals, so we are playing as it is. Fourth place will take down 27,600. Third place will take down 26,900. Second place 57,300, and first place 85,300 euros. So a lot of money. This is where a lot of money will be made. Yari is our big chip leader with about 80 big blinds. The blinds have gone up to 30,000 and 60,000 with a 30,000 ante posted by the big blind. My name is Christian. I will be here with you until we crown the winner. I will be joined very soon by Karl-Jonathan Metz as well, who is our knowledgeable and fantastically funny crowd favorite co-commentator today, and a very good friend of mine. He is playing slots right now. He's not playing slots himself. I was on a break and I got a lot of bonus games, so I had to come back, and he's the one taking out those bonus games now. So when he comes back, I will let you know how much money I won during the break. Because this is how I get paid. I get paid by by playing slots during the breaks. Karl is coming back. Hello Karl, how was your break?
You're such a slut.
Did I win?
No.
Fuck.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take that money.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
How much did you put in?
I put in 10 euros and I got back 196 euros and 35 cents.
Looks like the real money is in playing slots.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Vitalis, I actually made some background search of Vitalis during the break as well. I didn't just play slots. And Vitalis is a pretty well-known live player. He has quite a lot of results, a lot of between those 10 and 40k results in those live tournaments. And most recently, between 2018 and 2019, I think I counted about 6 10k plus results from those meat stakes live events. So he's doing very well. So now I understand why he's here. And he is at the moment losing with his pair of 9s against Lucas' pair of kings. But maybe he wants to turn that pair of 9s into a bluff. 560k in the middle, but it seems like Luca is the one bluffing actually. I don't think Luca is gonna bet for value if he's betting here with his pair of kings and deuce kicker. He's trying to get rid of something like an ace, maybe something like queen 10. But he does bet and he gets Vitalis to fold. Well, Vitalis can't really call there. But first good thing happening here for Luca. The blinds have gone up to 30-60k, so we can see Vitalis has 30 big blinds, Jussi has 32 big blinds, Luca has 42 big blinds, and Jari has 82 big blinds. So still very similarly stacked, at least Jussi and Vitalis. Luca has a bit more, and then Jari is our big chip leader with 4.9 million chips. So let us know in the chat, guys. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think? Maybe who you're rooting for, and who do you think is going to win this one? I'm gonna be here right now, and I'm gonna tell it's gonna be either Jari or Luca, and I think it's gonna end up being Jari, and Luca is gonna take home second place because I think Jari has a fantastic situation where he can take advantage of his big chip stack right now, and it's up to him to start accumulating a lot of chips now and just putting a lot of pressure on these players who have to think about the money chumps more than the chip PV situations. Jussi is thinking about doing something on the button with queen 2 offsuit against Vitalis king 6 suited raise, and he's doing it. Jussi is coming in with a light 3-bet.
That looks something like something I would do.
What do you mean? So
some time back at least, just choose a random hand and just do something.
So it's pretty much it's just a matter of trying to win this pot, not a matter of cards. Like
just at least have some playability, like offsuit, like one card Broadway hand is
But I don't.
pretty bad. At least like if you're gonna choose a hand, like let it at least be suited or like a 5-4 offsuit or whatever. Like, but Queen Deuce off, it's just gonna flop like one. Just there's no playability in a 3-bet pot with that.
And look at the sizing as well. That's super small sizing from Jussi. He's pretty much.
And that's even worse because now he's almost definitely gonna have to play post flop as well.
And he's pretty much pricing it everything that Vitalis should be opening from the cutoff there. So very small 3-bet with a very iffy hand. So I think Vitalis is gonna end up calling this one, getting about 4.5 to 1 on a call with his King 6 suited.
He shouldn't really be folding anything that he opens to that basically a min raise.
But if you're Vitalis, are you like kind of afraid that you're being reeled in here? Like Jussi is doing that with a very strong hand, and even if
you shouldn't level yourself before you have some information.
And
just look at those pot odds.
And Vitalis does end up folding here, and Jussi, he's trying, like he's doing that all the time. We've seen it like so many times from him like taking a pretty random hand and just trying to make things happen, 3-betting light and doing stuff like that. And this is where Jussi is super, how do we say it? He's very scary when he actually gets a good hand, and he does it with a good hand. Then it's very difficult for your opponent to put him on a good hand, because I'm sure all these players have information about Jussi, and they can, even though we're streaming with a delay, in about 30 minutes every one of these players, they will know that Jussi did it with Queen Deuce off. So it's Jussi definitely has a like loose image, and once these loose image players get good hands, then they can get actually paid.
So is he picking some like similar hands as 3-bet bluffs or no?
He has done it with Queen X.
Like offsuit low.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the time. He's taken like hands like 8-3 offsuit and stuff like that. So he doesn't care about the hands. He cares about the situation. Is the idea I'm getting here. Yari, meanwhile,
just don't do that. just pick a hand like 5-4 suited, or at least like King 4 suited or something. At least have some playability.
Some playability at least would be good. But Yari is now putting in some pressure against Vitalis. Vitalis can't do anything with 7-2 off. He's gonna raise it up, small blind versus big blind. I don't mind calling there as well with a hand like Queen 10 offsuit. Like, I mean, you can play some pots, and why not put the pressure on post flop? Or do you like raising there almost everything you're playing with pre-flop when you're Yari and playing against 26 big blind stack?
Blind against
blind versus blind, yeah, small blind against big blinds. So it's Yari with about 80 big blinds against Andris with 26 big blinds.
It depends on how much he's defending his big blind. If he's folding too much of his big blind, then Yari should just be raising everything. But I think since you said that this guy has some live results, then he's probably not going to be overfolding, and he's going to be shoving a lot at 25 big blind. So
but
definitely should be limping a lot of hands.
Yari as well noticed the fact that last hand Vitalis just folded to in a situation where he got very good pot odds. So maybe he is overfolding a little bit. At least from the information that the Yari got there. That
I don't think those two things are like connected. But I definitely also sometimes level myself when someone just 3-bets like a really small size. So
yeah, Wanazu says that Yari almost never limps. Well, he says Yari never limps. I guess so. Maybe Yari is just he has chosen a strategy of,
if he's only raising, then that's really depends on how much he's raising. Because if he's only raising into a 26 big blind stack, then he can't be raising too wide. Otherwise, it's gonna be way too easy to take advantage of that. You just have to be jamming a lot.
But are you gonna take advantage of a dude who is the runaway chip leader, and you don't really want to put your tournament life on the line?
Who's the fourth guy? Is Vitalis the shortest stack?
Yeah, Vitalis is the shortest stack now.
If he's the shortest stack, then he should be doing that. Of course you have to do that.
Okay.
There's no like ICM pressure.
But there is, in a way, that you are the shortest stack, but the second one closest to you is only like 5 big blinds more, so you're not by far the shortest stack. So yes, you are the shortest stack at the moment, but you're still very similarly stacked with 2 more players.
I guess as we said, then the first and second,
and
the pay jumps are just so huge between first and second and third. That's
pay jumps are huge. It's gonna be huge, guys. we're gonna make the pay champs like in China. That was my very bad Trump impression. Vanazu, you have to tell me if it was good. You're from the United States. You should know. How is life in the United States? Is everybody panicking already?
Is everything great?
Is everything great again? Also, yeah, what else did I want to know about the United States? Oh yeah, there's an election coming up next year. Re-election. Maybe Trump 4 more years and stuff. I think like the Democrats have about like 20 candidates already. A lot of Bernie Sanders says he's gonna run for president again.
Oh god, I hate politics.
I love it. I think every poker stream should be about politics.
Maybe.
Politics and very chauvinistic jokes about females.
Yes, gold diggers.
Yeah,
Those goddamn gold diggers.
Fold around to Luka. And Jussi's limped a lot against Luka, and Luka's found a lot of good hands against Jussi. And for Jussi, I think it looks like Luka is kind of pushing him over, with always coming up with a raise against Jussi's limps. But Luka's always found good hands against Jussi's limps there. Luka is the one limping now. Jari is checking his option with Jack 10 suited, interestingly enough. Doesn't want to put any pressure on. Ace, Queen, 3, and look at that for a flop. That's 2 pair for Luka and a flush draw with a straight draw for Jari. We might see a lift-off here. Maybe. It's depending on how Jari wants to play this one. Because this might go all in on a flop even. If it's a bet of 70,000 and Jari is gonna go for a raise of something like 300,000, then Luka is gonna come over the top and all of it might go in. It's all possible. Because
I don't think he should be going all in with Queen 3.
But we'll see. He's definitely Jari's making a small raise. He's raising it up to 220,000.
They're pretty deep as well, actually.
So we'll see how Luka is gonna do this one. Because if Luka is gonna come over the top for, let's say, 600k and Jari is gonna shove, Luka is going to end up calling this, I would expect. Or no. Because yes, Jari can still have something like Ace 3, but that's pretty much the only hand you're losing to, because Jari is raising Ace Queen before.
I don't think you should be raising Queen 3 over right here because like you're not beating any of his value hands. So you're just hoping that he gets in that.
And Luka does call, and that's a Queen of Spades on a turn, locking it up for Luka. Perfect card on a turn, actually. So now he's hoping that Jari is hitting that king or a club on the river. That's a check on a turn. And 7 of hearts means that Jari should not lose that much in this hand. 590k in the middle right now, and I think Luka should go for some value here.
Luka raised pre-flop, right?
No, it was limp check. So call and a check pre-flop. So bet from Luka, raise from Jari on the turn, on the flop, which was called by Luka, check on a turn, and now it's Luka's turn on the river.
Okay, since it was a limp pot, then yeah, Jari can't really have Ace Queen or Queens. His value hand is only gonna be like pocket 3s and Ace 3, and a lot of flush draws.
And most likely you should expect that maybe Jari is raising maybe Ace 3 and 3s as well. So there's not a lot of value hands that Jari has that yeah, maybe that's even better to call than.
Just those weak aces are actually good to check back pre-flop to have some aces.
Luka is betting very small on the river here, and that might bring
Just
Jari to
inducing
raise.
Something, yeah.
Ooh, that's a big bomb. No, it wasn't. He did like ship in 2 of those stacks of, and look at that. Every one of those purple ones is a 50k.
It's actually a really good spot to bet small because flush draws are probably gonna just give up, but if you bet really small, yeah, you might just induce something from those missed flush draws.
And we see that exactly. He's inducing Jari to raise, and this is gonna be snapped off or maybe even raised on top from Luka. Because what is Luka losing to? Luka is losing to Queen 7, and that's it.
There's no reason. Oh, actually, let's see. He's ahead of pocket 3s as well. What is? He's not really losing to anything, but he should probably just click it back to make the guy go crazy.
So raise to 660k, because yeah, if we think about it, then Jari shouldn't have Ace Queen or Aces here ever. So it's either like Queen 7, which I don't think raises the flop, so or pocket 3s, for value that
and you're
Jari
ahead
can
of
have.
pocket 3, so
Yeah, so you
you're not, yeah, you pretty much
much
have
don't
the
lose
nuts
to-
here. So
Yeah.
the right thing here to do would be just to click it back. So it's right now like just the minimum what he can raise.
Yeah, so once Luca thinks this one through, he understands that yes, he doesn't have the immediate nuts, but at the same time, his opponent pretty much can't have anything that beats him, so he must put in another raise here.
Just click it back so your opponent just has the option to go crazy with his bluffs.
Just one more time, no need to go all in here, no need to do anything else, just put in another 500k in there, just a min raise. That seems like the best play. But Luca is taking a long, hard think about it. Well, we know that Jari is definitely losing the 660k after this hand. The maximum he's gonna be left with is 4 million. Luca's never fallen here.
And I think he might actually be thinking here that if he has some value,
Just calls. He
if
just calls.
Yeah, he might be thinking that there's a small possibility that he does have like ace queen or something like that.
Yeah, I guess so. He doesn't want to put his tournament life on the line, but I mean that's definitely a call. Well, you can call here, but that's a very tight call.
When you think about it, then how many people are really gonna go crazy there if he clicks it back? Like,
he loses to 3 hands pretty much. Queen 7, aces, and ace queen. Aces and ace queen. I expect Jari to raise over a limp, a small blind limp pre-flop. Queen 7, it just doesn't make sense to raise Queen 7 against the c-bet on the flop. So Queen 7, we can rule that one out as well. So we can rule out all the hands that you lose to here. So you have the pretty much the nuts there. But he got Jari to fire off another 660k, so well played from Luca actually, and closes the gap between Jari and himself.
I'm gonna go get my Caesar salad.
Do it. Go get some Caesar salad. I'm gonna be here with you guys, don't worry about it. And I'm not going anywhere, so 4 players still remaining. Blinds are 30k, 60k. Everyone's guaranteed themselves about 28,000 euros.
Ace 150.
Right now, Vitalis has found a very good looking pocket queens. Unfortunately for him, well, it's good at least he's got Jari raising against him with 4 deuce offsuit, but unfortunately for Vitalis, Jari doesn't have a very strong hand to continue should Vitalis put in another raise here. But he's thinking about the best strategy with queens, thinking about how much should he raise here. And he's counting out 345,000, so 345,000 seems good to him. So about 3.5x, 435,000 instead, I'm sorry. So way bigger than I thought. And now it's up to Jari, who is most likely just gonna fall from the small blind. It's 300 more to call, but you have a crappy hand. You have a 4 deuce offsuit. But he hasn't folded yet, so maybe Jari is tilting a little bit from those last hands and trying to make something happen. I mean, it should be a very standard, easy fold here. With 4 deuce off. Yes, you took your chance, you wanted to try and steal the big blind, but this time it didn't work. So give it up and give yourself another try. But he takes his time, he's thinking through all the options and ends up folding anyway, so... Vitalis takes down a small one with his pocket queens, up to 1.8 million now. We can see voluntarily put in chips pre-flop, puts in pot, I mean, and VPIP, that means 41% for Vitalis, 42% for Vitalis. He's been playing the most amount of pots now that he finally has the chips to do it. He's been short this whole late stages of the tournament, and now we have 4 players left, and all of a sudden he has few chips to play with, and he's using that opportunity well. Another big score for him here. He has had quite a lot of them recently. Luca under the gun will fold 6-7. Jari 6-4 offsuit now from the bottom will fold as well. Over to Vitalis with 9-8. would expect to see a call here, blind versus blind, which he does.
Check.
And Jussi checks his option with 8-6, and deuce 4-5 means Jussi flops a double cutter plus 2 overcards. 7 would give him a straight, a 3 would give him a straight, plus he still has the 2 overcards. Vitalis is the one to bet though. That one missed Vitalis completely, but he's betting the minimum, 60,000. And let's see if Jussi wants to play this one passively or aggressively. He's just gonna call, and we're going to see the turn. 8 is a super interesting card, meaning that both of these players now had top pair, and Vitalis' 9 kicker definitely plays, no matter what the river comes. Unless it's a 7, 3 or a 6 on the river, then Vitalis' 9 kicker will play. So that's 80% for Vitalis, but let's see if he wants to go for another bet of value. I think he should do it. He's gonna lose against 6-7 here, maybe something like 8-4, 8 deuce that just calls, but most often and more often than not, he's still ahead with his top pair of 8s, and he's gonna bet something along the lines of 190,000.
Call.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's betting 190,000 and gets a quick call from Jussi again. So this is turning into quite a big pot already. That's an ace of hearts on the river. That's kind of a scare card for both of these players. Backdoor flush made it here. So 630 in the middle. Let's see if we're gonna see a check from Vitalis.
Check.
I think if we're gonna see a check from Vitalis, Jussi is gonna check back very fast, and Vitalis is gonna take this one down. Jussi does check back, shows his 8s, and Jussi is left with 1.7 million now. All of a sudden, Jussi is the shortest stack of this feature table. So it's Luka and Jari with the biggest stacks, then it's Vitalis and Jussi with a bit of a smaller stack. So Jari has 63 big blinds, Luka has 59 big blinds. Then it's Vitalis and Jussi with 36 and 28 big blinds respectively. Hello Tossu Karla, nice to have you at the chat as well. Tossu Karla was the one who solved the ace-7 hand yesterday, one of the most interesting hands we had yesterday. He put it in a solver and he told us that 1/3 pot size bet on the river is the best option of all time. And since I was the one to advocate that idea, I was very proud of myself.
Fall.
A fold from Jari. Jari folds Jack 10 offsuit 4-handed there from the cutoff, which is pretty tight actually. I mean, you would expect Jari to open up these kinds of hands, but Jari has been caught in the cookie jar a couple times. Now he doesn't want to take too many risks. Vitalis is limping in the button with 9-7 suited. I think that will bring along Jussi as well with his queen 9 from the small blind. And Jussi does call. And Luka can see the flop for free with his ace deuce. Should we see some clubs, we're gonna see some fireworks as well. But we see already 5 clubs in there. And 210k in the middle. First flop 3 ways we've seen in a while. Ace, queen 7 means a pair of 7s for Vitalis, but a pair of queens for Jussi. Jussi is the only player with a heart as well, so Jussi has a backdoor flush draw to go with his pair of queens.
70.
Checked around to Vitalis, who's gonna bet 70,000, and Jussi is gonna call this one.
Tossu Karla, take a guess who this is.
Check.
I'm joined by a guest commentator. Most of the viewers already know, but maybe Tossu Karla is new here, so let's play a game.
Let's play a game.
You need to realize with the voice who is the guest commentator today.
Riddle me this.
So 6 of hearts on a turn, meaning Jussi adds a flush draw to go with his pair of queens, which is already in the lead. But Vitalis is thinking about betting here. He does check, and we see Jack of diamonds on the river. Most likely gonna see check check one more time. No, it's actually Jussi going for some light value here, betting 160,000, and Vitalis makes a very quick fold here and gets rid of his pair of 7s fairly easily.
You ruined it yesterday already. he knows.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah, you said.
Ah, yeah. Oh, maybe I did. So okay, then the game didn't work out for us. But we can, yeah, whatever. Let's play something else then. Let's play a game. Karl, who do you think has played the best during this final table?
None of these losers.
No, but seriously, who do you think has the biggest chance of winning, taking this one down? Like from what you've seen up until this point, we've been live for 2 hours now. From what you've seen, who do you think has the edge?
I'm not sure any of those guys are gonna make it.
One of them has to win. So you, that's a serious question. What do you think? Who do you think?
If they would have equal stacks, I would say Vitalis. I mean, I haven't really seen any weird things that he's done.
Vitalis is the one who is raising it up right now, 130,000. Jussi is gonna come along with the pocket threes. And Jari actually has Queen 7 suited himself, so and 70k to call, getting quite decent odds, and getting 5.5 to 1. He will come along, and that's another flop we're gonna see 3 ways. Let's see if it brings something interesting. King 10-9 means that Vitalis adds a straight draw. Jari has a straight draw himself. Jussi's pocket threes are actually still good, but it's very hard for Jussi to know that. Check from Jari, check from Vitalis, and check from Jussi. 6 of hearts means pocket threes are still good, but Jari adds another straight draw. Now a check would give him a straight, and an 8 would give him a straight. Let's see if he wants to play this straight draw aggressively. Vanazu think it's Vitali. Ton think it's also Vitali, so nice nickname for Karl here, from Tossu Karla.
Mr. Molester. Sounds good.
That's woo! Jari is thinking pretty long about this one, thinking if he should donk bet this one in against those 2 opponents, and it might work if he.
What's check on the flop?
Check on the flop.
It's not a donk bet. It's just.
So he leads in for 250,000, and Jussi folds his pair of threes that were in front, but it was like almost impossible for him to know that.
Poker nerds call it the turn probe bet.
Turn probe bet.
When the flop goes check, and the non-aggressor just takes the lead on the turn.
Then it's a probe bet.
But I guess you can say it more easily, like just betting out.
Yeah, just leading in the pot.
In the butt.
In the pot. Mr. Potter. So 30k, 60k, and 30k antes. Since we're playing 4-handed, the antes have been halved, so the antes wouldn't be like too big. You see Queen 6. I would say it's a fault, but you never know with Jussi.
Vitali was short stack. What happened? He just doubled up
like a lot of times. Yeah, he doubled up a lot of times. He's been playing decently once he's gotten some stacks as well. So he has been very lucky in these all-in situations. Couple of very good runouts, good rivers for him, and now all of a sudden he has 2 million. As we know, he started this final table with 6 big blinds. When we were 9-handed yesterday, he only had 3 big blinds, so that's a very sick comeback story for him. And he has all the momentum right now, and all the... he also has chips to play with as well. Luka is raising it up from the bottom with ace-6, and I think that's a defend from Vitalis with king-8 off. He does call. We'll see a flop heads up one more time between Vitalis and Luka. Ace 3-5, so another top floor for Luka, pair of aces for him, not much for Vitalis. He still has king high, which might be good here, but I don't think you want to play that king high that much out of position against a decently aggressive opponent.
It's like what happened to Cartman, he just wanted to probe. That's a good one.
Oh, that was the first episode as well. Also, Silver wants to know, where are all the Estonians? Estonians got busted out first and second from this final table. Estonians got absolutely crushed.
They were wearing sunglasses.
And the Estonians, yeah, exactly.
The only guys wearing sunglasses went out first.
But it's actually a call from Vitalis, and Luka now turns 2 pair. Luka bets 120,000 on the flop, and Vitalis calls with his king high. Another check from Vitalis. Let's see how much Luka wants to bet here on the turn. Yeah, very unfortunate run of cards for the 2 Estonians in the final table. Andrei reshoved with his ace-5 against pocket 10s of Jari. and I can't remember the second hand that well. So 2 pair on the turn means that Vitalis doesn't have a chance to win this one unless he somehow manages to get Luca to fold, which I don't think is gonna happen that often.
Bet.
Luca is going to count out the bet, and the bet is 380,000. And Vitalis is going to make the easy fold with his king 8. No reason to go absolutely crazy there. He was hoping that maybe Luca is going to give up the turn and then play some rivers. So 27 big blinds for Vitalis now.
It's actually a good point. Stuntman said that Estonians need to celebrate Independence Day, so that's why they went out first.
Yes, it's Estonians Independence Day. Let's go celebrate by losing the least amount of money. Woo! No, but still, I mean...
losing
it's
most amount of money.
It's a very like celebratory, festive feeling here in Estonia. Everybody's, you know, everybody's feeling good. Everybody's happy about their own national Independence Day, and
Estonians like to drink a lot, so yeah.
But so do so do the Finns, and so do the Swedes, and we have 2 Finns left at this final table. I'm pretty sure like these Finns are gonna celebrate themselves as well, however well they're gonna do.
Call.
It's a stereotype, but it's a you know, stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason.
Yeah, like gold digger thing.
Thank you, Vanazu, for great wishes for the Independence Day. Vitalis, meanwhile, limping in with ace 5 and flopping a flush draw against Jussi's pair of 4s. He's gonna check it.
Check.
Jussi's gonna check behind. So 8 of spades on a turn means that Jussi is still good with his pair of 4s, 9 kicker. And Vitalis checks over to him one more time. Let's see if Jussi wants to protect his hand a little bit here and put in a little bet.
Bet.
So he does. That's a bet of 60 to 70k, somewhere in between that. 75,000. And let's see, Vitalis has a straight draw, a weak flush draw, and an ace high still. So he might still want to hang in there and see the river. His ace high might be good. In case it's not, he's gonna have some extra outs some of the time with a club or with a 7.
Check.
Or with an ace. Jack of diamonds on the river means Jussi is gonna take this one down. Check, check on the river. And pair of 4s is good. 450,000 goes over to Jussi now, and Vitalis now has only 1.4 million left. It's still 23.5 big blinds, but getting a bit shorter. Pre-flop raise percentage, we can see Vitalis has been the most aggressive player on this final table. Then it's Jari and Jussi playing very similarly, and Luca has taken the most passive route, but it's been working out for him. When your opponents are always betting into you, then why not just make the calls?
And we also don't know what's the card distribution been. Maybe he's just had a lot of worse cards.
Yeah, obviously, we only played about
Few hands.
30 or 40 hands, then you can't make like any definite... Yeah, you know the word? What's the word? Definite, no. You can't make any decisions.
Shrupifinite. Merifinite. Terrific.
Terrific. It's terrific.
You can make any terrific persuasions.
You know what's terrific? Ace-2 suited for Jari, who's opening up for 120,000. Over to Jussi. Jussi's gonna come along for the ride with King-Queen off. That'll get rid of Luca though, and the Finns are gonna go heads up. Finn against Finn, King-Queen against Ace-2s. 330k in the middle. 7-8 deuce, a pair of deuces for Jari, but most importantly Jussi doesn't hit anything, so Jari is still good. Check from Jussi, and it will be most likely a C-bet from Jari. And let's see if Jussi wants to be sticky with his 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. 130,000, and Jussi will make the call. 27% equity for him right now, but 5 of clubs is not a turn card you really want to see when you have King Queen, 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. So backdoor flush draw is not a chance anymore. 5 of diamonds on the river, meaning that should it go check check, then Jari is gonna take this one down. But maybe Jussi is gonna try and bluff Jari out of this one.
Shouldn't really be bluffing because he has so many bluffs like other bluffs, Jack 9, Jack 10, all the missed flush draws. He's definitely over bluffing if he's bluffing King Queen there also.
He is bluffing, and you see, Jari doesn't even think about it for too long.
Because there's so many other missed draws. What was the sizing on the river?
It was 230,000, and Jari makes a very quick
how
call.
big of a pot?
Into a pot of about 650,000.
So it's a pretty small bet also, like a bit over third pot.
Yeah,
And if he's bluffing all his missed flush draws, all his missed Jack 9s, Jack 10s, now he's turning King Queen into a bluff. He's just crazily over bluffing there.
And he is over bluffing, and for Jari it was quite a simple call. I thought that Jari is gonna think about it for a bit longer, but you know, I guess they were pretty safe turn and river cards for Jari to call this one. And flush draws missed, a couple of the straight draws missed, all the 9-10s, Jack 9s, Jack 10s. And as we can see that Jussi can have like just overcards there as well that he wants to turn into a bluff. And Jari makes a good call, and chips are going in the right direction for him one more time. He has had a small dent to his stack. He was up to 5 million, then down to 3.8 million. He's up to 4.5 again now after this pot. And Jussi is getting a bit shorter, so it's Jussi and Vitalis with about 1.3, 1.4 million chips, meaning it's about 20 something big blinds. So folded around to Luca with King Queen off.
One also asks why you're checking the turn. I think you mean why the ace deuce checked on the turn. It's probably because he can't really get value with that hand, and it's good when he checks back the turn that he has some bluff catchers. With the ace deuce, like what he was doing right now, he was just bluff catching. Because if he's just always betting all his pairs on the turn, then when he checks back the turn, then he's like never gonna have a pair pretty much on the river. So
two of the bigger stacks are going against each other right here, because Luca just limped in with King Queen, and Jari made a pretty big raise of 4 big blinds, and Luca is not going anywhere with King Queen. You limp in it to call the big raises. So we already have 510k in the middle now, and those are two of the bigger stacks. And King of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds, and a 9 of Clubs is an action board, man, because that's a nut flush draw for Jari and top 2 pair for Luca. And the second time we see like almost nothing happening. Check on the flop, but I did not expect to see check.
Flush draw is actually a really good hand to check back, because you have some showdown value, and you can show up with some unexpected flushes.
The queen, yeah, it's the queen. Now he has to start betting. And what do you think about the sizing? I think that's a perfect flop to actually go for a bigger sizing, to go for something like 2/3, go for something like 320k. Because especially on that
King
flop,
Queen is also a good hand to,
and Jari has
go for a check raise.
Yes, but Jari did check back the flop, meaning that Jari has a lot of those like Queen 10, 9-10, 9-Jack type of hands that really want to call the turn.
Yeah, but if you double check, it's also good to have some semi-bluffs and some really strong hands, so that your opponent is not gonna get to comfortably bet the turn and never expect to see a raise.
5 of diamonds on the river spells disaster
this
for
is
Luca.
the reason why it's really good to check back those nut flush draws, because
it's gonna be really hard for
when you make it, then it's gonna be really tough for Luca on the river.
It's gonna be hard for Luca to put Jari on a flush draw, because I would expect Luca to think that Jari is gonna bet those flush draws, especially when he played pre-flop that aggressively. So I think Luca is gonna go for some value here, something along the lines of 500,000, and then he's gonna get raised by Jari, and it's gonna be leveling time then. I think he's gonna go into a long tank, because Jari can push around Luca, and that's gonna be in the mind of Luca as well. That is Jari just pushing me around.
So if he bets and Jari raises, then King Queen is not really a good bluff catcher on the river, because he essentially just has a bluff catcher, because Jari is not gonna raise any weaker hands on the river. So actually it would be good to have a blocker for the diamond.
He's going for a big bet here.
So like a king, let's see, a king with the 10 of diamonds would be a much better bluff catch on the river.
780,000 on the river is the bet. So he's going for a bomb. He's going for an absolute bomb, and look at Jari, he's licking his chops.
The sizing is only all in right now. Like there's no other sizing. If
Jari
Jari wants to have some bluffs on the river as well with some ace of diamond X hands.
But especially when Luca is going for the big bet on the river, is it always gonna be bet fold? So should
What do you mean bet fold?
is he betting here big to, you know, fold against the raise?
I think that's like a standard sizing, 3/4 spot.
No, wait.
He bet like
Gary can just call here. He took out tips to just call, but he has the nuts, right?
He's gonna get like a penalty if he just calls with nuts on the river.
Yeah, you cannot do that, but I don't think he wants to do that, most importantly.
No, it would be just if he sees his hand wrong or something like that.
Very interesting hand here. 780k.
Sizing definitely has to be only all in. Because otherwise the odds are gonna be like way too good. You're never gonna get to bluff pretty much if you choose another sizing.
And the real says that Yari got to the river cheap, and that's absolutely correct. And what's that? Was that an all-in? It looks like 4 million bet on the river. No, that's 2 million bet on the river. Because both of these stacks are 1 million each. So I think it's a raise to 2 million. Unless he said verbally all in and just put in those chips. We're gonna have to find out now. But Luca is definitely not happy about it. I mean...
So if you want to have some bluffs on the river in Yari's shoes, you should pick some of those, let's say, hands that have ace of diamonds in them. So I would say ace-9 offsuit with the ace of diamonds would make sense.
To bluff here, you mean, yeah?
Yeah, if you want to have some bluffs and not only value.
Can Yari maybe also have something like 10-8 here that plays this way? No? I don't
It
think
depends
so.
how he plays this, like ace of diamond 10x, like ace of diamond jack x, just pick
Something
pretty
with
much
ace
like
of diamond.
the lowest of your range.
But that's a raise to 2 million, now it's figured out. So Luca has to call 1.2 million to win a 5 million pot. But, I mean, Luca is not beating anything, he's beating a bluff. Yari is never value raising here with Queen 9, especially against the bomb bet on the river from Luca as well. He's never doing it with, I think Yari is also like just calling with sets there even. Like a set of sixes or whatever he can have here. So it doesn't make sense for Yari to raise those hands. So it's either nuts or nothing pretty much from Yari. So Luca is absolutely bluff catching.
If you're representing like nuts or nothing, then you should pick a really big sizing.
Sorry?
But I've noticed that before, that tournament players make like 2.5x on really small sizes.
But they want to get value from their hand, you know. They don't want to.
They don't want to bluff ever.
They don't exactly. They don't want to bluff ever there, and they don't want. That's the thing. I'm sure. I'm 100%
definitely
sure.
a lot of people under bluff that spot.
Yeah.
Like I don't think. Yeah, let's not make any assumptions, but most people probably are not gonna look at like their ace of diamond and 9x and think, okay, this is a hand I will turn a bluff. You know, to balance my nut flushes.
Yeah, because usually the first line of thought you see with the ace of diamonds and 9x there is thinking that maybe I can bluff catch my opponent here. Maybe should I call with my 9 or should I fold? But people don't even think about that. Maybe it's a good hand to...
bluff raises are rivers are quite under bluffed.
But something
even in online poker.
But something like let's say jacks
online MTT, so of course.
Something like jacks and tens with a 10 of diamond and jack of diamond. Can Yari play a hand like that way? You know, he's blocking the straights, he's blocking a lot of the flushes. Is it possible that Yari is checking back? You know, he made a big raise pre-flop, checked back the flop, called the turn, and now he's raising. So can he turn his tens or jacks into a bluff there as well? Maybe it's it would make a lot of sense. Like if I'm Luca, if I'm thinking of bluffs, I'm thinking that's what I would be thinking of. I'm thinking, is he turning his tens and jacks into a bluff here? Because that makes a lot of sense to be played that way. Is it a call? No, it's a fold, and Yari actually shows. It's a call! Luca did call. Luca ended up calling 1.2 million here, and this is why Yari is showing his ace-4, and Luca is not happy. Luca is left with 1.2 million now. Andris has 1.4 million, Jussi has 1.5 million, and Yari has 7.1 million. Yari is steamrolling this final table, man. This one might be over in an hour.
Okay, Banasu says that drinking water is a huge tell lie, very relaxed. I've also seen people bluff and just try to drink that water. So
it's a matter of, you know, some experienced live players, they will use their like
reverse tells.
reverse
and stuff
tells,
like that.
exactly. But look at that graph, man. Look at that. That's a total of 50, 62, 68, 67 big blinds for the rest of the field and 118 big blinds for Jari alone. He has 66% of the chips of the tournament in play four-handed. I mean, and now especially, he can pretty much like profitably shove every hand because of the ICM situations.
There's no need to really shove because
but
people are gonna be folding so much pre-flop.
Of course, there's no need to do it, but I was just giving out an example that if he elected to do that, it would still make him a lot of chips because...
Not any two cards, probably, no.
But because, well, okay. Maybe I'm over.
Maybe blind against
there.
blind, yeah, you can shove like any two if you want to.
Because
but,
those three players are so similar in stack, they're all super short, and the difference between second and fourth place is massive. So it's like a lot of ICM considerations here. UC raises it up.
Yeah, but that
sevens.
also means that you can just play it lower variants and just min raise a lot because people are gonna be folding so much pre-flop that.
Yeah, but of course I didn't think that it's a good idea to start shoving every hand. But my idea was that Jari's situation is so good here that however way he decides to play, as long as it's aggressive style, then he's gonna profit so much here because those rest of the three players should be pretty much afraid of putting their chips in. And now is the time to...
I guess they shouldn't be afraid because the first and second pay jump is like super huge, which is like 30,000 or something like that.
Yes, but
second
none
and
of these
third
players
is-
are playing for first place right now. They're playing for second place, all of
Oh,
them.
that's true, yeah.
So none of them,
Yeah.
they are all playing for second place at the moment and then going from heads up.
Yeah.
If all of them had like something like 3 million, then maybe yes. But with them having 1.2 to 1.5 million against Jari's 7 million, then it's a matter of who gets second, who gets fourth.
Raise 100.
Luca is raising it up with King 7. King 7 of spades, and let's see if Jari is gonna start punishing here. I mean, it's just so simple to just move all in here. And I would do it. I would just put my pedal to the metal and, you know, just keep the absolute pressure on these players. And just try and close out this tournament. If I lose an all-in, then I can reevaluate my strategy, but as long as the situation as it is and I'm getting actually a decent hand, I expect Luca to even fold like something like ace-jack there.
300 and...
He is the smallest stack.
Yes,
So
by...
he shouldn't be folding ace jack
Yes,
there.
he's the small stack by 3 big blinds.
Yeah, he shouldn't be folding ace jack there still. Like button against cutoff, that's the shoving ranges are gonna be pretty wide, so you can't really be raise folding ace jack.
As it is, Jari 3-bets to 390,000, maybe thinking that Luca is not gonna light 4-bet jam against him almost ever there. So he's gonna take the 3-bet route, and I think Luca is gonna end up folding this one. King 7 suited, unless
He has 1.1 million.
Yes.
Jari has committed himself, so this is like a weird thing. So yeah, she should have just called or jammed pre-flop this.
It doesn't always
If
mean...
he's no, he can't really 3-bet fold. That's more than third of his stack there. He's really pot committed.
So Luca has 1.1 million behind, 250k to call, but I don't think call is an option here. It's either an all-in if you think that Jari is really trying to push you around, or fold.
There's like 0 fold equity, so
Well,
if the graphics are right, 1.1 million, right?
Yes,
3 bets
yes.
is foreign.
1.1 million behind, but there is also has the bet in the middle now. So total chip stack here.
1.35.
So total chip stack for Luca is 1.25 million. Yes. 1.25 million total. And he's going all in.
Call.
He's going all in. Let's see if Jari is actually calling. He's gonna call, and Luca's gonna be behind.
See
And
that snap call? He knew he was like committed.
Unless Luca gets lucky here, Jari is gonna absolutely steamroll this final table. I mean, Jari is ahead 60% to take down Luca here, and
the
1.2 million for
snap. That was the thing. Yeah, he put in like third of his stack, like third of Luca's stack. So pretty much there was no fold equity. So King 7 suited was like really not a good spot there to jam.
And it is, I guess Luca thought that Jari is just trying to push him around.
He
That's
thought that
Queen
there's
7-8, meaning that Luca actually takes the lead. It's super important pot for table dynamics as well, because if Jari is gonna win this one might be over in 2 hands. But if Luca is gonna win this one, it means that Luca's gonna be decently stacked again. Now Jari has added a chop opportunity, a straight opportunity. That's a straight on the river for Jari, meaning that 9 gives a straight. He's dancing in Luca's faces. He's pretty much teabagging the dude. He's telling this is the final table of the Finns. Go back to Italy, Luca. Well played, but I am dancing in your face. I'm taking.
I haven't seen such a teabag since Bill Clinton. Wait. I shouldn't be saying those things.
Luca gets 4th place and Jari has 8.4 million. 4th place for Luca means that Luca takes home 27,600 euros. That's a lot of euros for an 1,100 euro tournament. So, 3rd place is gonna take 36,900 euros. 2nd place is taking 57,000 euros. So next money jump is gonna be massive. The difference between chips between those 2 players is about 5 big blinds. But money between 2nd and 3rd place is more than 20,000 euros. They are talking about the deal right now. I expect it to happen at least.
I think right now he's talking about the teabagging. So like, I got him so well.
I got it.
Yeah.
And
really low teabag.
Dude from Latvia is like, was it really necessary, man? Was it necessary? Did you have to teabag the dude? But it was necessary. It's not about winning the hands. It's about sending a message. And the message was, dude,
Yeah.
I am gonna take this tournament down.
I think I didn't see Luca make any like mistakes before that, and then he just made the massive mistakes.
All of a sudden, without fold equity, he went all in when King 7 suited.
Yeah.
I guess he just
He felt that he had fold equity, but usually
I don't think so. And I think he played it for value.
No, you can't. King 7 suited, you can't play it for
I
value.
know you can't, but that's what I think.
You can.
The thing is, I think he thought that Jari is just
Raising any 2,
exactly what we were talking about before, that Jari is gonna end up raising any 2 hands, and it's just basically going against any 2 with King 7 suited. But Jari now, pair of 6s for Jari, pair of 8s for Jussi. So Jussi takes the lead, or he was in the lead already before the flop as well. It's called pre-flop. So Jussi's betting in 60,000, gets a call from
Limp trade.
Yes,
Okay.
call from Jari. So Jari adds a straight draw now. 270,000 in the middle. Check. And that's a 7 for Jari. And when things are going good for you, things are going great. That means 2 pair on the river. Means that Jari is gonna take this one down, and he's gonna make a small value bet there, and he's gonna get paid. Another 390k goes over to Jari and Jussi. I mean, right now what is happening, he's just making sure that he's like slowly whittling down those 2 players, and he's just suffocating them.
He's just making sure that he hits those cards.
Exactly, he's making sure he's running good, he's getting paid, you know. Maybe some of the players are not even going for value there when the flush came there. There's a straight opportunities. There's not a lot to get value from.
Just a check to him 2 times.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you definitely have to take value there with 2 pair.
And the fact that he's doing that, it means that he's, you know, he's getting lucky, but he's also making sure that he gets the maximum amount of value as well. It all changed with the King Queen against Ace 4 hand, where Jari made the flush and against top 2 pair of Luca, and that was the demise of Luca, unfortunately. Jussi now, Ace 9 offsuit, 23.5 big blinds from the button.
Who Stuntman also says that he's such a douche every time he sends another player home.
he's dancing.
Is he dancing every time?
Yes, but at the same time is, I mean,
it's a happy dance. It's not like a cocky dance.
He's not. It feels like
Look
he's
at that
rubbing
face.
it in.
That
but
guy
I mean,
has a family at home.
But this is something we need in poker as well. I mean, we need someone to show emotion, and yes, it's kind of like I don't think it's douchey. I think it's a man who's showing emotion, having the run of his life. So
yeah, he doesn't look like a cocky guy. He looks like a family guy. Like
yeah,
it's a good heart. He has good heart.
Exactly.
So he can teabag anyone.
And Jari he's not dancing to Luca's face, even though we were making jokes that it is. He's dancing to his friends. He has a big rail.
Yeah.
There's a big Finnish community here rooting for Jari and Jussi.
If I would have to take one guy to teabag me, definitely would be this guy.
6, 7, 10 on a flop means that Vitalis takes the lead with a pair of 7s and a straight draw. Jussi only has a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Ace high can still be good, so Jussi is the one to bet in there. Vitalis is not gonna go anywhere though. Bet of 100,000 from Jussi.
Call.
And Vitalis is gonna check call this one, leaving himself with 1 million behind. 550k in the middle. 10 of clubs is an interesting one. 2 pair for Vitalis now. Jussi adds a straight flush draw actually. Also can take a lead with a 9 now. Then Vitalis 7 will be counterfeited. 8 will be a chop and a club will be a win.
Yes, he's thinking about leading here because that turn is not going to be bluffed too often. So just get some
want to
protection from a 4th club.
So you're saying that Vitalis is playing this hand well?
No,
because most of the players are gonna always check to the
it's
aggressor.
usually better to lead when like 7 or 6 pairs on the turn.
Why no?
But I mean,
No. No, he's playing it awful.
No.
It's absolutely...
I just like saying no.
He does lead 250,000 and I really like that bet because he does get protection from all these hands that Jussi has. Something like ace 9 with a 9 of clubs. And Jussi is folding this one. Showing the ace. If I was Jussi and I wanted to show something, I would have shown the 9 of clubs here. Maybe not actually. That would be crazy. That would be crazy, man. But, you know, I think the turn would have gone check-check, so he's pretty much eliminating equity from Jussi's hand.
The lead is not that good, actually, when you lead when the top card pairs on the turn. Because you have an advantage from the weak blind when the 7 or 6 comes on the turn. Because you have... Yeah, there's just no advantage with that 10 on the turn, actually. So usually people don't donk out when the top pair pairs on the turn, or top pair becomes trips on the turn, but usually when the second or third pair, because then you have a range advantage with you just have more 7x or 6x that turns trips.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me as well. It's a math game pretty much. Vitalis goes all in with his ace 4. I don't think Jussi can call with 6-7, so Jussi still has 1 million behind and Vitalis is shoving here. So 2 Finns and a Latvian, so all the Estonian neighbors are in the top 3. Estonians unfortunately were the 8th and 7th place finishers.
That's a really crazy chip lead.
That's a massive chip lead. That's an absolutely, I mean, it's Jari's tournament right now. It's a matter of him trying to now start pressuring Vitalis actually. Because now Vitalis has separated himself from Jussi quite a lot, that now Jari can put quite a lot of pressure on Vitalis just because Vitalis has better chance of getting that 20k pay jump, I think. I hate Cartman. My name is Christian Laz. I've been commentating from yesterday and all day today as well. I'm joined by the wonderful and funny and the very smart and talented Karl-Jonathan Metz. Paiha Karu from... Paiha Karu from online. Maybe if you play mid to high stakes online tournaments, then you definitely know Karl here, because he's decently well known in the online tournament community, I would expect. Look at that, Jari has found himself ace-king offsuit, so it's a call from Vitalis. So this is the reason why Vitalis is limping in. He doesn't want to raise Jari's big blind because he knows that Jari can push him around. He wants to play a decently small pot here, but ace-king offsuit for Jari means that he's not gonna let him off cheap. I think it's gonna be a raise from Jari and just fold from Jussi and Vitalis. That just makes a lot of sense. What is that video we're seeing on the background? It's like a random... Oh, that's a skiing competition, yes. But meanwhile, Jari has picked himself up 700,000 chips.
He's smiling like
he's like
big smile and
he's already knowing that he's gonna win this one. He's raising it up to 1 million.
He's just showing that he has a great hand.
Raises it up to 1 million and everybody falls, and he feels like super confident. I mean, if I'm Jari...
I mean, that's a tell that you have a pretty good hand.
The real Say wants to know from Karl, do you want to be his mentor? It's a matter of money, I guess. Karl is a proper gold digger. He can.
Well, I can really show you how to get a few Tinder matches. But not too many.
Not too many, man.
A few.
You can't get cocky.
Like average looking women. Don't get the hopes too up.
Don't listen to Karl. If you're a female listener, average is good.
Yes.
All females are beautiful.
All women are queens.
Because you're all princesses in my heart. And if Karl rejects you, then you know that I will take you with open arms. That's
Yes.
how it is.
Cool.
But have you ever thought about the fact that maybe they don't want you?
No,
It's
they
not
definitely didn't want me. I deleted my Tinder account like 2 years ago because I didn't get any matches.
That's kind of sad, isn't it? God damn it. Let's move on. Let's talk about poker.
It was really sad.
It was very sad, yes.
Get rejected by everyone, even those.
That's Michael Scott material here, man.
Ugh.
Yari bets 60,000 against Vitalis Ace-High, and Vitalis is calling here.
But then I went to Malaysia, and I got some nice pictures from that trip, so people now think that I'm successful.
I'm cringing in my chair.
In your whole body.
I'm cringing in my whole body, but I love the cringe, man. Yari now checks it over to Vitalis, who's actually betting with his ace-high. Wanna see Yari raise? Do it, Yari. Raise it. Put some pressure on. Bluff.
Oh yeah, I have to win tourneys to get better women. That's true. That's true. You need to get that swag or that.
I hope your female friends are listening.
Hype.
So yeah. Usually that's something that happens, that when you win more tournaments, then you end up getting better friends.
Somehow, when you get
all of a sudden
you get richer, then
more friends get better.
Women are interested in you.
Yeah, I mean it's
like it's something.
Yeah, exactly, like it's
like there's something to it.
Like when you win a lottery, you're lucky because all of a sudden you find the love of your life as well. Like,
yeah, like hot women will like you.
Yeah, it's like sometimes luck is just if you're lucky enough to win a good tournament, then the luck sticks with you, and you're lucky to find the love of your life as well.
Which one?
Folded to Vitalis with pocket fours is gonna shove in Jussi's face, and Jussi might make a call here with queen 10 suited. Let's see if we're gonna see another all-in between Jussi and Vitalis. So 895,000 to call. So it would be a coin flip, but no, Jussi making those tight-ish folds, but he's still in this one, leaving himself with 895,000 behind. The players are gonna go on a short break, maybe discuss a deal. Not sure about that yet, but don't go anywhere far. We still have 3 players remaining. We still need to bring this one home. Let me know what is happening in the chat, Karl.
Well, you went to Malaysia and got pictures with women with Adam's apple. Well, that's Thailand for you. In Malaysia, I guess there was not too many mixed genders. Or how do you call that?
God, maybe you shouldn't handle the Twitch chat.
Fuck it. More poker hookers.
Yeah.
What? This is...
Anyway, we're gonna go on a short break. Don't go anywhere far, and we'll be back.
yeah, transgenders.
Yes, that's maybe not the case as well.
You mean transvestites?
No.
No, wait.
We're gonna be back in 7 minutes, guys. We're gonna take a breather. Karl is gonna drink some water, and don't go anywhere far, guys. 7 minutes. We'll be right here. Don't go anywhere. Ciao. Oh my God. Biracial. Biracial.
Ei nagu need, vaata kes on nagu mehed.
Mitte transvestites.
Mitte nagu need, kes identifitseerivad, vaid nagu ta mõtleb nagu need peenistega naised.
Yo, but you can't say transvestites. You have to say like transgender or trans.
Chicks with dicks?
I'm gonna go for a fast cigarette.
Great. Ma ei tea, miks ma higistan nii palju.
Hello boys and girls, we are back 3 ways in the biggest Kings of Tallinn main event we have ever had here in Tallinn, Estonia. 375 entries and only 3 of them remaining. Players have guaranteed themselves more than 35,000 euros, but they are playing for that 85,300 euro first place prize, and that's an all-in already. All-in from Vitalis with Ace King. My name is Christian Laz. We will be here playing until the winner, and I am joined by the biggest playboy and apparently a transgender specialist, Karl-Jonatan Mets. How you doing, Karl?
Great.
Great, just great. Vitalis goes all in with Ace King. Jussi makes another fold, Queen Jack suited for him, and Jari I don't think can call with 10-8 suited as well. Apparently we left the microphone on while we went on break, so
Somebody's gonna get fired.
somebody's gonna get fired.
I don't work here, so...
But that's the risk you take when you have
Me.
when you have Karl and me together. Blinds have gone up. Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000. So that means that Jussi has only 10 big blinds left. He's gonna need to make something happen really soon. The ante is 40,000 as well, so ante is being posted by the big blind. 3 ways, so it's pretty much Jari's tournament to win now. Or is it Jari's tournament to lose, because he has a massive chip lead. He has about 8 million against Jussi's 855,000 and Andri's 1.7 million. Andres is really hoping for Jussi to bust here to get heads up and go from there, pretty much. That's the game plan. Jari just limps in with 10-9 against Vitalis. Would have liked to see Jari actually raise against Vitalis here. You know, put the pressure on. Even with a hand like 10-9 that plays decently well.
Vitalis second, right?
Yes, Vitalis has 1.9 million, Jari has 8.3 and Jussi only has 800,000. So that's the perfect spot for Jari to actually, you know, put the pressure on.
Yeah,
But
definitely just raise.
he doesn't raise, and the flop is Ace King 7, 2 diamonds. Both of these players have a diamond, but Jari is still good with his 10-eye, and should he bet, I think it's gonna go through.
80.
Makes a minimum bet of 80,000 and takes down the pot. Another small one over to Jari. So that's what he's hoping to do, you know, whittle them down slowly and just, you know, close this tournament out. How do you close this one out here? Like, what's the game plan? If you are Jari here, what's your game plan here? You have an opponent with 10 big blinds, opponent with 23 big blinds, and you're the massive chip leader. What should we expect from Jari?
I guess I would sit out and let them battle for it.
No, but seriously though.
You can just raise a lot, pretty much everything.
Pretty much every hand you can raise, but do you want to raise against Jussi as well, or maybe pick your spots against Jussi, because Jussi should be going all in.
Obviously you can just raise any 2 against the 20 B blank guy, and against the 10 B blank guy you just have to be a bit tighter.
Vitalis 6-7, just gonna call. Let's see if Jussi is gonna check this one back. He will check 7 suited for Jussi. Those 2 players will see a flop. 200k in the middle already. And Jussi has Vitalis dominated at this point. Deuce, King, Queen means that Jussi's jack high is still good, but Vitalis might try and steal this one away with a bet, and it might just work. Jussi does have some backdoors, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but it's a dummy end of a straight draw. So he does fold, and Vitalis shows a nice bit of aggression against Jussi.
Limp pot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he definitely should have called with the backdoor flush draw.
And the jack high actually might be good here as well.
Yeah.
And is it safe to say that Vitalis has been running over Jussi a little bit? Like, he's been stealing, he's been pushing him around a bit, and Jussi has, like, he has dwindled down from about 2 million chip stack all the way down to like 700,000. Hasn't had many opportunities, to be fair as well, to, you know, put the chips in, but he needs to make something happen.
To be honest, I haven't been paying too much attention to the game. I'm just thinking about those ladies in Malaysia.
That's good to hear as well. I mean, but I must say the game is exciting. It's now Jussi with only 8 peak blinds left. and Jari 107 big blinds. Jussi folds it over to Jari, so Jari gets a walk with 8-5 suited. How did Luka bust? Luka lost a huge pot against Jari with top 2 pair, where he flopped King Queen 9. He flopped King Queen top 2 pair. Jari flopped a flush draw and cut the flush on the river and got a big raise through. And Luka was left with 1.2 million after that hand. And 4-bet shoved all in with King 7 suited against Jari's Ace 9, and Jari's Ace up 9 ended up making a straight on the river, and we lost Luka in 4th place that way. So it was King 7 suited against Jari's Ace 9 suited. Jari now flops a pair of jacks for himself against Vitalis' pair of 10s, and Vitalis is the one leading in there. He's gonna bet 80,000 and Jari's gonna call. And should a 10 come, then it's a scary card for Vitalis. But that's a 9, giving both of these players a straight draw as well. Jari checks, I think Vitalis will check as well. No need to build the pot against the chip leader here. 5 of spades means unless Jari is gonna fold this one somehow, Jari should win this. Jari's instead betting here. He's making a small value bid of 80,000 against Vitalis. And do you think Vitalis can do anything besides fold? He can maybe raise here, represent some flashes. But after it goes check
his
on
face already says that he's never gonna raise there.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to do it as well, I guess, against the chip leader. Because Jari also has all the flashes.
Yeah, he has the ICM thing.
But he's thinking about calling here, I guess. Like it's either a call or fold. But I think he's gonna end up folding his pair of 4s.
Did Jari check call the flop?
Yes, it was check call on the flop from Jari. Check on a turn, and now Jari leads for a min bet of 80k. So still 5.
Oh yeah, the sizing. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, 5.5 to 1. Vitalis is getting right now. He's trying to figure out, is there anything he beats?
The question is Jari ever bluffing with a min bet there? That's like
So
a lot of players are like never bluffing with that min bet in that situation.
So he figures it out. He doesn't pay Jari off, but another small bot to Jari, meaning that the rest of the players are getting even shorter now. Went to showdown, we can see Jussi has gone to showdown the most amount, but it's very similar between those 3 players. And Wanazu thinks the same, that he's never bluffing there with a min bet, so Vitalis figures that one out, doesn't pay him off, loses a couple big blinds, but it's still fine for him. He's still like safely in this 2nd place spot. Jari 7 deuce offsuit. I mean, if you're ever gonna fold a hand, that would be a good candidate to start folding from the button. Against an 8 big blind as well, then let's see what Vitalis does with Jack 6. Can Jussi finally get a walk from Vitalis? Or is Vitalis trying to limp in and play a pot here? Jack 6 suited against 8 big blinds. I guess you would think it's a fold, right?
The big blind is short stack.
Yes.
At 8 big blinds, it's pretty sure it's a jam.
Oh, really? Jack 6 suited even. So you have
Jack
to
6 offsuit, you mean?
Yeah, Jack 6 offsuit. Yes.
Against 8 big blinds, it's definitely a blood CV jam. Yeah. But you can definitely limp as well.
But
then you have to limp some good hands also.
But there is not a lot of fold equity there, in that sense that Jussi must call. Like Jussi is by far the shortest stack, so
you're talking about
the big blind, right?
Jamming.
Yeah, the player you're jamming against.
It's just mathematically, like Nash push fold charts. It's gonna be shoved there 8 big blinds deep.
And he is gonna end up shoving, and Jussi cannot call with 10-3. I think he saw the 10 first, and then the 3 ruins it. He's gonna show the 10-3, and Jussi is even shorter now. 575,000 for Jussi.
You can actually limp on 8 big blinds as well. There's no like a set rule. You can even limp at like 6 big blinds if you're, or even like 5.5 big blinds or whatever. If your opponent is just not jamming enough against your limps, then you can definitely limp a lot.
Okay.
Then since I've been playing heads up sit and goes a lot, then I looked into this strategy a lot.
But he does end up shoving, and he gets it through, and there's added money with the antes as well in there, so that makes maybe shoving even more profitable there. Jussi now, pocket 4s, finally finds something to go all in with. Jari will not call with 10 deuce. Let's see if Andris finds something to call with. No, Andris is already out. Sorry, my bad. So it was blind versus blind. Jari cannot call with 10 deuce, meaning that Jussi adds much needed chips to his stack. 8 big blinds now against Vitalis 23 big blinds and Jari's 108 big blinds. Jari is in a commanding lead here. He doesn't need to hurry anywhere. He can pick his spots and, you know, stay aggressive, and, you know, chips will come his way anyway. But should he lose an all-in against Andris here, then it's not that easy anymore. He would have like 80 big blinds, Andris would have all of a sudden like 50 big blinds, and it's pretty close then. Jussi, King 9, would expect to see an all-in here. 8 big blinds, King 9. Button, by far the shortest stack, why not go all-in? He's going all-in. Jari, Queen 10, offsuit, maybe even contemplating a call.
I just noticed that it's 40k, 80k, and the ante is actually 40k, right?
Yes, they've changed the
So
antes.
it's like...
Ooh! Vitalis has ace king, and I think we might lose Jussi here. Vitalis is definitely gonna call, and he has Jussi absolutely dominated, absolutely crushed. So unless a 9 comes, that means Jussi is gonna be eliminated in 3rd place, taking home about 35,000 euros. 1.5 million in the middle. That's a 4, 4, and a 9. Jussi hits the 9, taking the lead, commanding lead now. Now Vitalis needs running clubs or an ace. Let's see what's a turn. That's a club at least. That's a good start. Now any club or any ace will give Vitalis a lead again. But at the moment, Jussi is still in the lead, hitting that 9. River is a 10 of diamonds, meaning Jussi will double up through Vitalis, and all of a sudden, that's actually good news for Jari, isn't it? Because now Jari can push around both of these players. Now Vitalis has 1.2 million, Jussi has 1.5 million. Jari can pretty much start opening every hand here.
It was actually better to push around when one player has like a 2 times less stack. Because then you had one clear opponent, like who was waiting for another one. If they're similar in stacks, then you can't really push them around as much as you can when one has 10 big blinds, the other has 20 big blinds.
But now it's even more like Jussi and Vitalis. Neither of them really want to be the next one out, because it's a massive money jump. Like, it's a huge one compared to the previous ones.
Yeah, they definitely have to be tight, obviously.
And it's not like super deep stacks for them as well. There are 15 big blinds and 17 big blinds deep respectively. So now it's like...
Oh, yeah, you can actually you can open for a non-all-in sizing as well. You don't have to just jam, because before there was just one guy on 10 big blinds. Now you can raise into both of these guys' stacks non-all-in as well.
Let's see what will Jari do. Jari now, like, from this button, unless he's getting something super bad, he should be coming in with a raise.
Your big blind, please.
He's not coming in for a raise. He is folding, so it's again those two guys. I think 6-7 even is a raise from the button there in this situation for Jari. It should have been a raise, because neither Vitalis or Jussi want to be the next one out. Vitalis 7-4 suited. Thinking about it, most likely we're gonna see him limp in and try to play a pot. That's exactly what he's doing, limping in.
When it's 40k antis, this means like the 50% antis right now.
Yes.
So that's insane. That means that you actually have to shove like super.
No, but what do you mean? Maybe you're misunderstanding something.
Like, so there's a 40k small blind, 80k big blind, and there's 40k.
Yeah, exactly. So another small blind.
But in a normal tournament, there would be like 12% antis. So
yeah, right now in a normal tournament it would have been like 8k from each. Yeah, 24k most likely.
Yeah. So that means like there's 2 times more chips. So that means massive antis. So people will have to be shoving a lot wider. So the check 6-1 was not even close.
So it was a profitable shot from Andris.
It's profitable even when the antis are like
Vitalis,
two times smaller, but when the antis right now are 2 times bigger than in a regular tournament, then you can be just shoving a lot wider.
Achtung says that he's rooting for the 3 big blind guy. He folded himself to the final table. Yes, he did, and he's now in the 3 players remaining. He has ace king. He has 1.3 million. There's like every chance for him to go heads up.
Yeah, it's big blind ante, but right now the ante size is the small blinds sizing. like it's 40k. Small
Yeah.
blind is 40k.
Yeah, exactly.
Because someone said that it's big blind ante.
It was until we had 5 players left, and they're gonna take it into a small blind ante and so on.
Yeah, I was
But
just-
it's
I was
being
just-
posted by the big
I was
blind.
just comparing it to a regular tournament, those ante sizes. Not that I think that it's
A raise from
Normal
Vitalis,
sizing.
ace king, and now would be a very bad time for Jari to go all in. He doesn't. He does protect his big blind though, and we see a flop which is ace 5-7, so super good flop for Vitalis. Jaris has a couple of backdoors. Sorry, blah, blah.
150.
He checks it over to Vitalis, who is gonna make a continuation bet most likely, a small one, 150,000. Let's see if Jari wants to be sticky with his backdoors. Ooh, what's that? That's a lot of chips he's grabbing. That's 1 million worth of chips. Wacky Jackson, he had 6 big blinds to start the day. Yes, he did, but as maybe you can remember, yesterday when we hit the unofficial final table, he only had 3 big blinds. But yes, today when we started the final table, the official final table, he did double up to 6 big blinds. But yesterday, during the stream and when we were 900, he only had 3 big blinds. But look at that, that's a raise from Jari, and that now is a very bad time to start raising.
380.
Vitalis is never gonna fold here. And if you're Vitalis, are you just gonna call and hope to see your opponent keep on bluffing here?
Yeah, obviously there's no scare cards on the turn. Shouldn't really be doing anything. I guess if you had 6-8 suited, then you want to get rid of those bluffs.
But a 6-8 suited,
I'm just saying if button had, if Vitali had 6-8 suited, then obviously you would want to go all in, but with an ace, then there's no reason to really fold out the bluffs.
yeah, pretty much call and, you know, hope that your opponent keeps on bluffing and firing. 'Cause you're not afraid of almost any turns. You're not, if you're behind, like, then you're behind anyway. So why not just call and hope that your opponent continues with the bluffs that your opponent sometimes has here. It looks like he's gonna call, and I love the way Vitalis has actually played this final table. He's playing very decently. He does call. 1.2 million in the middle, meaning 2s of clubs means that Vitalis cannot lose this hand unless he folds somehow, but I don't see that ever happening. 700k behind, 1.2
Okay,
million
I
in the
don't
middle.
know.
And
I thought Jari would just jam if the turn was an 8 or a heart, but
Yeah,
not
exactly.
sure what he's doing right now.
any 4 or 8 or a heart would make sense to jam, but like 2s of clubs, there's no like reason to continue that bluff here. I mean, that call on the flop from Vitalis is actually so strong here. He's betting 500,000, so he's not actually going all in. He's leaving himself with 215,000 behind.
I mean, it's kind of an annoying spot in the sense that,
900,000, yes, that's an all in, but Vitalis is gonna call.
I mean, yeah, it's at top of his range, the best ace he
Like
can
the
have.
absolutely top of his range. Like,
But
there's-
the sick thing here is that,
Ace all in.
yeah, I mean,
and Jari puts it in, being drawing dead, and Vitalis doubles up
Yeah.
to 2.6 million now.
Jari could definitely have like ace 7, ace 5, 7-5, hands like that. But
Yeah, for sure, but you're never folding ace king there still. Jari is most like
I'm just saying it's not a bad flop to check raise bluff.
for Jari, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. I don't think it's a bad flop, but I don't think that's the
No,
best turn to continue the bluff on. You just
Yeah,
have to give it up.
Yeah, that's what I said. Because he's definitely gonna have
Excuse me.
some backdoor flush draws to shove it in there on the turn.
And as we see that the river, it doesn't even matter, and Vitalis is gonna double up, and all of a sudden that's a first little dent in Jari's stack, meaning that
Actually,
this might not be over yet. Yeah, you were saying?
The thing is,
15, as I said first.
usually when you get like a really huge stack, then you start over bluffing some spots because you like feel invincible. So that might have been.
This is why I think like it would have been so much better if he does it like
800.
pre-flop even. He can be like super aggressive pre-flop, but now as it is, Vitalis is actually gonna have 3 million chips, and Jari is gonna be left with 7.1 million. So should Vitali get one more double up somehow somewhere,
No.
then it's not that safe for Jari anymore.
First bet was 5.
And I think Jari just
500 and
opened mucked his hand.
500 and
I have
Tallinn
the graphics are
15 and fall.
yeah. Jari still ended up betting 500,000.
Oh yeah, he folded his hand.
Yeah, Vitalis went all in and Jari folded.
Yeah.
So he left himself with 215,000 behind. So he didn't get a full double up, but still lost a big one over to Vitalis here. You can see the payouts here. Third place gets 36,900, second place 57,300, and first place 85,300. So pretty big money jumps here.
That's
Like almost yeah, more than 20,000 between third and second. It's actually, yeah, and like 28,000 between second and first.
20.
So the difference between first place and third place is bigger than the difference between third place and not cashing. So much money being made in the difference of making third or fifth or first place here. So very top heavy prize pool, which is good for Jari at the moment at least, because he's the chip leader, he's the massive chip leader still, even after losing this one. Five deuce offsuit now for Jari, thinking about it, and he's gonna come in raising.
230.
He raises it up to 230,000 over to Vitalis, and let's see what Vitalis has. He has a Mr. Hand right now. Doesn't want to show it just yet.
230.
But he's definitely thinking about it, so he has something at least to consider. So what do you
I think he has like 80% of the hands, possible hands.
you think so? You think he's calling there with 80% of the possible hands?
Well, live players are probably overfolding their B plans, but you should be calling to that sizing, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, actually considering, yeah, it's even in a normal tournament, but right now the antes are like 2 times bigger, so you should be defending pretty much any 2 cards that are even to a 3x.
So the flop brings 7-9 king, so all we know is that absolutely missed Jari, like he has nothing here. He has 5 high without a spade draw.
But he just made a big bluff and lost, so he's gonna be
He's gonna
raising his 5-2 off, and then now
he's trying to win those chips back pretty much, yeah. After
those
losing that big
monotone flops where you have 3 of the same suit, they have a lot of fold equity, so
and
they're definitely good.
which is
See
interesting.
bet a lot.
Which is interesting because for me it's the most like scary board to c-bet into if I don't have that spade or I miss completely, because it's just I mean
It's
your opponent
actually
can
the
call with any
opposite.
spade. I know it should be, but it's just so scary to bluff into those. And that's already 1 million in there, and Jari has almost nothing, so we might see another blast off from Jari. 4 of clubs on the turn. I really would like to see Vitalis' hand. Vitalis has ace high with 10 of spades.
Did he actually call the flop c-bet?
Yes, Vitalis just called the flop c-bet.
Well, that's pretty. That must be like some kind of a live breed or something, because
But you do have the
don't
10 of
even
spades.
have. Oh, he has the spade.
He has the 10 of
I
spades,
thought
yeah.
he didn't have it. Okay.
So another bet from Jari, another small one. So he's actually pricing in Vitalis here.
Yeah.
Only 250,000 to call. You do have the 10 of spades.
So it looks like Jari is really actually, really steaming from that last bluff he made.
It looks like that, and let's see if Vitalis goes. Vitalis
Flop
does call.
c-bet is fine, but barreling with that 0 equity and really small is just pretty bad.
And that's Jack of spades, and that's a very good spade
Actually,
to see
I-
for Vitalis as well, because it makes it more likely that his 10 of spades is good here.
And if Jari got to the river, then he has to bluff the river as well. Just hope that his opponent has a king or 9 that doesn't have a spade.
But what sizing then? Do you like
Small,
an all-in?
really small sizing,
Why small sizing?
because he's trying to fold out king or 9 that doesn't have a spade.
But maybe you shouldn't fold out king or 9 that doesn't have a spade. Maybe you want to fold out 8 of spades or something like that and go super big. You know, put the maximum pressure on. And that's it. He's doing it. Wow, he's doing it. He's going all in. Let's see if Vitalis can call, because it's not an easy call. He's still losing to queen of spades. He's still losing to ace of spades. And the way Jari played it, it kind of makes it look like he has a ace of spades trying to give himself odds to hit it. That's
Call.
a call from Vitalis.
That must have been a live tell.
What is this very
Actually-
fast call?
10 queen. He had like third nuts actually.
He did have the third nuts.
So it's not too surprising he just has to call there. But he possibly could have had a read there also.
Holy moly!
That was right after he made that bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
So he definitely could have felt that he was steaming there.
2 hands in a row. Jari pretty much doubles up Vitalis twice here, and as it is right now, I think even though Jari still has the chip lead, I think it's now Vitalis is
I
gonna
would
be
say Vitalis is the favorite.
to win this one because
We'll decide.
Vitalis has played this like final table very well. I
Yeah.
think he's been like he hasn't made almost any mistakes.
I
He's
guess
been-
Jari still has 1.5x his chips, but
no, not that much.
no,
Yeah.
I saw 72 and 50 or something like that.
Ah, okay, maybe then, but still, I mean, Vitalis is
Definitely Vitalis is a
momentum is going on his side as well.
Not
and,
just that, but he's definitely seems like a more experienced player.
And now Jussi has Chat says very right thing here that Jussi must go all in even wider now because now he has nothing to wait for. You have 2 pretty deep stacked players and you are the only one left with about like 10 big blinds. So you need to make something happen soon.
I mean, that Jari got to the river with his 5 deuce, then he definitely had to bluff that river. So I wouldn't say that the river bluff was bad, but just betting the turn was bad. Even flop c-bet is fine, but
The turn sizing, even if you're gonna bet the turn, then I'm not a fan of that sizing.
you shouldn't bet it anyways. Like 5 high, there's no flush draw, there's no draws, it's a pretty bad bet. But it's clearly that he was just upset about
Fold.
his last bluff.
Trying to win back those chips, and as it is, he ends up losing even more of them. Vitalis 4.1 million now. Jack 7 offsuit. I guess it's gonna be a shove against Jussi.
Well,
I'm not 100% sure how much
how
Jussi
deep
has,
is-
but I guess he has something like 8 big blinds here.
okay.
Call.
No, that's a call. No, he has more, sorry. He won a small bot a couple hands ago, so Jussi has actually 15 big blinds, so then a limp makes way more sense to me. Yeah, I think so too, that we might see a very solid heads up there. And all of a sudden, yeah, it's not at all Jari's tournament. Vitalis is making it sure that he's gonna definitely fight for it. And what looked like Jari's like tournament win in the next couple hands, all of a sudden it might be a long one. We might be in for a long one here. Queen 7 for Vitalis. And the button as well against his arch nemesis Jari in the big blind. And Vitalis is gonna come in raising. Min raise up to 160,000, gets rid of Jussi's Jack 3, and I don't think he's gonna get rid of Jari's King Queen suited though.
Call.
Jari's gonna call, just call, doesn't want to make a 3-bet anymore against Vitalis. And we're gonna see a flop heads up, 400k in the middle. Ace 8-8, the flush draw for Vitalis, not no pair for Jari. Unfortunately for Jari,
Check.
no backdoors as well. It's going check on the flop. We saw the player on the small blind, so Jussi fold check 3 of clubs as well. We know a couple of the clubs are dead. Check on a turn. And would like to see a bet from Vitalis here. Because he can definitely check back a couple of aces on the flop as well as his flush draws, as well as his bluffs. So
120.
he's pretty balanced there with a check. So he can
Call.
still bet. He does bet 120,000. Gets a call from Jari. And a queen of hearts on the river means both of these players have queens and eights with an ace kicker. So Jari's king kicker does not play here. And Jari is the one betting. And I don't think Vitalis is gonna go anywhere. And these players will chop this one up. Small bet, something like 250, 300,000. He's betting for value here. 300,000 exactly. And if you're Vitalis, what do you do here? I guess you're gonna end up calling because Jari has shown tendencies to over bluff in situations, maybe at least lately. So you're just gonna call and hope to be good with your queen. But what are the bluffs that Jari can have here? You block the flush draw yourself. Jari can have something like 3-4 of 3-4.
We just saw him barrel with 5 high with no draws, so he could really have random 2 cards also here.
But as it is, they will chop this one up and split up Jussi's money pretty much. Unfortunate river for Jari actually, but 1.2 million pot, so all of these pots are getting pretty big. Jussi has 14 big blinds now, Vitalis 51 big blinds, Jari has 72 big blinds. So Jari still with the chip lead. Vitalis is surging, and Jussi needs to make something happen, but he's still definitely alive. Like he's not super short.
Should Jussi have been shoving given earlier and with wider hands instead of running slowly out of chips? I haven't noticed what hands has he been folding. I think he's been card dead, no?
Yeah, he hasn't had too many opportunities to shove, but he's made a couple of like bigger. He's had bigger hands, but every time he's had all ins in front of him. So he's made like he's folded like king jack, queen jack suited and stuff like that, with 10 to 13 big blinds before. But you know, it's been always Vitalis, sorry, all in front before him. So a couple of pretty crappy hands here for Jari and for Vitalis. Jari's trying to limp in with his 4-5 and gets a raise from Vitalis' 8 deuce and takes this one down, Vitalis. Nice bit of aggression from him. So 375 players registered this tournament. We are still 300. There haven't been any deals made between those players, so we are still playing for the money. 36k guaranteed for third place. First place takes home 85,300 euros, so pretty hefty money jumps.
Yeah, if you see folded king 3 from the small blind against big blind, and yeah, that was probably shove, or at least a limp.
Jari folds this time, and I think, let's see. I would expect Vitalis to automatically fold here, but he's definitely not folding. He's picking up chips to raise. Trying to steal this one away from Jussi, thinking that Jussi is maybe over-folding a little bit. And Jussi folds his 8-5. Another... He's been pretty carded. We have to agree on that. Jussi hasn't had any like big hands to play with. But think about the hand where Jussi doubled up against Andris, Vitalis. Why? I don't know why I keep on calling him Andris, like every single time. He doubled up against Vitalis ace-king with his king-9. In this hand, we saw Jari fold king-queen, queen-10, and if Jari would have called this one, he would have eliminated both players. And this one would have been over. But he ended up folding his queen-10, and Vitalis finds ace-king right after him, and ends up losing though, but there was a queen-10-9 board there, so Jari would have, should have, could have, but he would have taken both of these players out this hand, because Vitalis is definitely calling there with ace-king overcalling. Jussi folds 8-7. I don't think, I think that's a bit too tight from the small blind, or is it?
Yeah, it's too tight. Could have at least limped in there.
Yeah, try to see the flop, because there's
with those anti-sizes, definitely it's a plus EV shove as well.
So you're getting 4-1 on a limp at least, and you can expect Jari, your countryman, maybe be a bit softer against you. Maybe not shove every hand there against you. We saw that a little bit yesterday between Jussi and one other Finn, where I was like, that's a bit sketchy, but Jussi now. Talking about that hand yesterday.
I guess he hasn't really been limping anything, so maybe his strategy is just to raise or fold.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which is not that good, but what can you do?
Jari now, Jack 10 offsuit for him.
Call.
Raises it up to... No, it's just a call. Just a call against Vitalis. Vitalis is gonna check his option with king 6. And one more pot between these two guys Jack 10 off against King 6. 5 deuce deuce means that none of these players hit pretty much anything. Vitalis King high is still good, but Jari is the one betting.
80.
And it looks like a bigger sizing, 110,000 this time. No, 80k still, my bad. And gets a quick call from Vitalis' 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. 4 of diamonds gives Vitalis a straight draw and a check from Jari. Do you remember what Jussi had, Karl?
Nope.
Jussi had 3 6 of hearts. He would have made a straight and he flopped a straight flush draw as well. That's a 3 of clubs on the river, meaning that Vitalis actually makes a straight. So he's not gonna lose this hand, he's not gonna fold anyway. Jari checks and Vitalis, now it's the time to try and get some value. Yeah, it was against Leo yesterday. Check from Jari though, and I guess it's gonna go bet from Vitalis and just fold from Jari. I don't think Jari's gonna go crazy with Jack 10 here. Don't beat almost anything, no need to go like
160.
raising there. 160k is the bet from Vitalis, so another small bet. We saw Jari actually, you know, go a bit crazy against those small bets before. Against Luka he did it once.
Well, this is not really a small bet. Seems like standard sizing. 160k into 360.
He does end up folding. And Vitalis takes this one down, and I think they're pretty much very evenly stacked now. 5.6 million for Jari and Vitalis has 4.5 million. So Vitalis is actually, you know, trying to take over that chip lead position and outplay both of the Finns. Go bluff again, you can do it! So Jussi left with 12 big blinds. So that's what we are gonna expect to see, like Jussi making something happen. So he's the next one we expect to see all in, and then we're gonna have an interesting heads up between Vitalis and Jari. But you know, you never know. Jussi's gonna double up once or twice, and then it's gonna be completely different. Jari now has pocket nines. Definitely gonna come in with a raise, and he's gonna call the shove should he see a shove from Jussi.
Raise. 240.
Vitalis thinking about it one more time. With King Queen off, actually very decent hand, especially 3 ways. That's pretty strong hand. But he's no sense of raising here, so he's just gonna call, and Jussi might actually come over the top with his ace 4. Ace 4, you have a raise and a call in front of you. You have the shortest stack, so like 600k in the middle already. Wouldn't be super surprised to see Jussi just go all in here.
It wouldn't be good because Jari has 9-9.
Yes, but let's say that Jussi doesn't know that for some reason. Let's say he doesn't watch this one on the stream.
He doesn't see it on the stream.
No, he doesn't see it.
Ah. Okay. Now I
That
get
changes
it.
everything.
And it just folds.
He just folds his ace 4.
Okay. Yeah, he's playing tight. Now we can
Okay,
say,
now we can say for sure that he's playing tight, yeah?
I wouldn't jam for sure, but I would definitely call. I wouldn't jam because Vitalis is gonna be calling with a lot of strong hands as well, considering how short stacked the big blind is.
So check on the flop. 9s are still good for Jari. 7 of spades is a pretty safe card for him as well. Vitalis checks, and let's see if Jari is trying to get some protection and some value for his hand. Yes, he is.
40 and fold.
He's betting, and Vitalis will just fold, and Jari is up to 6 million now. Vitalis 4.2 million, and Jussi is pretty short with about 10 big blinds left. About 10 big blinds. 10 or 11. Yeah, 11 big blinds. 11 big blinds and 1k, just for good measure. I'm pretty sure there's not a 1k in there, because we don't even have 1k chips in that in this tournament. So 880k for Jussi. 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 Jussi.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday as well, just fold with a weak ace, even with the big stack. I mean,
Now he's not gonna fold though. Jussi's gonna go all in, and it's a matter of if Jari can find something to call with. 6-7, most likely no. He hasn't folded yet, but I don't think that Jari can call with 6-7 off against an 11 big blind shove. Maybe if your opponent is shoving for something like 6 big blinds, you can call with the antes, but 11 big blinds is definitely too much to call. Unless he feels like gambling, you know. Sometimes you're a Finn, you're having a good time, you want to fucking gamble. But Jari is folding, and Jussi takes this one down up to 1 million now.
Yeah, the ace jack was offsuit, so he probably shouldn't have shoved there. That's true.
When you're trolling us, you need to let us know later on that you're making jokes, because if your every sentence is a troll, then all of a sudden it seems like you're never trolling, and that's what you think.
That was my first troll.
Was it really?
Yes.
Fuck. Then I mistake. Because you have this ability to say something and make it look like you actually mean it.
Yeah.
Queen 4 now for Jussi. False. But Stuntman agrees with you that ace jack is offsuit. That is a fault.
And it's a troll.
And it's a troll.
He also agreed with that he was trolling as well.
Vitaly still being the most aggressive player here. Yes! Wacky Jackson asking if we were having a feel later. 100%. Hopefully later is gonna be not that much later. I want to see some proper poker action, but I don't want these players to, you know, play a heads up for 6 hours. But yes, 100% sure I'm having a beer with you. I really want one. Right now, Vitalis though. Queen deuce offsuit and the small blind against Jussi. Is it a call? Is it a raise? Is it a bird? Is it plain?
Anything.
It can be anything. No, it's Superman.
Oh wait, yeah, it's Jussi. You can
It's
straight. Then you can raise any 2 cards.
But Jussi hasn't had
has
anything.
only 10
yeah.
big blinds, right?
Yeah, and now 11 big blinds left after this hand, but Jussi has shitty cards as well, like 9 deuce. What can you do there?
Well, he also showed that he's folding like ace 4 off, hands like that. So.
Wacky Jackson wants a 7-hour heads up. No sarcasm. Yes, and then I expect you to come and commentate on that 7-hour heads up, because watching people fold for 7 hours is the most interesting thing in the world, right? Vitalis, 7-3 suited. Button, will fold. Jussi, king 6 offsuit. That should be a shove, right?
Obviously.
Obviously. Are we boring you, Carl, with this 300 play? But he does end up just calling, and
well, limping is good also, actually. If Jari is not raising a lot over limps, then actually limping is even better.
But Jari is thinking about raising over limps here.
Which
He's picking up 170,000 extra there, so he's raising it up. Yeah, he has done it. He has raised. So raise to 240, and Jussi just limp folds to king 6. So, I mean
that's not too surprising that he limp folds the king 6 off, but yeah.
I think you should just go for a jam there. I mean, there's extra value with
if you think that Jari is not raising a lot over the limps, then
but
you can limp, but otherwise, yeah, you should be jamming.
But I'm so surprised to see like Jussi playing this tight, because yesterday he was by far the most active player. He was pushing everybody.
But he was a big stack also.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
People play a lot differently than him,
I
obviously.
can't do.
But maybe it's a matter of not drinking beer as well today.
Oh yeah, he's sober and he's Finn, so
So it's like
it's problematic.
That's a problematic situation when
Somebody get this guy Jägermeister.
Jussi, he has waited it. Finally waited for the kings, and now I think is a good time to limp fold. Oh no, he's going all in. He's going crazy. He's going all in. He might get a call actually from Jari as well, because Jari has an ace high. But Jussi has
Time to get the live read.
He does call. Vitalis will fold jack 4, and Jussi is poised to double up to 1.7 million. And Obviously, Yari is like, okay, you're going all in. Obviously, you have kings, but Yari still has 29%, so everything is still possible. But Yari is gonna need a lot of help to eliminate Jussi. Otherwise, Jussi is gonna double up to 1.7 million. Let's see the flop. That's a king on the flop, so that's pretty much it. That's an ace and a king. Unfortunately for Yari, that ace doesn't help him because set of kings pretty much locks it up for Jussi. Especially when we saw 1-4 folded, but that's an 8. That brings 2 more outs for Yari here. Another ace. Both players with full houses, but Jussi's kings will hold. Pretty interesting run out here. Actually, 2 outs for the river for Jussi. That would have hurt. But Jussi up to 1.7 million now. Yari down to 5.1 million. And Vitalis, he has over 4 million as well. So, I mean, I guess we're in for a long one.
Is this tournament bigger than the Estonian Championship main event?
Yes.
Definitely not.
Yes, definitely.
Wait. This tournament.
Yes.
For sure.
What tournament were you thinking
I
about?
was like reading the question the opposite side. Yeah, the first place is like 6 times bigger than the main event.
In Estonian.
Estonia.
Yeah, because the buy-in is bigger as well. The buy-in
Mine
is...
is 300 something and this is over 1k.
Yeah, it's 1.1k for this tournament and 330 euros for Estonian main event. Estonian main event gets more players, but the first place prize is... oh, does it get more players even? No, it doesn't even, because Kings of Tallinn has 375, and I think the main event is somewhere in that range, but I think it's less.
And UC is tighter than a nun's hole.
Which, well, maybe now that he has some chips finally, maybe he's not that tight anymore. Yari does fold, and so does Vitalis, and no, Yari raises it up with 6-2 suited, and Jussi actually has a hand to call with. Would like to see him at least defend his big blind with King 10 offsuit. Let's see if he does. What are you laughing?
Someone said 8 comes another ace. Next level commentary. You probably mixed some birds up.
And look at that, Jussi just folds against the button raise from Yari with King 10 offsuit. So Yari opens up from the button and Jussi doesn't even defend his big blind with King 10 off. That is like, that is as tight as it comes. That's like super tight.
That sounds like a... That's the nun thing, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Now everybody in the chat can say how tight is Jussi. Tighter than...
Tighter than what?
Yeah, tighter than what? Type in the blank.
Yeah, that's the like.
Let's make those
That's
jokes.
a game for the chat. Like, how tight is Jussi? Is he tighter than? Fill in the blank. Vitalis raises it up with Queen 8. Jussi folds his Jack 9 off, and Yari is gonna come along for the ride with Ace 5 suited, most likely. Can actually 3-bet bluffter sometime, but this time he's gonna come in with a call.
Probably not 3-bet. I think Jussi is pretty clear. Does he have 2 million or something like that?
Jussi has 1.7 million, yes.
Yeah, his stack size is so small that it doesn't make sense for other 2 guys to play big pots.
So check bet and a fold on the flop. Vitalis steals this one away from Yari, and the cap has been pretty much closed, yeah? I can say, like, Vitalis now has 4.5 million and Yari has 5 million, so it's basically those dynamics don't matter anymore. Yari cannot push Vitalis around any longer.
Yeah.
And wow, what a comeback story for Vitalis. Like, he's pretty close to a chip lead now 3 ways. He was down to like 3 big blinds, 6 big blinds for most of this final table, and now after a couple of double ups from Yari, he's doing very well for himself. Jussi, Jack 10 offsuit. Let's see if he's gonna raise or call or fold.
He's checking out the ladies.
checking out the ladies.
Checking out if someone sees that, hey, I'm gonna be raising. Look at this.
He does raise it up to 200,000 and fold it around to Vitalis, getting 3-1 on a call. Might be wanting to protect the big blinds. That's something you know better as well.
Yeah.
I mean, should you protect that with 6-7 or no?
It's 2.5x.
Yeah.
With those antis, you should be calling any two cards actually. Like even like 7 deuce offsuit against the 2.5x with such huge antis, you can't even be folding that.
So the point of it being that you're getting too good.
You have a
Pot odds,
pretty
pretty
much.
much.
You have 25% antis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't really be folding.
So 2-5-5 on the flop, meaning that Jussi's check high is actually still good. Vitalis doesn't have too much here.
Yes, you can be folding deuce 7 offsuit, but if you're somewhat of a decent player, then you can make it better than folding.
So you need to have a lot of faith in your post-flop
You don't
ability.
have to have a lot of faith, but you just have to, you know,
Like faith
not
in your...
not be a bad player.
Well,
Let's
yeah,
say
yeah. So if you're a better player than the average field, then you can call profitably with 2-7 there.
If you know a little bit what you're doing post flop, then with these anti sizes against 2.5x blind against blind, you can't really be folding anything. I'm not even sure that I should be saying that. That's too educational.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like people are gonna either agree or disagree with you. It's not like you're gonna change people's minds there too much. But
don't want to get people playing too good. so yeah, just fold your big blinds.
But it's not like a big secret. Like everybody can get that information if they want to learn about poker. So it's not like it's a well-kept secret that you can call profitably.
Well, even high stakes tournament players online, a lot of them, those guys just, even successful guys, they fold big blinds too much.
So check 9 and a deuce. So Jussi and Jari both with the same hand. Jussi flops a backdoor flush draw as well as the 2 overcards and a straight draw that both of these players have. Check on a flop. 4 spades on a turn. Let's see if someone is wanting to steal this one away. Because if not, then we're gonna chop this one up every single time. Jussi now getting more aggressive. Betting 150,000 and getting a quick call from Jari. 800,000 on the middle. And that's nuts for both of these players. So everything is gonna go in the middle and then a lot of disappointment, I guess. Like both of these players are hoping now that, oh, now is my chance. Jussi bets pretty decently, 350 it looks like. Exactly, what a card. 350 and Jari's gonna go all in. And Jussi is gonna think that he's gonna get a double up, and Jari is gonna think that yes, I'm gonna bust one player and get heads up, but neither will they know that both of them have the absolute nuts 3 ways deep in a tournament. But maybe someone misclicks and falls here. There's a chance that you misread your hand or something. But we're gonna see a lot of Hollywood, and then eventually all the chips are gonna go in and they're gonna chop it up. That's what it's gonna happen. But the good thing is they're gonna chop up Vitalis' small blind, so they're gonna profit exactly 20k each. Exactly. And Jari goes all in. Jussi calls, and that's a pretty disappointing smile from both of these players. It's kind of funny, but at the same time you're like, cool hand, man. We have a rare chance to see 2 surprised Finns at the same time. Exactly, man. Finns are not really known for showing too much emotion, but we've seen a lot of emotion from Jari actually, with his dances and his smiles, and Jari is enjoying himself, so I mean, it's hard to not root for him. I want to see another dance. Carl, you're very quiet here. What do you think? What do you think is going through these players' heads?
I couldn't imagine.
What do you think? You're playing for 85,000 euros.
Vegas, baby.
Vegas. Exactly.
Hookers.
You see that 9 on the river?
Malaysia.
But the only thing you're thinking is Bellagio. and the fucking
Mirage.
Vegas and the fucking Mirage.
I think that's what they're thinking.
Vegas and the fucking Mirage.
170.
Yeah, I agree. Vitalis is thinking about ace jack and getting maximum value with that hand. Raises it up to 170. Gets a call from Jussi and wow,
Jari-
3 very good hands actually.
Jari looks like a family guy. Like he has a family, like wife and few kids, so he's probably thinking about leaving his wife, get a new hot girlfriend if he wins this one.
Wow. Wow, man. You're pissing off a lot of people with that, maybe. Maybe Jari's family.
Definitely not.
Jack deuce 3, and after seeing a very almost a setup-y 3 hands pre-flop, that's a pretty boring flop for these 3 hands. Vitalis hits the top pair, top kicker with his pair of jack and ace kicker, and Jari still with ace high, Jussi with king high and 2 overcards. Check the round to Vitalis, who's most likely gonna make a continuation bet of 260,000 against those 2 players.
I think 235.5.
No, it's gonna be 260,000.
That wouldn't be GTO.
So it's 230 instead.
Small mistake.
Ah, did you say 230.5? Or what did
Not
you say?
sure.
So anyway, somewhere in that 250 range is the bet, and the bet is 230,000. And let's see. I think we're gonna see 2 folds, and what seemed like maybe an interesting setup between those 3 players. Since we don't see any light 3 bets pre-flop at all, then we're not gonna see 3 bets with the strong hands either. So Vitalis bets, Jussi folds, Jari folds, and Vitalis for the first time of this. No, not yet. I already wanted to say that Vitalis takes the chip lead, but not yet. He has 4.6 million, Jari has 4.8 million. Jussi hanging in there with 20 big blinds, 1.7 million for Jussi as well.
There's supposed to be a break at the end of this level. If you like to continue on playing, we can continue.
Join in the conversation over at twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. Let us know who you think is gonna take this one down. Let us know who you're rooting for. If you have any questions for me or Karl as well, mostly Karl because he's the one who actually knows about poker, then knows more about poker. I know something.
Yeah, you're doing good, baby.
Thank you. Thank you, that's very sweet of you. But he knows the nerd stuff.
Yeah,
all the
I know the
stats,
nerd stuff.
He knows the things that robots know because
Yeah.
he has figured it out.
I've studied it for years. I've been in my home, in my cave, and I've been studying those GTO machines and stuff like that. It's
Exactly.
my life.
It's his life. And Tinder. It's
Yeah.
this and Tinder. And skiing in... You went skiing, dude. Tell us about the trip. Everybody cares.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, you went
Yeah,
to...
let's move on.
You went to Austria and you skied for 5. Did you do the pineapple and pizza thing? Pineapple, pizza. Pineapple,
140.
pizza.
No, for some reason I actually...
No, French fries pizza,
It
sorry.
was actually good.
You were actually good at it.
Some,
Did you do
some
tricks?
talent.
Were you like Sildaru? Kelly Sildaru?
Sildaru.
Were you like Kelly Sildaru?
Yes.
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 Were you better than Kelly Sildaru?
It's better.
What's up?
Way better. Much better. King 6-6 is not an action flop for these players. Queen high would have been an action flop. So both these players still with queen high. Jari checks it over to Vitalis,
220.
who is gonna make a continuation bet because it was check call pre-flop for Jari. And Jari is actually calling this one with his backdoor flush draw as well. And he has Vitalis outkicked. Not anymore though. 6 on a turn means that both of these players are playing trip 6s with a king-queen kicker.
Do I like turtles or tortoises?
Tortoise.
I like tortoises because it sounds French, and I actually learned French in school.
Can you speak French?
Yeah.
Ooh la 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 la,
Yeah.
you just my buttercup.
Yeah. Vite, vite, vite. That means fast, fast, fast in French.
That's
And and tortoises also. That sounds French.
Yeah.
no, that's
Tor-
a different turtle.
Tortoise.
That's a big turtle, I think.
Tortoise.
You're a tortoise.
You have to
You're a
get
tartoise.
get that R right. You have to be tortoise.
S'il vous plaît. No, I know some French as well. I learned French in school as well, but I got kicked out of school before I actually mastered the language. So, I can say Jésus Christian, s'il vous plaît, merci beaucoup. What is happening? Are we on a break? Yes, we're on a break. We
actually decent pronunciation.
Well, thank you very much, because I'm a language person. I pick up language as well. As an actor, I need to learn these things. But right now, we're gonna go on a break. People, don't go anywhere. We have 375 of you joining in Twitch. This is pretty freaking epic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 15 minutes, 14 minutes now. So see you guys soon. Keep this Twitch thing going. Go get yourself a sandwich if you want, but it's better if you don't. Hang out in chat. And let's go gamble a little bit and be back. Ciao.
It was wit. That was actually fast. Not woot.
Ciao.
OlyBet, kõik on võimalik. on võimalik. OlyBet, kõik on võimalik.
€1,000 free
Tuli
players
Jussille
remaining.
Kallet hyvää paikkaa.
Jussi Mattila, 1,600,000.
Hello everybody and welcome! Welcome to the Kings of Tallinn main event final table coverage. 3 players remaining, playing for 85,300 euros. My name is Christian Laz. I have been here with you yesterday and all day today. We're gonna play out until the winner today. I am joined by Carl-Johan Metz, who is on a break right now, getting us some food, but he will be back very soon as well. It's Jari chip leading very narrowly over
200.
Vitalis. So Vitalis in the small blind, he's gonna fold his king 5. Jari raises it up with queen 8 offsuit. Blinds have gone up to 50k, 100k. Jussi's our shortest stack with king 3 off. He's gonna fold it away. He's gonna be left with 15 big blinds. That thing on the table, is that a trophy? Yes, exactly, that's the trophy. I think so, at least. It looks like a trophy, doesn't it? It's like a bucket. It may be a team event trophy as well, because these players are all in the teams as well, and first place of team event also gets 16,000 euros. So there's quite a lot of added value in that as well. So you have to play for your team, you know. First place gets 15,000, second gets 6,000 euros in the team events as well.
110.
Vitalis now his turn to raise it up from the button. King 3 suited. Raise it up to 210,000. Gets rid of Jussi, but Jari is gonna come along with Jack 10 off. King 6-8 means that Vitalis now has a pair of kings. Jari doesn't hit anything. Check on the flop. Tricky little play from Vitalis. Doesn't c-bet his king with a weak kicker. 7 of clubs gives Jari a straight draw. Vitalis is thinking that Jari is maybe playing a bit too aggressively, so he'd rather let Jari play against him and bet into him. Jari is gonna take that opportunity. He's gonna lead for 250,000. As we learned, that's called a pro bet, when the flop goes check and somebody leads in. So he's gonna pro bet 250,000. That gets a quick call from Vitalis. 1 million in the middle, and only a 9 would give Jari a better hand here. But 3 of clubs gives Vitalis 2 pair actually. So Jari is still stuck with Jack high. Let's see if he wants to bluff this one though. 1 million in the middle. Flush draw comes through. So if Jari had something like a flush draw that leads the turn, then he now has a better hand. But I don't think that Vitalis is going anywhere with his 2 pairs. So no matter what Jari is gonna bet here, as long well, maybe if he's gonna go like randomly all in, then Vitalis might fold this hand, but Jari thinks better of it, checks, and now it's time for Vitalis to go for a value. He's gonna go trying to figure out what can he get value from. It's most likely something like 7-10, 7-9 he's trying to get value from, so he should go pretty small here, because Jari doesn't have a lot of kings. Doesn't that play that well? Doesn't have a lot of 2 pairs that check the river, so for me it doesn't make sense to go for super big sizing. But he does go for 550,000, and Jari I don't think can do anything but fold here. You might think about like at least raising this one, but it wouldn't make too much sense. And you still have Jack high here. He's at least thinking it through. He doesn't wanna give up the hand just yet. He's never gonna just call here. If he's gonna continue with a raise, but no. He's just gonna let this one go, so Vitalis finally takes the chip lead. He's up to 5.3 million now. So what a pretty good comeback story. He started this official final table with 6 big blinds only. He was by far the shortest stacks. And now he is the chip leader. Chip leading over Jari and Jussi, both players from Finland. Vitalis is from Latvia. Blinds 50,000, 100,000, ante being posted by the big blind is another 50,000. So we're playing pretty big antes. Purple chips are 50k each, orange chips are 10k each, and yellow chips are 5k each. Just in case you're wondering, you see now from the button 6-5 suited. I don't think Jussi is gonna do anything but fold here. Jussi has been playing pretty tight. Hasn't taken a lot of opportunities to steal, but maybe he has rethought his strategy during the break and gonna come in for more raises now, because 6-5 suited is good enough to raise to 220,000 for him. Jari thinking about it with king 6 of clubs. Has Jussi dominated, but very hard for Jari to know that, especially with one more player to act after him. Vitalis with 7-3, 120k to win 420k, getting 3.5 to 1, but 7-3 is not a very good hand, so he's just gonna let it go, especially against Jussi, who hasn't been opening very lightly. So he's gonna give this one up, and Jussi adds blinds and antes to his stack, now up to 1.7 million, and that's 17 big blinds. Vitalis still 51 big blinds, and Jari with 44 big blinds. Jari's turn to have the button now. 5 deuce. He doesn't want to see that hand again. This is the hand he doubled Vitalis up with pretty much for the first time. Made a sick bluff, which didn't work out. Vitalis did end up calling him with a 10 of spades, hitting the flush on the river. Vitalis now try to limp in with 10-7 suited. He does do just that. And Jussi just checks his option. And we see a flop queen queen 9. So 10 high still good for Vitalis. Hello Karl, how you doing?
Good.
Did you get some coffee?
No.
No, I see you got some coffee.
I
Let
guess.
people know what you're doing in your life. Share. Jack of diamonds on a turn means that Vitalis now has an open-ended straight draw as well as a straight flush draw actually. He does check it through. 10 high still good as well. And 3 of diamonds gives Vitalis that flush, but nothing to get value from. As we can see, Jussi only has 6 high here. He's trying to figure out how much can he bet. 100k, so minimum. Jussi just folds, and Vitalis doesn't get value from his flush. But he takes a small one away from Jussi at least.
I guess I'm the I'm the lead commentator now, so things are gonna get interesting. So let's see if Christian loses his job in the next 5 minutes when he's eating his croissant. So apparently everybody gets 2 cards. So the not so happy looking Latvian seems to know his cards. And he's opening up to 210k. That's a pretty standard sizing. Any suited cards definitely good enough to defend against that min raise. Should be a bet and an easy fold from Jari. I mean, he doesn't even have backdoor flush draws on anything, so definitely a lot of better hands to make a move on. But it's Jari!
I'm back, guys. sorry for leaving you for 1 minute. I'm back, guys. I'm gonna save you from Karl. Save you from laughing too much.
But I mean, yeah, as I said, it's Jari because before he with 5 high, with like no draws, he was barreling. So it's like, so he's actually thinking about making a check raise here, which is like one of the worst hands to do it with. But okay.
But Stuntman in the chat says something interesting. He's gonna say it's gonna be Jussi and Vitalis heads up, and I think he's thinking about moves like that exactly. It's gonna work actually. Vitalis most likely is gonna just fold this one. Though Vitalis has a couple of flush backdoors
He
here.
has double backdoor, like he has some backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws.
And Jack High is still good, and Vitalis is not letting Yari push him around. He's gonna call 1.4 million in the middle now, and let's see if Yari can somehow manage to take this one away. 8 of hearts is actually a pretty scary card for Vitalis, because yes, he has a straight draw, but Yari can have a lot of those 8-9, 8-6, 8-4 type of hands that want to play the flop aggressively. So that might pair Yari pretty often.
That's like one of the few good turn cards for Yari to continue bluffing.
And continue bluffing.
It's gonna actually work, yeah.
Yeah, I think it will work. Yari has a straight draw himself.
Unless Vitali actually has like a live read on the guy.
Well, that would be the sickest live read ever if you're gonna call with Jack High on a board.
Because he did call the flop raise, which a lot of people wouldn't do with Jack 4, even though they probably should be doing against anyone decently aggressive. Yeah, those backdoor doors are pretty nice.
So you want to say after visiting Malaysia, you like those backdoors now? I'm sure you do.
I'm
like those
saying
backdoors. Everybody knows it's a public secret that you love backdoors.
Nothing
right?
better to just squeeze in that backdoor, and you know, there's this surprise element. You never see it coming.
You can exactly. You know, it's very. It actually hasn't folded yet, Vitalis. He's raising, and what is this?
He must have a tell.
He must have
a read.
And live tells is actually a thing apparently,
of course
because
it's a thing, yeah.
he's raising it up to about like 2 million here with Jack 4, like Jack High, 1.8 million, and Yari. I mean, you can't continue. There's nothing you can do.
Backdoors are for exit only. Not true.
not in
true.
his case, though.
Actually, men have.
What are you? Wait, we're talking about poker, yeah?
It's part of poker.
Yeah.
Prostate, or what is it? Men have a G point in there, so. It's
So
a reason.
Yari is
It's
thinking about calling here with 9-3. And he's gonna have to let this one go, and look at that. Yari is down to 3.1 million, Vitalis has 6.7 million, and now all of a sudden Vitalis has more than twice the size of Yari.
That was definitely a live read there, for sure.
I mean, it was something at least.
Because
I mean,
you can definitely see that Yari is giving some things away, like before. Like he's that smiley face, he definitely has that.
and Yari doesn't have that much left, he has 31 big blinds left, like all of a sudden. And it's Vitalis' tournament now to take a hold on, and to show them that it's not gonna be a party of Finns today. It's gonna be the Latvian trying to ruin the party of 2 Finns making the top 3. Vitaly is playing super well. I mean, everything he's doing is working out. Like right after he got a little bit of chips to play with, he's been steamrolling this final table. Do you agree with me? Yeah.
I didn't listen. What did you say?
Did you read the chat?
Yeah, I was reading the chat.
What the chat say?
If I'm saying that him reaching for his water is a tell. I didn't notice.
Do you think so?
Did he reach
I haven't noticed.
Did he reach for his water during the hands?
I did not notice that because I don't notice tells. But
You did. Of course you do.
But the thing is, like, but previously you said that
he says he reaches for his water every
when
time
he's good
with a big hand.
Exactly, and that's what I wanted to say. That last time we were talking about that, when he reaches for the water, it seems super strong, but this time he didn't do it. So maybe it is something with that. And Wanazu, maybe you're onto something here. Well, definitely. Wanazu, you have a big tournament coming up, don't you, yourself? Like day 2 of some big tournament. Let us know how you're gonna do in that, and what's the tournament? Just remind us all. He reached for the water with the nut flush. Yari is in tilt, is somebody's thinking that. Well, I would be tilting as well. He had more than 8 million. He had 8.5 million. Rest of the players at 1.5 million respectively, and all of a sudden you're the one with 3 million. And the Latvian to the left of you is just steamrolling this final table. Yari, ace 7 off now, coming in with a raise.
I mean, you can't really reach for water in the middle of the hand, like.
Well, he was.
I mean, when he was betting that turn, then that's not really a situation where you. Oh wait, actually, yeah. If you make that bet, then you can, reach for the water. That's a nice high level of
the water dynamics going on
There
here. And look at that. Vitalis is not gonna just call with Jack 10. He's gonna raises it up to about 650,000. So makes it a pretty. I like the sizing. He's gonna put Jari in a very difficult situation with most of his opening range here. So raising it up to 6.5 big blind. Jari only has 29 big blinds left, and Jari has nothing else he can do. He's gonna fold, and Vitalis just crushing it.
like I said. I think he's gonna win it. I think,
Yeah, I mean,
It just seemed the most solid player anyways, like not making some weird random moves or weird bet sizes that...
Vitalis has been showing that he has the experience, he has the skill set, he has everything to take this one down. Only thing he didn't have previously was the chip stack. So now he has the chips as well.
Definitely be a deserving winner here.
And it's kind of satisfying to see a deserving winner, isn't it?
It's good.
I like it as well. I love the good stories and the Cinderella stories, but I always want the best player to win for some reason. I don't know why. It seems fair to me, you know. But at the same time, I don't mind if not the best player is winning this one as well. Jari is gonna defend this big blind against Vitalis raise with Queen Deuce. 9-8 for Jari. Jack 10 and a 4 gives an open-ended straight draw for Jari. Vitalis still good with Queen Deuce. Blocks one of those straight outs with a queen.
Stuntman says he's in his head. It's done now. In his head.
What?
He has something in his head.
Someone.
Did you see that?
Is there something
Jari
on my
has
hair?
something in his
Have
head.
you seen something about Mary, the movie? You know, he has a giant stain of cum on his... Is there something on my hair? So Jari checks his straight draw on the turn. And Vitalis is thinking about should he continue bluffing here. He does check. He's actually ahead with Queen High, and he remains to be ahead. But I think if Jari is gonna try and bluff this one, then it's gonna work. Vitalis is just gonna fold to Queen High. But it's a matter of if Jari is he gun shy against Vitalis. Maybe he feels like Vitalis is always like calling there, and his bluffs hasn't been working. So maybe sometimes
He's definitely seems like the type of guy who can get mentally.
It's
in his head.
Why
Something is in his head. It's in his head.
So Vitalis, he's
at the bottom of his range, so
he
should
should
always
be
be bluffing here.
But it's kind of difficult to do it when you get called every time from your opponent. But yes, I agree that you should be bluffing here. But he does bluff, and I think it will work. It's a small bet as well. Like it makes perfect sense for him to have a jack or a queen or a 10 there.
Well, if he makes this call as well, that's
just something mental. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, that would be funny. Because that would definitely be like a sick, like a live read on the guy that. He just knows when he has a pair and when he doesn't.
That's just amazing if he's gonna end up calling that because that's
he's
queen
ahead
high.
of. Well, he's chopping.
He's calling.
Yeah.
He calls. He must have a very solid live read here.
Yeah.
What is this we're witnessing? We're witnessing absolute domination from Vitalis against Jari. He has crushed him.
He has a very solid live read on the guy. Yeah. So he's ahead of 7-8, 8-9. He's chopping with Queen 8 and Queen 9.
But it's still, even if you know that your opponent is weak, how do you call with Queen High there? You're losing against a couple of the bluffs even.
No, only against King Queen. You're chopping with Queen
Jari
9.
can have something like King 6 there even.
King 6 was trips there.
No, whatever, King 7 then. Your mom, you understand what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna say your mama every time you're gonna say I'm wrong. But I mean, that was a sick call nevertheless. I mean, even if you have a live read, that is just a man showing that there's nothing he can do against you. Like, I don't see any way Vitalis is gonna lose this one. I mean, unless Jussi is gonna get a big stack, and then there's gonna be different dynamics. But Vitalis is absolutely owning, crushing, soul reading Jari here.
Call.
I mean, what? This is this is absolutely pure domination, man. I don't think I've seen like someone running over another player this as much as Vitalis has been running over Jari. And that's nothing to do with like Jari playing bad or whatever. It's just Jari having a very obvious tell that I haven't figured out, and that Vitalis has figured out. Let's play a game. Let's see if we can figure out live tell.
Maybe we shouldn't be saying that.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you mean? We shouldn't be thinking of. No,
I'm-
we
I'm
don't
not-
have
I'm
to.
not sure.
We should. I think Jari wants to know his live tell. Like, if he's getting called with queen highs on river bets.
I know, but I'm not sure. Well, yeah, people. I think people can guess. Like,
Yeah, it's people can
you
guess.
You can guess in the chat what's the live tell, but
Lehmari thinks it's the way he's counting chips. Wanazu thought it's the way he drinks water, and well, obviously even the chat doesn't know for sure.
yeah.
That's two pair on the river
But
for
yeah,
Jari,
he's
actually.
been with the guy like he's played with him.
Who's been with the guy?
Who hasn't?
Who
hasn't been with the guy?
You can't say that he's been in a guy.
I mean,
oh wait, that's an all-in from Jari, and Jussi folds.
Fold.
Yeah, but he's left with 8 big blinds
What's
now.
Jussi folded ace queen?
Yes, he only had ace
Ah,
high on
it
the
was.
river.
I thought it was pre-flop.
No. We have concentrate, Tiny son. Concentrate.
So many things to look at.
That's what she said. Yeah, but what is Tosugara? He's blinking his eyes more and watching left side of the middle cards when he's bluffing. I love Twitch chat. I love the seriousness of
He
it.
definitely seems to have less of a poker face than the other guys. He's showing his emotions a lot more.
That's true.
Especially when he's teabagging, you can see that little smirk in his eyes when he's dancing.
You know, we should have the slow mo clip of the dance between Lucas in front of Lucas' place, and just make a slow mo like GIF. Do you say GIF or GIF?
Yeah, that's the question.
Do you say? What do you say?
250.
GIF or GIF?
I think GIF was the one.
But do you say Gin or
I
Chin?
don't remember. I think there was a questionnaire and
Do you say Gin or Chin? You say Chin, right? But you say GIF at the same time. Why don't you say GIF then? It's weird. Chat, do you say GIF or GIF right now?
ah GIF. Yeah, I think most people think GIF.
Because I'm saying
'Cause
GIF. Yeah,
for
GIF.
some reason sounds weird. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
but yes, but Gin and Gin.
That's a good
Maybe it's
point.
not the same thing, but still.
Yeah, maybe not all words.
Are
the same.
the same. Oh, maybe. Wow. You might be right. You might be onto
it
something
must,
here.
must really suck for Jari right now, because he should really be. He should really know by now that
Something is going on here.
Someone like the guy has a read on him.
Fold.
So, what is good for Vitalis is the fact that Jari is winning against Jussi at least. So Vitalis has a very strong read against Jari, so if Jari is the one getting big chips, then it's actually fine for him. He doesn't mind playing against Jari, but he doesn't want to see Jussi getting big stack there. So Jussi only has 6 big blinds left now, so it's a very good thing for Vitalis to see that, you know, he obviously feels very comfortable playing against Jari. So he doesn't mind Jari winning those chips, but he wants to get rid of Jussi and, you know, finish this one off against Jari.
Yeah,
But sometimes
you gotta
cards...
finish off.
Hmm?
Gotta finish it off.
Yeah, you gotta finish it off. You can't leave it.
Yeah, leave it hanging there.
You can't leave it hanging, man. It's already done almost.
Yeah.
And check 9. And if I'm Jari,
Jack 9.
I'm jack
I don't know.
9 check off.
Jacking off.
Oh,
no.
Poker jokes.
Jeez.
I remember seeing like interview with I don't know who and with Jason Mercier, and they asked like what poker hand do you like better, 69 or Jack King off? And Jason Mercier didn't understand the joke and it's like, this question doesn't make any sense. Obviously Jack King off, it's better hand. So it was
it's better to hold it in your hand.
so it was such a cringe video to watch because, you know, it was this interviewer trying to make a joke and just Mercier not following it, and it was just it was what nightmares are made of. 6 big blinds now for Jussi. Let's see if we can find a double up anytime soon. Yari, ace 5. He's gonna come in with a raise.
Raise 250.
I think at least.
Fold.
That looks like a limp actually. No, raise to 250. Vitalis will fold. Jussi cannot actually call, and he's only left with 5 big blinds after this
He
hand.
shows his 9 deuce, but
Well, he's
folds
showing.
his ace 4 off also.
Yeah, but it's different in that sense that Jussi now knows that he needs to make something happen like soon, and he wants to let Jari know that he's calling almost anything besides 9 deuce off. So he's trying to let them know that don't be raising any 2 against me because I'm calling, which is a message sometimes people want to send.
Sending a message.
Joe Biden think that it's the way he's holding his left arm.
Yeah, because you can clearly see that his left hand... No, I think it's the left side of his face. The left side of his face seems to be heavier than the right side of his face, so he has
No,
to...
it doesn't.
It's when he's bluffing, one side of his face becomes heavier.
It becomes...
The tensions goes into the left side of his face.
Oh, maybe it's the fact that we don't hear the table voice. Maybe it's saying "I'm bluffing here" or something like that. Maybe
It could be a voice tell.
Yeah, maybe it's like Tourette thing.
Tourette syndrome. It's
Maybe
possible.
it would be pretty bad to be a poker player. But meanwhile, Vitalis flops trip 7s against Jari's king high, and unfortunately for him, it doesn't get any value from his trip 7s. But he's up to 8.1 million now. Jari, right now, Jari needs to wait for Jussi to bust.
Try getting a read on the Latvian guy. Good luck, he looks dead.
But he looks like a proper poker player. I mean, you need to...
You need to look dead inside to be a good poker player. That's what I said before.
Yeah.
If you're a good poker player, then you're a little bit dead inside, like me.
Like,
but
it's 50% of being a good poker player is being dead inside.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's
emotions,
halfway there.
You have to lose some of your emotions.
You have to get rid of them.
Yeah.
It's like a good idea is to seeing your family murdered when you're a child. Then it's like
It
like
it
a
takes
Dexter,
care of
like
it.
a Dexter thing. It
takes
takes care
care
of
of
the emotions part.
Yeah, it loses
And then,
some of it.
Then it's easy. Then you only need to learn the basics of poker. And
But don't kill your own family.
No, no,
because
definitely
then
don't do
it's
that.
gonna be more than 50% dead inside.
no, yeah, then don't do that. But but you know, try to
Take a good look when it happens.
try to find yourself in traumatic situations, and then you're gonna be then it's gonna be easier for you to be dead
Yeah.
inside. King 8 for Jari, suited. He's gonna come in raising. I don't know why I randomly took my belt off here.
250.
Maybe I was expecting something to happen.
All in.
Vitalis King 2s will fold. Jussi is gonna go all in, and we're gonna finally see Jussi all in against Jari's King 8. I mean, Jussi is ahead, but even if he doubles up, he's still gonna be short. So it's an 8.8 big blind all in, and Jari needs a king or an 8 or some hearts to bust out Jussi. It hasn't been working that well for Jussi, but it's still third place. I mean, third place is super good. Players have guaranteed themselves 36,000 euros and a couple of hundred even more. So it's a good result nevertheless. That's an ace, so ace looks very good for Jussi. Jussi most likely will double up this one unless it's running kings or running 8s. So let's see. Yeah, and that seals this one. Jussi will double up to 8.8 big blind. Will still be short, but some life in his future, some light in his tunnel. Can you say that?
You can say anything.
Kolm sada.
Finns are known for being not emotional. You can really see it with those Finnish pro rally drivers, but not with Jari. Actually, Markus Grönholm, I think he was pretty emotional because I remember that video when he showed
Up his butt.
up in Timo's asshole.
Up in Timo's asshole.
I remember that video.
Yeah,
I think
but
Markus Grönholm was.
But yeah, Kimi Raikkonen
Kimi
and
Raikkonen,
Mika Häkkinen, they were like
yeah.
super stone-faced, like, and who else is there? Like right now in rally, there's Jari-Matti Latvala, yeah.
Yeah, and even in poker, Patrick Antonius is like really.
Antonius is here. He's doing his thing.
Yeah. He's
I
doing
saw
his
him.
thing,
I saw him.
being sexy and.
Yeah, I know, being sexy
just
and
doing
having
his
his
thing.
name. He's here. I think he played the high roller as well. There was a 3K high roller that is being actually played right now. The final table of it. 65K for the winner.
Esa-Pekka Lappi, okay.
Oh, yeah, Esa-Pekka, yeah.
He's also stone-faced.
I guess
Is
so.
he?
He's a Finnish
I
person.
haven't seen many interviews with him.
Obviously, because he's Esa-Pekka Lappi, nobody cares about him.
But Latvala, I think he's pretty emotional.
Yeah, maybe, but
I've
it's
heard
like
that he is.
if there's like if we're talking about emotions, it's like Neville, who is like the most emotional of these like rally drivers right now. But he's a little crybaby bitch, so
Oh.
so his
Yikes.
Okay, maybe too much. But Ilari is here. Ilari is pretty emotional, dude. He's not that like stone face.
Yeah.
He's a little stone face, but I mean
He just has a good poker face, but otherwise he's like pretty emotional,
Ilari is he's like he's gonna say what he means.
Tanak dead inside and outside. That's true.
And Tanak is
He's like
pretty-
really stone cold. That's
But Tanak is Estonian, so we can't make fun of him.
yes. Let's not make fun of Estonia.
It's Estonia's birthday today, so we
yeah.
cannot do that.
Tossu Karla, you're actually Estonian yourself, so
Yeah, stop
probably
it.
shouldn't say those things.
Yes, more baby, you should move back to Russia where you belong.
Yeah.
I'm joking. We're joking. Obviously, we're joking. Tossu Karla is a good friend of us. He's a very good poker player and a cool dude. Obviously, nothing against Russians, nothing against Finns. We're just joking around here. But you don't make fun of Estonians.
But we're not really joking. What are you talking about?
Hmm?
We're not really joking.
No, wait.
No,
It's not.
wait,
It's not a
it's
mute.
not-
It's not a mute. If Kimi is Iceman, then how called his kids? I think Ice Cubes. I think he made a Twitter post about it as well. That's so sweet
like
and
ice
cute.
cups, you mean? or
Ice cubes,
Ah.
ice cube, like ice cups,
Ice cups.
like polar cups. That's actually good, cool as well. But ice cubes is pretty cool,
Cool.
pretty cool
Pretty
way to
cool.
call you cute.
Whew, so right now Vitalis can really put pressure on Jari.
Yes, exactly, and he should do it.
He should go pretty hard. Just
Ah.
raise any two.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see if he does it. Like Yari's in the big blind, Vitalis in the button. That's a perfect opportunity to start raising it up. 8.1 million for Vitalis, and he's gonna raise 210,000 is the standard for him.
210.
You see, cannot call. And Yari, Yari goes all in with pocket jacks. Vitalis has a easy fold.
How do you fold?
How do you make that fold?
You could get it
And
straight.
that's another live read. He would have called, but he got a live read from Yari that he must be strong now. Did Yari went for the glass now? He didn't have the time. Vitalis folded too quick.
By the way, I'm quite the expert in spin and goes and heads up, so
Oh yeah, you are.
so
So I want to
So
see
I
that.
guess,
Actually, that's your thing, like 3 and 2-handed. That's like. That's
actually
where
I didn't play spin and goes that much, but I
you
streamed.
played it for months.
I streamed spin and goes for like 6 months though.
UC goes all in with 8 big blinds now. Cannot be called by anybody, so up to 1 million
But
again.
heads up sit and goes I did play for like 2 years or even a bit more.
And once you play like heads up professionally, then like the post flop game is like you feel very comfortable playing post flop. I assume, yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna be so big of a loser like most guys.
Yes, I am that loser.
And Tossu Karla, he's also he's a he's a spin and go reg. Plays high stakes spins, so I exposed him. I guess maybe he didn't want. His real name is. He must have a lot of money because that dude plays really high. So I
Yeah,
should probably say his name on.
UC actually wins this one with 10-5, getting the walk from Vitalis 4 deuce. Spin and goes are for bingo players. I agree. I mean, why gamble? Like, is that the poker? Is that the way poker should be played? No, there shouldn't be jackpots there. It's too fun. Poker is not supposed to be fun. As we talked about, you should be dead inside and grinding 10 hours every day for.
Even though,
50 euros.
yeah, actually, when I played spin and ghost, for me tournaments are so much more fun because spin and ghost.
Tournaments are so much more fun.
Yeah.
It's like tournaments are the most fun part of poker, but it's they can be frustrating because it's hard to run deep. But when you get the deep run, it's just like I mean the rush and everything. Like tournaments are the king of poker. I mean, yes, the cash game is where the money is being made in and stuff like that.
No, you mean at the very high stakes? Yeah, but at like for most people in tournaments, there's a lot more money.
Yeah, for most people, yeah, but like I would say that tournaments are by far like there's a reason why tournaments are way more popular than cash games for streams and stuff as well, because you know it's exciting. It's and cash games are like I love cash games. Well, like
I mean,
obviously,
the money,
I'm
the
working
prices are so big that it's interesting to watch. Come on, someone's gonna become a millionaire. Or
yeah, you're a millionaire.
Yeah, no you.
No, you.
Just kiss me.
Yari green 7 off. Falls it. And Vitalis gets a walk with 8-5. And how much does Jussi have now? 10 big blinds for him. I mean, cash games is exciting in a different way. For viewers, I think tournaments are more exciting, but for players, I think cash games is sometimes even more exciting. You know, you get that good game running. You have, I mean, that's cool.
No,
I mean, think of like, let's say, for high stakes games, it's more interesting to see cash games. For low stakes to mid stakes games, it's more interesting to look at tournaments. Because you know all those. Think about all those legendary TV shows like High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, like whatever, like the Shark thing that PokerStars had. Like they're all cash games, high stakes cash games, and they're most popular poker formats. But it doesn't matter. The fact is, we are watching a Kings of Tallinn main event, 3-handed here.
Yeah, big blind should definitely call there, but usually he's shown to be quite tight, so.
How tight?
Just don't get me started on that.
Left with 8.8 big blinds now.
Even with like small antes, he should be calling there.
Yeah, Queen 8. I mean, against the 9 big blind shove. It's. I mean, without antes, it's borderline. But with
also, Jari went for a glass. Fodder super fast, but most guys didn't see it. But Senegali, he saw that. So
I mean, and Vanazu, you are absolutely correct in saying that the object of poker is not to play against the best players. Exactly. Like you can be the second worst player of all time in poker and still be a winning player. If you're playing against the worst player in poker, heads up. So I mean, it's a matter of
game
choosing
selection. That's
exactly.
the most important thing actually in poker.
And this is why tournaments are like money makers for most people as well, because tournaments have the softest fills, usually.
Yep.
Softest fills. It's like a bag of sand, right?
Like
It's-
boobies. It's like
it's
a bag
like
of
a bag of
sand.
sand, right? This is it. I know it was
What is?
boob.
I didn't.
Second base.
Second
It-
base. Yeah, it's like you.
It's like a bag of sand.
Boobies
yes.
are like a bag of sand, and then you.
And like then you squeeze it, and it goes. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
know.
it's-
I've been there.
yeah, I've done
I
that.
know.
I've
We have
touched-
many girlfriends.
Yeah, you wouldn't imagine the amount of girls we get.
Exactly.
'Cause
It's
we're-
crazy.
Yeah, it's especially after this stream, it's gonna go crazy.
crazy.
It's gotta go crazy. 382 people, at least one or two of those are women.
Like, stop it. Stop it. It's probably
It's
less.
making me too.
It's probably less. It's one, and
I'm-
she wants me, not you.
I'm too
With her
excited.
bag of sand tits. Okay.
Straight.
Let's move on. Jussi now with 10 big blinds, 1 million. Jari, 23 big blinds at Vitalis, 7.9 million and 79 big blinds.
Question for me: Who
Yes.
who would you rather play against cash game heads up? Jari or Jussi? Definitely Jussi, because Jussi has shown that he's overfolding his big blind. So what I would do with him is just ground and pound, or just really just raise any two cards against him, because he's probably gonna be folding like half of his big blinds.
But that's the tournament thing. Jussi, if you didn't know that, is actually a high stakes cash game regular and is a winning player there. So I guess
Who knows actually how he would play heads up, heads up, because in that case there will be like no ICM considerations. Some people go really crazy heads up actually.
I mean, and if we're gonna go with that thing that Jari has a big tilt, and once you figure that one out,
Yeah,
it's
it's
going to
gonna
be
be
pretty
easy,
good to play against him. Heads up.
Obviously.
Lol, Jussi is an aggressive beast in cash games. Yeah, we've seen the aggressive side of Jussi. It's very different Jussi we've seen today.
I think Jussi doesn't know like tournament shoving ranges. That's the thing.
Well, that's the thing, because I don't think Jussi is gonna be the player who's grinding online tournaments 24/7 at home. So people don't get experience enough, like in running deep in tournaments and playing short-handed.
Yeah, if he's playing cash games, then he probably in cash games you have to defend your B blind a lot less than in tournaments. So he probably doesn't know the math behind it. So it kind of makes sense why he's overfolding some spots if he's just mainly a cash game player.
And still, I don't think Jussi has made any massive mistakes. The mistakes he's made are known for you and me, but like for average recreational player, they don't seem like mistakes. If they see a 9 big blind shove and you have queen 8, it's for an average recreational live player, it's a fold.
Thinking about the 2.5x raise, the small blind call, and then he just folded his ace 4 off.
Yeah, and that's exactly like what I'm saying. Like recreational live players, for them it's not a big mistake. It's a mistake for online tournament crushers.
You know, well, just online players. To online players, it's obviously a mistake, but I think live players tend to overfold their B blinds. I think that's quite a thing.
Vitalis has too many chips now, apparently, because he's splashing them. He's just showing them, oh, I don't know what to do with my chips, guys. I don't know what to do with them. It would suck to have less than me. Explains the overfolding. He's been on 2 MPN. Can I see the... He's been on 2 MPN final tables in past year. So he's getting the experience done, but I mean... 3 live tournament final tables, it's definitely not experience enough. I mean, like you have to play hundreds and hundreds of like tournaments to actually know the proper math and play through all those situations. But I mean, obviously he's playing very well. I mean, me saying that, as I was trying to say, Jussi's mistakes are actually like small mistakes. Yes, they add up, but they are like mistakes that everybody, like almost like 90% of the players are making. So it's not like a big thing. It's just the fact why me and Karl are pointing this thing out is for like, even though it's like we're not like educational stream here, it's still good to know these things and learn these things if you're watching it, because I assume most of the players watching this stream right now, they at least play recreationally online or live. So if you know and learn these things from people like Karl, who actually like play one of the highest stakes tournaments and win in them, then it's even though it might sound like cocky sometimes, it's good thing to learn, because it's the truth, and it will end up making you more money or making you lose less money. And it's actually being like it would be easy for us to not say these things and like make it look like everyone is playing perfect, but when we like point out the mistakes, then it's beneficial for everybody. You might not like to hear or listen to mistakes you're making, but when you hear them, then you can like actually get better and learn. So that's the point. So yeah, definitely not trying to like shit on these players or tell them that they're bad. Definitely, like, obviously they are running deep in live tournaments and playing super well, and I have 100% reason to think that there are many things that they know better than me and Karl do. They have more live experience, they can spot those live tells, but like basic game fundamentalistics, it's some part live players tend to
we have an all-in there,
and we have an all-in. Jussi went all-in with jacks. Another huge hand for Jussi actually, and Jari calls him with queen 7. Jari now wants to get rid of Jussi, and it's a good call from Jari. But he needs a queen or hearts. That's an ace, king, or 9, just 1 heart. So Jussi's jacks are still good there. Jari really needs a queen to bust out Jussi here. That's a king of diamonds, so that would mean an extra out for Jari. Ace would counterfeit Jussi's... Ooh! Jussi's 2 jacks! And here it is. Queen of diamonds on the river means that we are finally heads up. We will lose Jussi in 3rd place. He battled in there. He played fantastically. He took his punches, he gave out some punches, he played the most aggressively yesterday, didn't get many chances today, finally gets it in good with checks against queen 7, only to find the queen on the river. He's gonna take home 36,900 euros for third place, and finally this is heads up. The two players everybody's been talking about, Jari and Vitalis. Vitalis has a big chip lead over Jari, but now Jari added another 6 big blinds. So we're gonna set everything up for an heads up. Players are gonna take a short break. We're gonna be back in 7 minutes and let's play this one out. Don't go anywhere far. We're gonna take a short water break and we will be back to finish this one off. Heads up for the title for 85,000 euros. See you guys soon. There we go. We are back. We are back to settle the winner. The Latvian versus the Finn. Kings of Tallinn main event. 30k is the difference between first place and second place. First place takes home 85,300 euros. It's a massive event. It's been the biggest Kings of Tallinn ever. The whole festival has been huge, accumulating prize pools more than 1 million euros. And this one had a prize pool more than 350,000 euros. It's Jari versus the world. And the world is in Latvia right now. King Queen from Jari. That will be a good start.
Also, Karl, I also wanted to know where the cock ended up yesterday.
Oh yeah, Janar Kok was making a deep run as well. He ended up getting 12th place, unfortunately.
I think he wanted to hear some cock jokes.
Maybe, but look at that. That's a 4B blind raise from Jari, actually. He raised it up to 400,000, so I guess Jari is trying to bring in the variance factor in that heads up as well. So that's a pretty big raise from Jari with King Queen. And Vitalis will fold this 6-4. It seems like Vitalis has had Jari's number whole day today. But, you know, everything can change in heads-up play. But, I mean, I guess you have to agree with me that it's Vitalis is a huge, massive favorite here, yeah?
Yep.
8-7 from the button now. Let's see what strategy he takes. Is he gonna raise? Is he gonna limp a lot of buttons? Because Jari still has quite a playable stack. He has about 30 big blinds, 28 big blinds. He's raising it to 220,000. Gets called by Jari's 10-8. Jari actually has Vitalis dominated here with a better 8. Queen 3-4 means that Vitalis, should he bet, he most likely is gonna take this one down. 180,000 into a pot of 440, and Jari will just fold, and Vitalis takes this one down up to 8.6 million now. So everything is still possible. One double up from Jari and he takes the chip lead. No, not really, but he closes the gap. So should Jari double up, he's gonna be up to 54 big blinds, and Vitalis is gonna be up to 58 big blinds. So it's pretty much gonna be anybody's game. But for that, he's gonna need to find that double up. Trophy in the middle, looking pretty freaking cool. One of the most unique trophies I've ever seen. Jack 10 offsuit for Jari. We've lost the antes now, so blinds at the heads up are 50k, 100k. Raised to 200,000. Over to Vitalis, 8 deuce, pretty ugly looking hands. So here's what we need your experience, Carl. Let us know, 8 deuce, is it a hand you want to defend against, against the min raise? You're getting 3-1, but at the same time you're getting a very crappy hand, and you have to play out of position. That doesn't seem like a call.
If he has a,
that's a 3-bet.
If he has a read on Jari also, then you can definitely just play any 2 cards.
And he's 3-betting to 700,000, so I mean maybe that live read coming in.
Yeah, maybe he knew he was not like super strong.
Yeah, exactly. He knew that maybe that's the read, like knowing when he's not super strong. Anyway, Jari ends up folding to Jack 10 and down to 2.5 million now against Vitalis 8.8 million.
It's a bit too easy. It says never defend 8-2 out of position. Actually, not true.
Why? So if you're saying something like that, please explain as well.
Because if he clearly has a really solid live read on Jari, so he should be playing any 2 cards at this point.
And as well as like the word like never is never a good idea to
Yeah.
use in poker, right? Because you need to keep your options open. I would figure and guess at least.
And that should right now. Let's see, the blinds are
50 and 100.
and the antes.
No antes heads up.
Ah, there's no antes. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. When there's no antes, then yeah, you can fold it. 8 deuce off to a min raise as well.
And Vitais just limps in with a ace deuce offsuit, and Jari's gonna go all in, and Vitais gets away pretty cheaply here.
But yeah, if you have a clear live read like Vitalis has, then yeah, he can definitely defend any 2 cards, even without the antis.
So how do they pay out the winnings? It's up to you. You can have it on your OlyBet, you can have it as a bank wire transfer, you can have some of it in cash, and the options are pretty open for you. But they usually wire it over like in the next few days, and give you a chance to at least, you know, have some celebrity, have some money to spend as well on the day if you want. Like if you want 10k cash, usually they will give you that chance. Because when you get a score like that, it's usually parties in hand, you want to maybe gamble a little bit, and it makes sense to give your player a chance to actually spend that money, right?
Oh,
you're the one going to Monaco and playing those high stakes events, and you should know these things. How do they pay you?
Somewhere else, I didn't listen.
But usually, for that actually to know those things, you should actually be the one getting that money from the casino as well, not paying for the casino. What?
Can you say everything?
No, it's fine, it's fine. They just wanted to know how do they pay out those big payouts. So it's usually you can have it on your poker account, you can have a wire transfer. Most likely for the bigger payouts, it's always going to be a wire transfer.
Yeah, they don't put it on your poker account always. At Monaco.
No, not always, but he's asking about this one here. Like it's an OlyBet event, so
no idea.
Yeah, you have options. In Monaco, how was it in Monaco?
In EPT Monaco in spring, they I think it was wire transfer.
Yeah, it's like makes a lot of sense when.
Then again, I also didn't win any
You didn't
amount of money, so I have no idea.
Jari calls with check 10, and Vitais checks his option with 9-4 of diamonds. That's 2 diamonds on a flop and a 2 pair for Jari actually. So kind of an action flop, going check check on the flop. Deuce of spades is doesn't change anything. Another check from Vitais here.
Now that's an interesting check. That must really mean that he has like a tell.
Really?
Because he has a flush draw and he's not even betting it, so I'm not sure what he's thinking.
So you really think that he's aware that Jari has something on this board and trying to keep it as low as possible, yeah? He does call. Look at him, he's eyeing him up. He knows exactly, like... He's really watching him, but he raises, so maybe
okay,
not...
yeah.
Maybe not... maybe we're thinking too much into that live tell thing. Maybe not every single time. So Vitais now hits a pair of 4s himself, so he has enough showdown value to actually check this one over. And once he gets called on a turn, I mean, it's pretty scary for Vitais as well. But Jari's 2 pair checks and queens with a 10 kicker will take this one down, and that's a 900k pot. That's a very needed pot for him, and that's a big smile for Jari as well. 2.9 million against 8.4 million now. Heads up for the ages. I mean, it's gonna be tough for Jari, but I mean, Jari has made it this far, he can make it one step further. Gonna need some luck, gonna need some fortunate situations, and gonna need some good poker ability as well. Some white magic, as Phil Helmet says.
So is Andrei back in Kohtla-Järve?
Is Andrei back in Kohtla-Järve? I have no idea actually. He's from there, I know that. And
I think he went partying.
We would have to ask him. We would have to ask him. I don't think he's back in Kohtla-Järve yet. I mean, he just finished this tournament. He has a lot to celebrate. That's Andrei is our 7th place finisher, getting in from a free roll, then from a free roll to €3 satellite, from there to €20 satellite, from there to €100 satellite, and all the way to the final table of Kings of Tallinn main event. He brought home 11,000 and couple €100 for his troubles, so one of the best runs we've ever seen. Vitais gets a walk now from the big blinds. It's still the heads up, so we don't know if it's gonna be a 7-hour heads up. What do you think, Karl? Are we gonna see a long one? Or do you think that Vitais is gonna just steamroll? Or is Jari maybe gonna start changing it up and, you know... And you would expect... well, we need to see. We need to wait and see pretty much. It's a raise from Vitais with pocket 7s to 300,000. And a call from Jari's Queen 6 suited. I think Jari just got a drink as well. He's happy. I mean, I would be happy as well. Second place guaranteed, 55k, and that's a drink as well. That looks like a rum and coke.
He's happy because he knows he's already lost the game because the other guy knows when he's bluffing.
Whatever, dude. No, I mean, you're playing for 30k heads up. Like, how many chances do you have to do that?
300.
I mean, that's a pretty cool heads up, and that's a pretty cool feeling. Like, nothing can go like super bad here. You're like 3-1 in a chip disadvantage. Like, you're
so
expected.
Right now we saw him just check fold like deuce 9 with this Queen 6 backdoor flush draw. So, and that should definitely be in either the check raise range or just check call.
Lehmari thinks that this heads-up match will end in a cooler. Possible, man. And Tosso Carla says Queen 7 fold on the button. This match is over. I mean, I have to agree. I mean, if you're folding, open folding Queen 7 on button heads-up, then it's gonna be tough for you. But as I said, as I was trying to say that. For Jari, you're expected to lose this one. You're in a big chip disadvantage. I mean, but so nothing can go very wrong. If I'm Jari, I'm happy.
He just needs some setups.
Yeah, but he needs some setups, and I mean, he pretty much in his head, he's thinking that second place is fine here. I can only win. I can only I can free roll myself into a win right now. But I mean, nothing bad can happen. So. If I'm Jari, I would be happy as well, you know, I would be smiling, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine no matter what. You made like a super deep run, and you played very well doing that and making that run, and you know, you still have a chance to win this one, but even if you don't, it's still like life is good. But for that, he's gonna need to get a double up or two. Vitais is all business though. He wants to close this one, and he wants to close this one soon. So what's the strategy there in heads up? Like, if you're Vitais, like, do you want to control the size of the pots, play like limp in a lot, and just try to outplay your opponent post flop and just slowly whittle him down, or do you want to start raising and, you know, making the pots bigger pre-flop and just...
If he has a clear read, then should probably not get the pots big, just play pretty passive pre-flop.
And just try and outplay post-flop, yeah? That would make sense to me as well. So I think it's gonna be like a strategy of slowly trying to whittle down Jari from Vitais, and Jari, I think he should take the opposite strategy and not let Vitais do that. Vitais is doing exactly that, trying to limp in with ace-6. Jari is just gonna check with check 3 suited. The flop is 2 10s and a 5. 1 heart in there for Jari, but Vitais ace high still good. He's betting 100,000 and Jari will fold. So Jari is now down to 23 big blinds against 89 big blinds of Vitais. The chat seems to agree with us that we should play a lot of post-flop poker here. Are you contemplating life right now? You're all of a sudden you're very quiet.
Yeah, Tosso Karla is definitely giving good advice because he's
What's the
played a lot of spin and goes as well, so he definitely knows his
So-
heads up ranges.
So everybody listening from Facebook and Delphi, let them know what did Tossu Karla say as well. What's the good advice here?
Call.
He said Vitaly should raise or limp play 100% of hands, limp trash, limp calling hands, raise top value and too weak to limp call, I guess.
Nerd!
Best 100.
A bit too
Nerd alert.
a bit too long of a sentence. I read it a bit. It's hard to follow.
But yeah, I read it.
Just play 100% of hands, that's for sure.
Yeah, just try and
Because
play close front.
Yari is definitely overfolding.
Call.
But here Vitaly makes another call with queen high on a check 2-3 board, while Yari is trying to bluff this one.
Check.
So he check calls. Yari's gonna check back behind pretty quickly, and let's see if Vitaly is going to try and steal this one away from Yari from the same exact hand. And that's a small bet as well. Is it a 100k bet? Yes, like min bet, and Yari is the one hero calling now. These guys are gonna be happy when they see that hand. But I mean, wow, that's a pretty good call from Yari then. I mean, Yari definitely shows that he has some fight still left in him.
How did it actually go? I didn't know this. Pre-flop.
You're a professional poker player.
I'm not really good at attention. Like, give me
Are you missing
I'm
your
really-
daily dose of Adderall?
I'm reading the chat a lot, so was it?
Yes, me too.
How was it? Like bet on the flop, check call, and then check on the turn, and then a bet on the river.
Yes, exactly.
Out, yeah.
It was check, bet, call on the flop, check, turn, bet, call on the river.
Yes, yes.
You don't really want to have a 5 in your hand with the queen 5.
Yeah, then you block in
Hero
the
call
4-5.
because you're blocking the whatever.
You're blocking the 5-6
So
and
not
5-4.
low basically.
Yeah.
Which would want to bluff the river, I guess.
But now we have a couple of decent hands actually. Vitaly's queen jack. He's going all in! And Yari, I think, might call.
All in
What?
then?
Yari has 5s, and that's all of a sudden. Vitaly goes all in for 23 big blinds, and Yari calls with his pocket 5s, and we have
Definitely
it.
wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah,
considering
that's very unexpected.
How good of a read he had on him, and now he just takes a super high variance.
But
route.
now he's his chance to take this one away from him and like lock it up for him. It's a coin flip for the tournament win. Smallest of margins, 51% to Yari, but 49% for Vitaly. Yari needs his 5s to hold. 4.6 million in the middle, and if there's a queen or a jack, we might see our winner. If not, Yari is gonna double up to 4.6 milli.
And
The biggest
yes, yes, that's
flip of these two players tournament. Vitaly, he needs a queen or a jack. Yari really needs his 5s to hold. Let's see the flop. The tournament stuff is setting up everything. Here's the burn, here's the flop. That's a check already. Jack, ace, and an 8. Meaning Vitaly takes a massive commanding lead. Yari still has a backdoor flush to draw to fall back on, but he really needs a 5 right now. 5 or a diamond. That's a 3 of spades, man. Only 5% for Yari, or we will crown our champion. King of diamonds on a turn seals the deal. We have our champion Vitaly entering the final table with only 6 big blinds, playing super well, waiting for his spots, getting double ups where he needs them, getting hogs from. We told you, when you win poker tournaments, he
got a lady right away. Did you
Exactly,
see that?
like it took only
Did you
5
see?
seconds for him to get a lady after
Jesus
winning
Christ.
Kings of Tallinn main event. If you need more of a reason to play this tournament, that's the biggest one here. Nobody cares about the 85k.
It's all about getting those women.
It's all about getting laid, and it's all about getting that trophy. I heard people love trophies. Vitaly is gonna love this one. Yari, very good result for Yari. Yari takes home second
You
place.
see no lady for Yari.
We can see 2 different stories. One getting hugs from ladies, getting the trophies, and one sadly drinking away that sadness of getting second place. But no, I'm just kidding. I think Yari is gonna be super excited once he thinks this one through. takes home second place. Super good result for him. 57,300 euros. That's gonna pay for a lot of those drinks. That's gonna pay for the trip to Estonia. That's gonna pay for 57 more of Kings of Tallinn events. So we're gonna see more of Jari, man. But who we're gonna see definitely more is Vitais. Maybe not. Maybe he's back in his room already, because it seems like he was in a hurry to leave with with his friend. But now, I think that's it. That's it for us. We have our champion. We've done our job. I think Kings of Tallinn Festival, the biggest Kings of Tallinn of all time, has got a very good winner, a very good title holder, and I think it's time to wrap things up. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you had some good times as well.
Yep.
Thank you everybody on the stream. Like, there were so many of you. The chat was super lively. Thank you for rooting for your friends. Thank you for keeping us entertained, keeping us having a good time. And, you know, we see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Kings of Tallinn, it was a success. Next time, it's gonna be in autumn, I guess. So keep your eyes out on this Twitch channel. Press the follow button. And I'll see you guys soon. My name was Christian Laas. I was joined by Karl-Jonatan Mets here. And thank you. Talk to you guys soon. What a fantastic event.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
OlyBet, kõik on võimalik.